2, 1. We are live right now, Dan Aguirre. I got to roll the open. You want to say anything before I roll the open?
I'll do the Bill O'Reilly then. We'll do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. I love that. I never get tired of that soundbite. We should have it on cue every time.
You're absolutely right. We should. Even though it's old, it's been used to death, it still works. It's still a little piece of art by Bill O'Reilly.
And it's the best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Have you ever?
And I mean that compared to vaginas too, I think. No, I'm kidding. It's not better than women.
Okay, good. I was starting to worry about you. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. We are live.
Put the children to bed. It's time for Dan and Aldo to bare their souls.
I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating, and that is a lot.
Then, with 3 seconds left, Bob Avellini throws a 30-something yard touchdown pass to Greg Latta, and the Bears win, and I literally shit my pants. I swear to God, I literally did.
Eric Kramer, for me, I love the guy. He's a tragic figure. I mean, he embodies all that is.
If they don't run the ball here, I'm going to vomit. I swear to God.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect. He just didn't play that well. Not for a guy of his caliber.
You know, they won, but I'm going to be miserable all week because they stunk.
I don't really have any recollection of that at all, but I guess perhaps I blacked it all out.
So, Dan, tape is the ultimate tool for scouts and for coaches to evaluate players, to detect plays and so forth. And they spend hours looking at tape, right? Why do they so often get shit wrong?
I love the efficiency of bourbon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan and Aldo.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Aldo Gandia. The still photo beside me belongs to Dan Aguirre. Dan, how are you, my friend?
I am well. You seem a little bit downtrodden tonight. Are you okay?
I'm tired, man. I've been working on this Mike North thing, and it's kicking my ass.
How does it come out? Do we have an approval now?
No, I've been struggling a bit with the end, and then I realized that I forgot to track something with you. It's like, oh, fucking nightmare.
You want to do that after the show tonight?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, you don't have to go to work today, so you've been talking about...
No. I'm on vacation from 9/11 until the 19th. But keep in mind, I go out of town Thursday night for my music festival.
Right.
So I'll be in Ohio near Cleveland. So not to talk on air about other business, but if we need to get that done, we need to do it tonight or tomorrow.
Okay. Well, for those of you who do not know what we're talking about, I'm not sure I know what we're talking about. I am working on a project for Mike North, for Mike and BB North, and Dan is lending his incredible pipes to it. And we have been releasing some preview bonus stuff over the last few weeks on Mike's account on Twitter and my account on Twitter. You can also find them on YouTube. And Dan has narrated the preview episode, which initially we thought was going to be 4 or 5 minutes long. It's now 11 minutes long. So he's got a lot of things to say. I'm going to play for you. This is not complete, but I'm going to play for you a little bit of what we have. And if you can't hear the audio, Dan, let me know.
Okay. In the 1990s, Chicago's airwaves were taken over by a new voice, and it belonged to Mike North.
I'm going to ask Savvy if it's possible to shoot a puck off somebody's head without hurting. I'm sure he's done it. Dennis!
Good morning, boys. How are you?
All right. Now, let me ask you this, Savvy. If I put a puck on my forehead, lay down before the game, could you shoot the puck off my forehead without hurting me?
Sports fans adored Mike because he was one of them. a wisecracking sports nut from the streets of Chicago.
How are you, Shaq?
Good, good, good.
Do they have beds in certain hotels that accommodate a man of your girth?
No, they have regular king-size beds, but I like sleeping and having my feet hang off the edge of the bed anyway. So.
Me too, but I'm halfway down the bed. I like to do that. I have the pillows up there. I want to feel like an NBA superstar, for God's sake.
You are a superstar.
What they loved the most was that Mike would never bow down to the city sports elites.
Reinsdorf's a billionaire. I was in his head like everybody else. Same with the Cubs, same with the Bears, same with the Hawks. From Wirtz to McCaskey to Reinsdorf to them all. You've been slapped by me, and you can't get over it. And it's never stopping until you put something presentable on the field.
But Mike North's street style of broadcasting also developed detractors, some thinking he was an out-of-control bore.
Mike North, he's just a douche.
You're a fake.
Thank you,
and
Jim.
Everybody believes that.
Have a nice day.
And you're also an alcoholic.
Mike North, 670 The Score. Mike's accomplishments include...
He received a "You're a Good Guy" shirt from a friend once.
Ozzie Guillen on the line. How you doing, Ozzie?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Oh.
I know you like AJ. I know you love AJ the same way I am. But there's no reason you guys try to make lineups and shit.
Mike North had it out with his critics, often bouncing off of them or running through them like Walter Payton did when he ran the ball for the Chicago Bears.
I'm telling you guys that bullshit every goddamn day.
Hey, Ozzie, clean up your mouth, all right? Clean up your damn mouth when you're talking on the radio and you're talking to me. Have a little respect, all right? Don't go talking to me like you're talking down to somebody. You understand me?
You're a good friend of mine.
You're a good friend of mine. Let me tell you something. You're a good friend of mine, too. But don't talk down to me. You understand? You ain't talking to one of your players.
Why are you talking about that? You respect
That's my job to find out what's going on. It's my job to find out what AJ Brzezinski thinks. It's my job to figure out what the hell's going on. You do your job, I understand it. But don't ever talk down to me. Don't ever talk to me like I'm some... Yeah, you better hang up the damn phone.
Who would have thought that a high school dropout, later a hot dog stand owner, would lead a startup, low-frequency, full-time sports talk radio station to historic heights and become the highest-paid local sports talk radio broadcaster in the United States? And now Mike North is taking you behind the mic in Raging Mouth, the Mike North story, presented by Raw Jewelers.
That should be the preview, right?
That's good. But I want to say real quickly before, I don't want to ignore Mike in any way.
No.
But when I sent you a text a couple of weeks ago and you were disappointed in me because I told a woman, fuck you, I could have been Mike in that segment, like, don't talk down to me, quit condescending on me, Ozzie, or whatever. That's the way I was with, we'll call her Hope. We won't say her real name, but yeah, because she kept texting down to me and like just constantly saying that, like, I was like, I don't know if she thought her pussy was out of gold, but I was like falling in love with her when I wasn't, and was just constantly like belittling me. She's like, oh, I'd let you hit it again, but, you know, I don't want to hurt your feelings when you fall in love. I'm like, are you really that conceited? But anyway, that soundbite of him yelling back, it's the way I was yelling at her in text, basically, like, fuck you.
So Dan sends me, he doesn't send me the text, but he sends me a text, I believe.
It was a screenshot. I was like, I finally defended myself with this woman.
And so he was proud of himself. And I go, yeah, I wish you wouldn't have said fuck you to her, which I think many guys have done in a fit of anger and then live to regret it in some way. Are you having sex with her again?
No. I mean, she was really, really hot, but
well, then fuck her.
God, I mean, like I said, she like ghosted me for 3 weeks and then came back and was just like, you know, I want to tell you, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. So I asked her, I said, well, where do we go from here then? Like asking, like, do you just want to be friends, which I'm okay with? Are we friends with benefits? Are you interested in dating? And then she's like, there you go again, just falling in love with me. I'm like, fuck you, man. I'm just trying to get a status up. Like, what role do you want me to play? So that's what set me off. But it made me think of that when Mike was in the thing with Ozzie Guillen, which is great, by the way.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, a lot of people have whatever opinion about Mike North. I saw there was a comment, I saw it vaguely on the screen, just saw like the last 3 seconds about Mike's hatred for Justin Fields. That's not really true. I talked to Mike myself last year at the Barroom event about Justin extensively. And as you know, he just really legitimately loved Trubisky. And people can say what they want about that, but it was like me at the time, like when McMahon was traded and Tom Zach is next. I'm like, God, I was so happy when Harbaugh took over at the time because I had all this misguided like hatred of Tom Zach because he wasn't McMahon. Mm-hmm. And maybe I felt the same way about anyone that replaced Cutler, you know? So I think Mike thought Trubisky was so good. And again, we can disagree with that if you want, but that's legit. So I think he wants to like Fields, but he just legitimately loved Trubisky. And so I think if Fields comes out ball and Mike will be on the bandwagon with us. I don't want to speak for him, but I don't think he hates Fields. He doesn't have an animosity toward Fields. He just thought Trubisky was good.
Johnny Santucci is in the control room. That's his message there, asking what's happening, Barflies. You know, regarding Mike's feelings towards Justin Fields, Mike is the kind of guy who I will believe it when I see it. You know, he's a Chicago sports fan since 1960, maybe 59, 58.
All so that losing takes a toll on you.
It really fucking does.
We sound like David Montgomery now.
That's right. So he always takes that skeptical approach. Plus, Mike is an instigator. He loves to push people's buttons. So if I say, watch, Justin Fields is going to be great, he'll give me 25 minutes on why that's not going to happen, but he'll do it to just get a rise out of me. I've grown up with guys like that, and I've been like that at times. He's a shit talker because he's played sports so much that he would talk shit during it. I'm going to fucking strike you out. Watch this. And he throws a softball, strikes him out, and you won't hear him stop talking for the next 20 minutes. I've been around guys like that. I've behaved that way at certain times, but Mike is like that 24/7, 365. He loves to trash talk with the best.
And the best part about Mike, in my opinion, so many people after this Chicago Bears sketch on Saturday Night Live with the super fans try to mimic that voice, like that accent, and they're so bad at it every time they try it. Like, oh, it was just Skorsky, and we're here with sausage. It never sounds good. But Mike actually sounds like that, and it's not a put on.
He really fucking does. I actually, I should have set this up better. He sent me this fucking incredible box that they used at the studio over at 670, and it's got all the drops. You press a button, and then it's got his dog Licorice barking. That was something they did when they would get a new caller or something like that. And it's got famous clips. So on it, there is his asking Pat Riley of the Miami Heat. They were down 3-0 against the Chicago Bulls. And Mike had said, I'm going down to Miami. What questions should I ask? What questions should I ask? And they chose to use some Fred Flintstone question, but he got kind of nervous and he goes up there and he's asked Pat Riley and said, you guys are down 3-0. You know, if God were to come down and say, you know, you're going to win the next 4 games, all you got to do is shave your head. Would you do it, Pat Riley?
Pat's got great hair, as you know.
He does. And so there's this long pause. I actually cut it down a little bit and he goes, who are you with? That is one hell of a question. Who are you with? And Mike answers, he goes, yeah, that's one. I don't know if he said stupid or something, but it caught headlines throughout the country, of course, because it was so funny. And it's probably not the kind of question you ask to such a competitive coach when he's down 3-0 in an NBA playoff series, but that's Mike shit talking anybody and everybody.
That reminds me, this is completely off topic. I'm not trying to get political, at least not this early in the show, so no one give me vitriol. But there was a woman, I don't remember her name, that was at the presser for Biden recently. And you know that story about the cocaine that right wingers have been really playing up, saying that the vice president had cocaine at the White House, yes, or whatever. Well, someone asks Biden about it and is giggling during the question. I've never heard a White House, person at the press conference laughing in the middle of their fucking question. But it makes me think of what you said about, asking Pat Riley if he'd shave his fucking head or whatever.
Yeah.
Did you hear the clip though? She was asking about them with the cocaine and she couldn't stop laughing.
No, I did not. I'd like to find that. That sounds like it could be a nice drop. Mr. Mayhem says he can't stand Biden, and I know some people who can't stand Trump, so we're all even here.
Yes, we're all Americans, for God's sake, and most of us here are Bears fans. And there's Nomad. What's
My
up,
man.
Nomad?
He wants to know what the hell is up, you drunk motherfuckers. If you want to go late, Dan, I mean, if you want to go to 2 a.m. in the morning, maybe we should ask Nomad and Mr. Shorty to come back and we
Like
do
a reunion show.
Yeah. Huh? Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We got all kinds of things to talk about. Like, I don't want to like steer the show in a different direction from what you were thinking, but we got the tickets to talk about, like the ticket, the other ticket, the second ticket for the Green Bay thing. We've got this fun numbers thing. Like we've been off for 2 weeks because Independence Day was last Tuesday. So I'm excited, man. Before this show, I'm going to give you, you're going to have energy for this show's over. You watch.
You promise?
You're going to be excited before this fucking broadcast is over.
I got to tell you, my wife has been in Florida for the last 5-6 days. And so she arrived
and
today.
She hasn't been shot yet.
Sorry?
She hasn't been shot yet. Let's just clarify. Right. She's okay.
And so she was in a great fucking mood. I mean, 5 days with her friend, even though the weather was terrible down in Florida, she just got away from, the rat race here in Chicago. So I took the opportunity to inform her about the Packer game. And then I said something like, and then there's the Raider game. And she goes, what about Raider game? And I go, I told you the Raider game. And she goes, you didn't tell me. When is that? October 22nd. She looks at her calendar. She goes, you can't have that party on the week of October. And I go, why? She goes, I'm in Hawaii for business. And I'm like, holy fuck. And I go, don't worry, I'll take care of it. And she started laying into me. Don't you understand how difficult it is to organize a thing like that? I'm a professional at that, blah, blah, blah. Man, she got into me, and I'm like, we'll figure it out. So anyway, right now I'm in her shit list for planning the party without her. And she had such a great time. She was in her element last year, being in charge of the whole party and handing out drink coupons and shit. So she's probably going to miss that the most if she doesn't change this Hawaii trip, which is almost impossible to do.
Oh man, I hope she's not going to be angry because man, Heidi's already booked her flight from Mexico.
I told her.
Chris is coming over from England.
Exactly. I told her about John Buffon. So it's going to be
Buffon. Shout out to Mr. Buffon. I mean,
we haven't even started talking about it publicly.
Did you tell her about the Denver game? We're supposed to be going to the Denver game too.
No, I stopped there because I don't even want to press my luck.
Well, I mean, there was nothing big about that, just us going to the game. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sure she's okay with that, right? I mean,
well, we'll find out until tomorrow.
I already dropped on the ticket, so I hope, please, Mrs. Gandia, be okay with it.
It should be fine. You want to tell them about the Packer game?
Okay. So here's the preface to everyone that doesn't know me personally. Like, I've been wanting to go. I've never gone to a Bears-Packers game live. And why should I? We've been getting our asses kicked since 1994. So 30 years of this shit. And I hate the Packers more than my mom died of, cervical cancer. I hate Green Bay more than the cancer that killed my mother. I fucking hate the Packers, right? Yeah. I told you I was so upset in 2020 when I was duped into having sex with a Packers fan. She didn't tell me she was a Packers fan. I'd have never ejaculated in her if I'd have known she was a Packers fan. That's a true story. There's no way I would take the risk of impregnating a Packers fan. No way. So you get my hatred. But I've always had this trepidation, like, God, I never want to see the Packers live because we'll lose, man. Why do I want to spend money to go to this? But I'm not saying we're going to win. I'm not going to guarantee. I'm not Joe Namath here. Although I did guarantee victory over San Francisco last year on opening day, and we won, by the way.
That's right.
But for some reason, I had this feeling, Rodgers is gone. Fields is in his third year. Like, maybe this is the year we can win. Mm-hmm. And I kept thinking, man, I want to go to this game. So I pitched you, and you're like, nah, Dan, I can't go to this game this time because we're going to be doing a new post-game show. I need to be here producing. And so then I was like, well, because I don't have, a lot of family and shit anymore, maybe I'll go to that Christmas Eve game against Arizona. But every time I started to think about it, well, I can't burden Aldo on Christmas Eve. I have to stay at a hotel, I have to fly, and tickets is. God, that's going to be a large endeavor. And then finally, last week we were doing the Mike North stuff, and I was like, you know what, Aldo, will you be okay if I just stay with you and just go to the Packers game alone? Because like I really want to go to this game. I was like, but it would behoove me to stay with you and not have to spend $400 a night at that hotel. And you were like, yeah, well, let's do it. But get a second ticket and maybe we'll do something with the bar room with the second ticket. So last week, the long end of the story, it's been way too long, is that I bought 2 tickets and Aldo paid for the other one immediately, thankfully. Thank you, because I spent $707. They're not even good seats. They're in the 3rd level. They're okay seats.
Every seat's there is a good seat.
But I mean, still, it's not like the ones Ron is supposed to give us, knock on wood, for the Raiders game.
Right.
But these are in the 3rd level, but in the middle of the end zone. And you said that we would give out the other ticket, maybe do a raffle thing or something, but through the bar room. Not that I'm someone that people want to hang with, but the idea was, who wants to go to the game with Dan? And then maybe we'll give out that second ticket, and then someone will go to the Packers game with me. So
we should come up with an idea, whether it's a raffle is too easy, but maybe we should do a contest. Send in the video and express why you want to go to the Bears-Packers game with Dan. And then, we'll run them all here. We'll have a vote. People can vote on it, and it'd be fun. What do you think of that approach?
Just don't embarrass anybody. Like Phil always tried to make me sing Old Dirty Bastard or whatever. Like, I love Got Your Money, but I can't fucking rap. And he really wanted to embarrass me, I thought. So I
don't think he did, but he wouldn't have minded.
Exactly. And look, I was such a big fan of Phil, so I'm not trying to talk any shit. But I'm just saying I don't want to embarrass anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're not asking someone to like humiliate themselves just to make us laugh, like to try to get a ticket. It's nothing like that. So exactly. I don't know, whatever you want to do to give out the ticket. I just say, fuck you, Retro. You're not going. No, I don't care who go. Like, I hope it's a good time for me and whoever else, and hopefully the Bears win. And I want to be at Soldier Field, like with the everything, the drama. It's week 1, and just the energy should be palpable.
Mm-hmm.
With just the crowd just hating these fuckers as much as I do. It should be a great time, and we should win. We lost opening day in 15 in Fox's first game. We lost, remember the Bears' 100th season in 19 when we thought we were going to the Super Bowl, and lost that fucking game, and Mitch got picked by Amos of all people, the former Bear at the end. But maybe this is our turn to finally start winning again. I mean, it's got to be at some point, right?
It has to be. There's such a positive vibe growing here in Chicago. This is definitely the year where we're not going to only see success this year, but it's going to be easy to see that we're going to have sustainable success. I was just talking to somebody in my DM chat about that very subject. So it's going to be good. J2K wants to know what music festival it is that you're going to.
It's called Incarceration. Here goes your connection, Aldo. The movie you had me watch last week that Rod Serling did before The Twilight Zone?
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of it. I forgot. It's about big business. It's from like 56. The main character in that film is moved to New York from a town called Mansfield, Ohio. That's where my music festival is, in Mansfield, Ohio. It's called Incarceration. It's headlined by Slipknot, Pantera, Limp Bizkit, Lamb of God, Bush, Cold Chamber, Hatebreed. I mean, it's a wet dream of mine, man. It's going to be great.
I think you might see Nomad there. Nomad is... I think I'm going to attend Incarceration. He loves all those bands.
Well, okay, we'll hang out.
I doubt he knows any one of those bands except Limp Bizkit, which is probably about what I knew. That's all head bashing rock and roll, right?
Well, Bush is an alternative band. You know Bush.
Well, I know Bush. Yes.
Yeah, Gavin's going to be there. I mean, that's alternative. But most of the stuff is heavier music. I've seen Slipknot live like 10, 11 times. Pantera I haven't seen since 01 because you may not know this. The guitar player, Daryl, was shot on stage and killed in Columbus, Ohio in 2004 on stage.
Whoa.
This Marine was upset because Pantera had broken up. And the irony is, or not irony, but my cousin, who's the shitbag now that stole from me, he and I almost went to that show. Because Pantera had broken up and they had made this album called Damage Plan, and it sucked, man. And like a week before that show, we were like, well, let's not buy tickets yet. Let's listen to the Damage Plan record first. And it just came out. We both didn't like it, so we didn't go. But we were going to go to that show in Ohio. No shit. And then that fucking shooting happens. Like, we almost went to that. But yeah, the guy went on stage and shot Daryl and went to go for his brother, Vinny, the drummer. And then an off-duty policeman shot him and killed him. But there was like 5 people that died in total. So Pantera officially sort of died then. But the remaining members of the band have got another guy who's got all this rock cred named Zach Wilde, who was Ozzy's guitar player and was Daryl's friend. And he's playing for Daryl. So it's sort of a reunion thing. But it's not the original Pantera because Daryl got killed on stage. But it's the next best thing.
You ever been to a concert before, Dan, where the music was so bad you wanted to shoot the performers?
Oh, I've seen some bad shows, man. I have seen some bad shows. Like, off the top of my head, the most unhappy I've ever been, and it's not, I don't hate hip hop. Don't get me wrong. I've seen fun rap show. Like Cypress Hill was fun. Ice Cube was fun. But I was at a rap show called 3-6 Mafia. Oh my God, I was fucking miserable. That and Papa Roach, a shitty like fucking like pussy rock band. They make me so unhappy, but they would be at festivals. And Judas Priest, I don't like Judas Priest. I've seen them live. I've seen a lot of bad music. Like Kiss, I know Kiss has got name and recognition. I give them respect because of who they are, notoriety wise. Their show was dreadful.
Was it all the original guys?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Kiss, but we left early. And to answer the other Dan's question, I have not seen Primus live.
When I was working at the CBS station here in Chicago years ago, there was a company called Hamer Guitars, and so I went to go do a Muse magazine feature for them about them, and so I asked one of the co-owners, "Who do you make guitars for?" And he started rattling off names of acid rock bands, that I had. I actually started laughing when he said the titles because I had never heard of these groups before, and they were like, I'm sure every one of those groups you would remember or you would know, and but I just had no fucking clue what he was talking about. I grew up on Motown and the Beatles. Outside of that, it starts to narrow down a little.
Let me just say that I was talking to a lady on the phone last night, and we're talking about how, like, younger people, it's so weird. When I was young, for example, you said Motown and the Beatles. That was my mom's shit. And so I listened to the Beatles and a lot of Motown because of my mom. Temptations, Four Tops, all that kind of stuff. Certainly the Jackson 5, you know what I'm saying? Like, good music, man. And then my dad, of course, got me into the Black Sabbath and Alice Cooper and Jethro Tull and Zeppelin a little bit and all this. So, I mean, I learned like new music or old music before I was born. When I was like 7 or 8, I was listening to what would be considered classic from another generation. Mm-hmm. And the lady and I were both in our early 40s talking about, the things that's shitty about dating younger people is that, like, millennials, like, don't give a fuck about anything before they were born. So you might look at a woman now, granted, Mrs. Gandia, if you're listening, Aldo's married, he's happy, he's not looking at younger women. But if you were, for some reason, if you're like, well, she's 30, fuck it, she wants to give it up, she's 30, she's a grown woman, right? Yeah, but if they're in those millennials, they don't watch movies before they were born, they don't know any history before they were born, and they damn sure don't listen to music before they were born. And the amount of arrogance it takes to think that nothing was good before your existence, it's like, I can't even comprehend that. But young people don't know anything before they were born.
But didn't you have that attitude, or didn't you know people your age who had that attitude about your mom and dad's music?
No, man. The people I grew up with, we all liked, like, man, like the early Black Sabbath albums were held in the Doors. Like, that shit was held in, like, dude, this is fucking so ahead of its time. It was just something we all appreciated. All my friends.
With my 2 daughters, my biological daughter loves the old stuff, the Beatles and stuff. My stepdaughter doesn't, and I think a lot of it has to do is that there's so much to listen to nowadays and to watch and so forth. She doesn't want to, partake in music from 20 years ago. She wants to stay on top of what's going on. So I don't bemoan her for that, but I do wish she'd get into some of the old classics, like my biological daughter has, who loves
God,
the Beatles.
I work with women, I'm sorry, that were born in the early 2000s. Like I work with one girl that was born on 9/11, like the 9/11, like 01, like the day, like the day it all changed. But like and I get, she was born after Kurt Cobain died. I get it. She has no idea who Kurt Cobain was. No clue. It would be like me, again, I'm born in 80. It would be like if I told you, who is Jimi Hendrix? I've never heard of him. Who is Jim Morrison? Like, how does this shit happen? Like, I bet you the same girl I've never asked, but I bet you she doesn't know who Elvis is.
Well, that's weird. And now, with Kurt Cobain, I really had not listened to any of his music until after he was dead. I'm pretty sure.
You should have known me back in the 90s. That's where.
Yeah, the Nevermind CD. I had never heard it. When he died, I picked it up and said, "Holy shit, this is fucking phenomenal." I am a fan of Chicago. My first, you guys are going to laugh at me, but my first concert was a Chicago and the Beach Boys at the old Chicago Stadium, sitting behind the stage. I got a cheap ticket, went down there with a buddy, and enjoyed that when I was like 13 or 14 years old. So yeah, I grew up listening to Chicago, really loved their theme albums.
I got it. And this is referencing another podcast, a free shout out, if you will. I met the guy in real life and he was cool to me. And I was a fan. I'm not a huge wrestling fan now, certainly because it's PG, but I listen to Kevin Nash's podcast usually every week when I'm showering or shaving or cleaning house, whatever. It takes me like a week to listen to it. But they were talking their first concert, and the guy that hosts the show is a gentleman named Sean Oliver. And both of them said, unbeknownst to the other one, that their first show was the Beach Boys. And you just said it too. Their first concert was the Beach Boys, both of them, and then now you too. It's pretty funny.
That's wild. What about Keith Moon? J2KS.
Well, I mean, I don't want to besmirch any more young people, but I'm just saying, to me, Kurt Cobain is like, when people were comparing him to John Lennon at the time of his death. So we're talking like, it's not like we're talking about some middle of the road, like the guy from, did you hear the guy from Sublime killed himself? Like, okay, but how many people know Sublime? Or, the guy, yeah, but Kurt Cobain's a star, man. Like, Kurt is like there with Jimi Hendrix is what I'm saying. He's like,
yeah. But
younger people don't even know it. It's crazy to me.
What about the Bleach album? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, of course. It's the first one that it cost them $600 to make it. They weren't famous yet at all,
I don't know if I've ever heard that one.
It's from '89. I mean,
any good? I mean,
yeah, I mean, it's completely. Their main three albums are Bleach, Nevermind, and In Utero, and all three of them are completely different in style.
Yeah, I picked up In Utero. Didn't like it nearly as much as Nevermind.
Love In Utero.
Yeah,
In Utero's the themes are basically like, for example, Vanity Fair. There was this article where even CPS took hold of Courtney Love's kid and Kurt's kid when it was born. They didn't have custody of their kid for 3 months because this woman in Vanity Fair wrote this article saying that Courtney was bragging about shooting up heroin when she was pregnant. But the quote was, according to Kurt and Courtney, that she didn't know she was pregnant and she had been shooting up. And when she found out, she quit immediately. And she assured Kurt, I'm like a fucking bull, man. It's going to be okay. The kid's going to be okay. Because he was worried, what if the kid comes out fucking addicted and all this? But she said she had been shooting up, and then she found out she was pregnant, and she stopped. And so the quote was that made it seem like she bragged about how she was shooting up while she was pregnant. So they took the kid away from the moment it was born, Francis Bean. So, I mean, now these stories are costing him in his personal life. So now that's when he really gets anti-fame and wants just to concentrate on his family. So that whole album is, most of the lyrics are about how he felt when she was pregnant and how he felt when his daughter was born. Like In Utero itself means in the womb, and how fame affected their personal life. So when you know the inside story, all the lyrics are so deep and meaningful. If you know that, it makes it even better, I think.
Yeah.
And then Nevermind is more poppy, and Bleach is more like if they would have released a record in, say, 1977. It's kind of punk, but kind of hard rock for the time. But every record has its own unique sound. It's completely different from the other one. So that's one of the things. Like Madonna used to do that. Would change, or David Bowie would change themes a lot, and it wouldn't be the same. So I think that had Kurt lived a long time, like he was going to do that too, where he's not stuck in one genre.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite CDs is Unplugged, the MTV concert they did. Sure. I saw it on television, and then I had to run out and get that CD. I think I've worn it out. I've played it so many times over the years. His rendition of the David Bowie song.
Yeah, I got a quote for that for you on that.
Please.
So you can look it up. It's on YouTube. So Bowie watched that performance like all of us. Mm-hmm. And he was like, oh my God, I had no idea he was going to do my song. He's like, it's better than my version of the song. He's like, I wish he would have reached out to me because I would have loved to have done something with him. Like wow. This clip was like a month or two before he died too. Like Kurt, he was just saying like, oh, it was phenomenal. He's like, I was so happy when I saw it. He's like, I'd love to meet him and like work with him. Like I thought he took my song to another level. So it's so cool to hear David Bowie say that, you know?
I wish I could play some of the fucking music, but YouTube will shut us down.
Yeah, you gotta.
Let's see. The Tooch says the girls are asleep. Shall
we? Well, let me say one thing too about football, because we're gonna get heavy into football too, of course. Oh, yeah. To go back just a minute, in case somebody's listening and like, really wants to get involved with this, and again, it's not the best seats in the world, I admit. But look, I paid $707, and then Aldo gave me $350, so we each basically paid $350 for these. It's section 352, row 27, seats 19 and 20. And if you see the view, it's like dead in the middle of one of the end zones, like lined up with the goalpost.
Yeah, it's a good view. It's a damn good view. Good seats, I think. Good view. And so
it's still in the third level, though. Let's be honest.
But still. By next week, I actually prefer to be higher up in some instances because you get like that all 22 look. Like the game that we went to against the Lions, we were
in the second level that day.
Yeah, but you got that bird's eye view. I mean, we were up pretty high. That was second.
That was the second level, and we're in the second level for that Broncos game too. Hopefully, Mrs. Gandhi is okay with that. But yeah, we're supposed to be down low, like near like the third seat, the Dolphins game last year for the tickets that Ron's supposed to give us. Please, Ron, please don't forget. I give you 80 games, Ron. 80.
All right, let's bring the Tooch in right now.
Do we have a state of affairs?
We do have a state of affairs, and
right.
There he is. How are you, Tooch? Toochy Tooch?
Doing all right. How you guys doing?
Doing good. I got you up in the upper left-hand corner. You got to behave. You got to bring it with the bare your souls, and then you'll get one of the prime positions on the screen, okay?
All right.
How you been, by the way?
Pretty good. Up and down. Like life.
That means that his gambling, he's losing.
Someone hacked his Facebook too.
Yeah.
How terrible was that?
I wasn't really even using it. It's just, it was pretty good fish. Fooled me. So, and I just passed the company safety, the online safety thing like days before. Yeah. I'll talk about it later if you want.
Isaiah Robles was like, man, Tooch is asking me for money. It's not you, but it was your fucking account where somebody had it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
My account's hitting people up for money. I wish they'd share that money with me.
Wow. All right. How the hell can you come up with a bare state of affairs like who is it that's at that demon in July? A bare state of affairs in July. How can you do that?
I gotta admit, it ain't been easy.
All right, well, let me
the news was thin the past couple weeks, but
no shit.
I always find something.
You do. Yeah. You make it happen, brother. All right, let's roll this open. If I can find it. Yeah. What happened to it? Oh, there it is.
Their state of affairs week 26. Wow.
Oh shit.
26. Yep. What's happening? Bars flies.
John, every time you go to do the segment, your fucking mic cuts out or the internet or something. Every time.
Yeah. Is it not working or something?
No, you're working now. It seems like it needs a run up. You got to play the open, and then 20 seconds later it kicks in.
Yeah. All right. Well, with Bears training camp set to begin on July 24th, we are less than 2 weeks away from seeing the beloved in action. Bears fans are excited for the second year of the Poles Eberflus regime and the development of franchise quarterback Justin Fields. And today's Bears State of Affair will focus on hardworking members of the team, like Justin Fields, who might be the most hardworking quarterback in the NFL. Yeah, just last week, Tyler Scott told the media that last month on the bus to the United Center for a team bonding event, Justin was on his iPad watching film, while everyone else was just on their phones talking to each other. Yeah, hey, let's not forget this, the guy who hates to lose so bad that he sat at his locker in full uniform for hours after everyone had left. I'm going to keep telling that story to remind Bears fans just what the quarterback of the Bears is made from. And no wonder fans are excited for training camp this season. Yeah. Just today, Vikings wide receiver Justin Jefferson called Justin Fields a dominant quarterback, and that he puts pressure on other NFC North teams. It's very interesting to get a glimpse of how other players in the division view the Bears quarterback. Our training camp is going to be really fun this year. The stink of Matt Nagy is nearly 2 years gone, and last year, fans didn't know what to expect from Poles and Eberflus. This season, Bears fans, like right here at the barroom, are believing that the Bears have a legitimate shot at winning the NFC North now that Aaron Rodgers has left Green Bay for New York and the Jets and the Big Apple. I gotta tell you though, sometimes I'm haunted by the thought that with the Bears' luck, Jordan Love will turn out to be another Packer quarterback in a long line of Bears tormentors. Oy vey. Yeah, speaking of hardworking guys, Ryan Poles. He, where's my Poles picture? Ryan Poles acknowledged that his extreme approach he recently opened up about the detrimental effects of his extreme work habits during his tenure with the team. Reflecting on his dedication and work habits during his tenure with the team and beginning with the team, Poles expressed regret for taking his dedication to the extreme by resorting to sleeping in his office at Hallis Hall. Hey, who hasn't done that, right? Poles, who assumed the role in 2022, revealed that his decision to sleep in his office was driven by an unwavering commitment to maximizing preparation time for the highly anticipated 2022 NFL Draft. I always picture like George Costanza building like a place to sleep under his desk. But, however, upon further reflection, Poles acknowledged that his extreme approach was not only unsustainable, also detrimental to his overall health. In fact, to me, Poles' revelation really underscores the NFL's culture of relentless dedication and the belief that sacrificing personal health may provide a competitive advantage. I'm guessing it's not that uncommon. It's not that uncommon in the league, I'm guessing. However, Poles' candid admission sheds light on the potential negative consequences of such practices. While Poles acknowledged that his intense work ethic was initially deemed necessary to fulfill his immediate responsibilities effectively, he now realizes the need for a more balanced approach. Take it easy, big guy. All right. In other news, the Barroom's own Greg Gabriel had high praise for one of the Bears' hardworking defensive linemen. On his Gabriel Talks football show, the former Bears director of player personnel had high praise for Bears free agent signing and friend of the Barroom, Andrew Billings. Gabriel, like many others, is excited for what Billings brings to the table in terms of stopping the run, and thinks not enough people are talking about this signing. In fact, he thinks he can be a perfect fit in Matt Eberflus's scheme. While his presence against the run alone will be a boon, with the Raiders last season, Billings had 22 run stops for no gain or a loss. That was the second highest of his career, and it was by far the best among all Raiders defensive tackles. Remember, the Bears were 31st against the run last season. Who could forget, am I right? I mean, Dan Aguirre was frequently texting many of us saying, "Where the fuck is the run defense?" And
Big deal.
And it wouldn't be Bear State of Affairs without one of Tooch's dick pics. Yeah, this week it's NFL insider Michael Lombardi. This guy has always hated the Bears. Anyone who follows Lombardi knows that he hasn't been shy about his disdain for the Bears organization. This week, Lombardi appeared on the Pat McAfee show saying, "My concern with the Bears organization is that expectations are too high. You got to get good before you get great." Mike, can I call you Mike? Listen, you cement head. The average Bears fan is expecting 7 wins, maybe 9. Spare us your NFL crawl before you walk lame-ass malapropisms. And lastly, here are some other hardworking guys. Yeah. I hate the way it doesn't select it, Aldo.
What the hell is that?
Takes forever to talk. Yeah, the Bears special teams specialist channeled their inner Chase Claypool French fashion model and posed for some pictures for ChicagoBears.com, like this one.
Jesus.
And this one.
That's more reason to cut Santos. Bring back Robbie.
No shit.
I don't know, Aldo. It's a slow news week, I guess. What do you want me to say? And man, I mean, well, it's like, I don't know. It's just that what I want to say is, well, Pride Month ended about a week and a half ago, and that is Bears State of Affairs.
I got to be fair to Michael Lombardi as much as I don't want to. He said in like 2018, like all these Trubisky jerseys, they're going to be on the closeout like clearance rack in 2 years, and man, he was right on that. And I hate that he was.
I'm going to give your internet connection an F.
What the hell?
Your delivery a C and the content a B. So overall, that means that you're going to stay in the corner. We're going to make your box very, very, very small.
What the hell's wrong with the internet connection? I don't know. I got Google Fiber.
Is that small enough?
It's cutting out. Maybe it's like maybe it's the jack for the.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you should get here early and check it out.
We are sorry, oh so sorry, sorry. We'll never
sounded
do
bad,
it
huh?
Again.
It sounds surprised.
Streamyard is like, I don't know. Is that better? Test 1, 2, 3.
That is better.
It's always when he does Bear State of Affairs where
I don't know.
It starts to like. It's almost like it's lagging behind or something.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it's like you have like 2 or 3 megabytes per second. It sounds. I mean, I don't know, man.
I should have restarted the router before today. Yeah.
You should pre-record that, and we'll drop it in, and that way it'll play flawlessly.
Hopefully.
But all right. So a couple of things that I want to get to before we get to our main topic was to Alyssa Barbieri, who is the managing editor over at Bears Wire and handles a bunch of the other Wire accounts. She did a really nice article where she listed the best Bears based on their uniform numbers. So number one is not Justin Fields. We'll find out that shortly. But I wanted to share a couple of things that I saw over and I know a lot of people are waiting for the weather report, so we'll keep them waiting a little longer. Let me see if I can get rid of this so that way I can put this up. Somebody posted on Twitter that perhaps now I can't fucking find it. God damn it. But anyway, Brandon Marshall, he's got better numbers than a lot of guys who are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And this particular person was saying Brandon Marshall deserves to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. He'll be eligible for the first time this upcoming summer. What do you guys think? And you guys in the chat, do you think Brandon Marshall deserves to be in the Hall of Fame? Let's start with you, Dan.
I love Brandon Marshall. I had his jersey. My cousin stole it because he's a piece of fucking garbage. But I love Brandon Marshall. But here's the thing. It's the same thing. Like I told you, Wilbur Marshall's got stats better than most people at his position. He's not in the Hall of Fame. Steve McMichael, great stats, not in the Hall of Fame. Otis Wilson, really good stats, not in the Hall of Fame. So Brandon, in my opinion, because he didn't win, he didn't make it to a playoff, which is not his fault, but never was on a playoff team. But you combine that with for whatever reason, his personality, it rubbed people the wrong way at times. And he himself has admitted he's got borderline personality disorder.
Mhm.
So people view him as being caustic. So if, like we've talked about, Urlacher got in first ballot because he had someone championing him, that being what's his name? Dan Pompeo. I can see him in my head. But yeah, so he had somebody that was advocating for him. Who's going to advocate for Brandon Marshall? As I'm saying, you combine that he didn't really win, and some people took him the wrong way. It doesn't matter about how good his stats is. He's not going to make it.
All right. Well, let me put. I did find that tweet, so let me put that up on the screen.
That doesn't mean I think it's fair, by the way.
Right. Before you share your thoughts, Tooch, this is what NFL Rookie Watch writes. Brandon Marshall will officially be eligible for the Hall in 2024. His career was one of the best the wide receiver position has ever seen. Marshall had 12,351 receiving yards, which is more than Michael Irvin, Calvin Johnson, and Lance Allworth. Marshall had 970 receptions, which is more than Andre Reed, Art Monk, and Steve Largent. Marshall had 83 receiving touchdowns, which is more than Lofton and Biletnikoff. Marshall was the first wide receiver to record 1,000 yards with 4 different teams. Marshall's career is legendary. Now, Tooch, what say you? And then we'll come back to you, Dan, to see if any of those facts.
Oh, yeah, I definitely have to comment, but go ahead, John.
Before you read that, I would have been like, I don't know. But now it's like, I don't see how you keep him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say yes. He deserves a spot.
What do you think?
Numbers speak for themselves.
Again, I'm not saying that I think Brandon shouldn't make it. I like Brandon Marshall. I liked him a lot, and he was great. I mean, he really was. But comparing him to those other eras isn't fair. For one, like Lance Allworth was considered one of the best wide receivers in all of football, but he played in the 60s. Now, granted, he's in the AFL's early days where they're slinging a rock a little bit, especially in comparison with the NFL at the time, but nothing like the era that Brandon's in. Mm-hmm. And then by the time Lance gets a Super Bowl ring with Dallas, I mean, they're hammering Dwayne Thomas and Walt Garrison. I mean, and Calvin Hill. They're not really throwing the ball. You know, Biletnikoff, again, wins an MVP of the Super Bowl, but he's on a Raiders team that's running a lot. I mean, granted, they're throwing deep, but we're talking about different eras. Even Michael Irvin was fucking great. He's got a personality similar to Brandon in that regard, but he also has 3 rings. So I was just saying some of the names they were saying, oh, he was better than it's not fair to say he was better than Lance Allworth because Lance is from an era where everyone's pounding the rock and not throwing it. And same thing with Biletnikoff. And so comparing eras is like saying why LeBron and Jordan, that debate, it's not necessarily even ever. So to say that he's better than these guys from 40 years ago, it's a different game. There's so much more passing when Brandon played versus those guys that played. But those guys stood out in a league where they ran first and still made a mark. So, look, I like Brandon. I wish he could get in. I hope he gets in. I just don't think he will because, again, he has nobody advocating for him. Like his strongest supporter was Cutler, and all he does is talk shit about Cutler now.
Yeah. Dan, do you think his off the field problems might keep him out for a year or two, or eventually get in, or keep him out?
I think his off the field, like Cliff Branch just got in after he died. Unfortunately, again, Cliff at the time was like one of the best deep receivers of his entire fucking era, and he played until he was in his late 30s. Like he had longevity, and he still didn't make it until after he died. So, and then Cliff Branch was fucking great. I just don't see how he's going to make it in light of someone like Cliff Branch couldn't even make it while he was alive.
Part of what I'm hearing you guys say and what I'm getting out of the chat is that a good reason why he is not going to make it is because he may have been more disruptive to the team in the team locker room than he was productive as a player. And he was very productive as a player. There's no doubt about it. But perhaps we can say that with the Bears, for instance, that maybe they lost some games because of his behavior in the locker room, particularly after a loss. He just was not a good teammate to help you rebound mentally, emotionally after a loss. I mean, there's the famous, telling Robbie Gold to go fuck yourself, shut the fuck up, you're a kicker thing when they were having a locker room.
Robbie had a big mouth.
They had a locker room argument, and reporters heard Brandon yelling at Robbie Gold. Do you guys agree with that his actions off the field overwhelmed his actions on the field?
Yeah, I want to add to what you said. David Kaplan used to say during that era on ESPN radio, or maybe he wasn't with ESPN yet. He may have been elsewhere with the station that went out of business. What was that called again?
Comcast with David Haw, right? It was on Comcast.
Yeah. It may have been that era, but he was saying at the time, wherever Cap was working at the time, that his inside sources said a lot of the players just tune him out. And whenever because he seems very passionate, and I like his passion. And I think that Marsh is real, man. But Kaplan said a lot of players in the locker room thought that he was a phony, that he just kind of almost like Tim Tebow. Like Tim Tebow is always talking about God when there's a camera around. Look at me, I'm a big Christian guy when everyone can watch me pray. But behind the locker room, he's trying to instigate getting pussy from Lindsey Vonn when she's married, and all these that he's just a phony. According to Cap sources, a lot of people thought that Brandon Marshall was disingenuous and was playing to the cameras when he was trying to be so Mr. Passionate. Now, I'd like to think that that's not true, but again, to answer your question, he has so many detractors. Who's going to champion his induction?
Yeah,
again,
you're gonna have a hard time finding people. There's no doubt.
His biggest supporter was Cutler. I swear it was Cutler was his champion.
To answer Cliff's question, yes, he was with 6 teams, including in the last 3 seasons, he was with 3 different teams: the Jets, the Giants, and Seattle, where he started 2 games, had 11 receptions over a 7-game period. I like Brandon a lot.
Me too.
And I had empathy for the fact that he had this borderline personality disorder, and he was very vulnerable in sharing that. And that could account for a lot of his behavior. And the fact that, he's a wide receiver, and wide receivers are divas, right? They want attention. And so you mix that combination up, that kind of diva attitude with a borderline personality disorder, you're going to get some strange behavior. And so I always kind of overlooked that. And I always blamed the Bears coaching staff for not reining him in or figuring out a way to work with him and his mental illness, and also with Martellus Bennett. I mean, that team was loaded with offensive talent, and today's modern day coach has to know how to relate to those temperaments. Whether it's somebody who is sick, bring in a mental health expert and pay him on the team, and have, that mental health expert visit with the Brandons and other guys on the team, the Martelluses and so forth, to make sure they're fully healthy and having a positive attitude to help you win. Figure out a way to make it work, because those guys were immensely talented, and it's a shame that they did not, help us get to the promised land.
But the difference, I think, like you said, is that Brandon Marshall had a documented mental ailment where he takes medicine for and is diagnosed with that. As I liked Martellus on the field too, but Martellus is kind of just an asshole. Brandon Marshall's trying to do the right thing and taking medicine to be better, and tells people hey, I'm sorry for this and that. He's trying to do the right thing. I don't think Martellus ever wanted to do the right thing. The whole time Bennett was here, his brother was always talking shit about Jay, which again was his quarterback, and he would just retweet it, which is again passive aggressive, and again Cutler always defended him, and he's just one of these guys who's always painting too. Whether it's Howard Stern or George W. Bush, whenever people become painters, I think they're a little bit weird then.
I thought you were saying that he was painting George Bush, and then I got it. Bush turned into painter.
Bush does his paint now.
Tooch, you paint now?
Nope.
I love the way we got Tooch up in the corner. You've been a bad boy, Johnny.
I'm looking for a segment that I want to send you because we've played it before. I don't know if I still have it, but I really want to send it to you where he got into an argument on air and was going to beat up Carmen DeFalco.
Oh, yeah, you did.
It's one of the greatest. Oh, I've got it. Can I email it to you?
Sure.
It's one of the greatest things I've ever heard. Now, I want to give you the context.
You're going to email or are you going to text it?
I've got to email it. I'm taking it from my work computer and I'm going to upload it as an attachment.
Okay.
Or I can send it via what's the site we use to send audio? What is that called again? WeTransfer. I'll send it WeTransfer.
I love it.
But let me just tell you.
Boy, do I sound gay there.
You love sodomy, yes. But yeah, the segment is they were doing this thing on Carmen and Yurko where they were talking about Brandon having some kind of mental instability and how it was impacting the team. And like, it was all vague. Like he was just saying his opinion and Brandon heard it. So he's just like, what are you saying? How do you get on the radio and say this shit about me without any substantiation and just think I'm going to take it? Oh, it's great. It's fucking great.
That is pretty awesome.
Yeah, because Carmen, I mean, I don't want to get Mike North in any troubles. I know he appears on the show, but Carmen kind of sounds like a pompous dick sometimes, man.
I like Carmen a lot. I think he's one of the more talented radio guys in town. I don't know.
A little stuck, like he thinks he's the man. I mean,
yeah, I've never gotten that out of him, but doesn't mean that you weren't right.
Fuck, I just had it. It's going to be here in a second.
No problem.
Well, I gotta believe that's encouraging to hear, right?
That was a good one there. Tooch, perfectly timed with the topic matter. Very.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
Meanwhile, Tooch, you got summer plans? You got a summer vacation coming up? Going to the Philippines?
Man, it's like, I feel like everybody else is on vacation at work except me. I'm working my ass off. But yeah, I wish I was going back to the Philippines, but I'm going to Decorah, Iowa, upper Iowa River Valley. So there's like up there, there's like some cliffs, and you inner tube down. It's like slow river. It's like a foot or two deep. And then they have Nordic Fest with like all the Norwegians and Swedish and Danish dancers and costumes and whatever. What is that? Viking games and stuff.
Oh, the kids will love that, man.
Yeah, music and food. Yeah.
Nice. When are you going?
It is like Thursday, the 26th or 7th of July. In a couple weeks.
Nice.
It's like a long weekend.
Yeah. Let's see here. Have you sent it yet?
I'm having to enter that code, and it's about to come to you. I have to verify.
No problem. Take your time.
Here we go. It's verifying, and it's transferring, and I'll let you know. It's at 5%. It's at 10%. It's at 12. Okay, it's going 30, 72, 92, 93, 99.
Touchdown.
It still says 99%. Oh, there it goes. It says transfer is complete to Aldo at bearsbarroom.com.
Yeah.
Nice. There it is. Let's see.
Mr. Shorty is backstage. Holy shit. Mr. Shorty is going to appear naked. He is totally fucking naked.
Well, just as long as he doesn't kiss me with his man beard again. I'd rather see his penis than get kissed by his beard.
Can Shorty go up in the corner? I come down.
Yeah, let me set it up. Hold on a second. Let me see how I do this.
One more thing about the clip. Let me set it up. He got into an argument with a Detroit Lions fan who was talking shit, and Brandon Marshall basically said, well, we can box if you really think you can beat me up or whatever. We'll do it for charity, though.
Was it Don Bird?
And Carmen will mention that as well as a detracting, like saying that Brandon's crazy.
Hold on a second. Hold on, I gotta turn off my phone. There we go.
Shorty's echo.
Sorry.
Look
I had my phone on.
I'm
I'm on vacation, guys.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
You've
I'm
been
just
getting
coming on
some-
to hang out with you on vacation. This is what you get.
Where are you?
This
Where
is
are you at?
This is vacation shorty. I'm in Florida.
All right.
What part?
Nice. Yeah.
My mother-in-law's place.
Nice.
What town is it?
Yeah, exactly.
You want the fucking address or what?
No, just
Oh,
we're
is
not
it
trying to dox
Gulf
you.
side, Atlantic side.
I'll say it's near Sarasota.
I love Sarasota.
Home of the Macho Man Randy Savage.
Siesta Key Beach. That's my favorite.
You were talking
Do you
about
hear it?
Shaq earlier, and Shaq actually lives in the town next to me. Sorry, do I have it? Are you getting an echo? Is it the fan?
I don't hear an echo. Do you?
Everything. Yeah. No.
Not anymore.
Okay. Maybe I'm getting like the Greg Gabriel thing where you're hearing this flopping around on me because I don't normally wear these.
No,
I'm
you sound
coming.
fine.
I came with a visor and a freaking tank top, guys.
Nice, man.
Did you get that visor from Matt Nagy?
That's why I wanted to talk about this.
Right.
Is it okay to wear? Since I've always worn a visor my whole life because my head gets really hot. My heat starts from my head and works its way down. That's why I'm wearing a tank top in Florida because it's too hot. By the way, you like my red tan? Huh?
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
my
very nice,
Huh?
very sexy.
yeah. So a visor, is it okay to wear a visor if you're not bald and it's not a Bears visor?
If you're bald, you're Matt Nagy.
Matt Nagy is changing the fucking NFL. Matt Nagy is changing the fucking NFL. I did say that once, yes.
That had to be during 2018. Had to have been.
Of course. Yeah, and you know what? That was in relation to the practices, not having guys practice as hard. And I thought that was going to be revolutionary. And what it proved to be was detrimental to their chances to win again. So.
I can't imagine why.
Can we listen to this clip before it gets old? I don't want anybody to.
How long
Hold
is
on.
the clip?
If you want me to open it here, and it'll let me see. Where is it again?
Because it says
Here it
it's
is.
10
Okay, it's
minutes.
opening in my cool edit. Let's see what it says on the. It's opening, and I'll tell you the exact length. It's trust me, it's good radio, man. And this is 10 minutes. You don't have to play the whole thing, but this is the whole segment of them arguing when he's going to beat Carmen's ass.
Don't lead it up because it's not ready yet. So I will let you know. I'm downloading it. So in any case,
This is so fun though. Even if you like Carmen or you like Brandon, like I said, Brandon took offense to Carmen's comments, and he was gonna fuck him up, man.
Yeah.
Carmen can talk all the shit he wants. Carmen knew, like, he can say, I'm in shape and I can sound like Al Pacino. Carmen was going to get fucked up. And he knows it.
That's funny. You brought back the memory of the Lions fan who was going to fight that Lions fan for charity. I forgot.
We got some Lions shit to talk later tonight, too.
Yeah.
We got a full show, man.
We're not ready with that, Dan.
Oh, well, okay. I can impromptu. I can call an audible on that and say, this is what we are going to talk about. The Bears haven't won the playoff games since 2010. Haven't won the division since 2018. But you know what? Detroit has never, ever, not once won the NFC North. The last time they won a division, it was the NFC Central in 1993. They've won one playoff game since 1957. Since Dwight Eisenhower was president. Can you say I like Ike? Because that's the last time, other than 91, that Detroit won a fucking playoff game. So, Don, you can't really talk any shit to us, bro.
I hope you're writing all this down, Don Burr.
Is he here tonight?
He was here. He was here.
He's gone now.
Visors are never okay. What the hell drove you to wear a visor, dude?
Just to prove a point.
His head gets hot. He's a hot-headed
John
Italian.
Gruden looked okay with the visor.
I wanted to know the question from chat and from you guys. I've heard I already presented this on my last show. I wore this. Well, the truth is I forgot my Bears hat when I came down here. So this is the only thing I had. And
is that the Cubs?
It's the Cubs. So that's why I thought, is it okay to wear a Cubs visor? As long as it's not crooked like this. But is it okay to wear a Cubs visor if you're not bald?
Deion Sanders always wore his visors backwards and upside down.
You should be wearing a double Tampa Rays visor.
I've been wearing a visor since I was in my early 20s. And when
They
he
have
started
visors
wearing
back
them,
then?
when the bald fuck started wearing the visor, I was like, why would you wear a visor as a bald fuck?
He ruined the visor.
And he
He's got
only
one
hired
skull.
other bald people. Did you notice that? Every person he hired was also white and bald.
Yes.
It's like the bald community sticks together.
Mike Furry.
Shit. If you were bald, you had a good chance of getting that job with Maggie.
Yeah, the bald people stick together, man.
Yeah.
Listen, I was like, I'm gonna come on the show. I'm on vacation. I was at the pool today. I'm hot in Florida, and I took this. I'm like, I'm gonna go on the show like this, and my wife's like, no, you definitely have to do that. So then I took it off right at the end. Because look how red I am. This is actually a tan.
That looks like the same wife beater that Paulie used to wear in the first Rocky film.
So I took it off, and she's like, you have to put that back on. And you have to. So I did. But I look like a fucking fool, so I'm going to put a shirt on.
You look like you forgot your sunscreen in Atlanta.
Let's see your tits first.
Oh, I have tiny nipples. Look.
Oh, look at that. Fucking Tucci's getting so turned on right now.
But I do have that, guys.
Oh, look at that. That's nice.
Very nice.
It's not a William Clay Ford Lions logo tattoo there, is it?
Hold on, I'm going to mute myself.
Even the Lions fans have those.
Shorty's going to go put something sexy on for us, so stay tuned.
Look at the visor goes right over that sweatshirt.
That was pretty fucking amazing.
I would take the hat off first if it was me.
All right, we're close to having a download here. This thing's been going slow for some reason.
Damn,
but we'll be ready here.
Because
I had to fucking transfer all 10 minutes of it. It was like,
I thought it would be easier to go that way. I should have just fucking emailed it to you. That's my bad.
No, that's fine. It's fine. Good.
This is not going to let down. This is not going to let people down. This is a good clip, and it's almost 10 years old now. So who else could have pulled that straight out of their ass other than me? I'm talking on my own cock. I know. But.
What was Marshall's last season with the Bears?
14.
14.
His last game was against Dallas on a Thursday night. He went to the hospital, and he says that Jay didn't come to the hospital to see him, so he hasn't talked to Jay since.
Wow. So that's why he's pissed off at him.
Yeah, and Jay was pissed reportedly at the time because he kept calling Jay out in front of all the other players and kept blaming him for whatever was going wrong. And Jay was like, man, fuck you. I'm tired of defending you when you're always bad-mouthing me in front of the other guys. How can I lead them when you're undercutting me?
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck?
I remember
and
that.
Yet the play calling.
Devin Hester told the story about those guys going at it and Brandon, yelling at him, you're not throwing me the fucking ball, blah, 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 20 minutes. And then all of a sudden, Devin says, watch, the next game, he's going to get every pass thrown to him. And that's what happened.
He's going to get 20 straight passes. Yeah, I remember that.
I think it was a record, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I think
it
so.
still is a record, I should say.
Well, Shorty, do you think he should be in the Hall of Fame or what?
Brandon Marshall?
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Is he coming up for it?
Yeah, he's eligible this year along with Andre Johnson. Who, if you had to pick one wide receiver, who would you pick? Brandon or
Brandon
Andre?
over Andre Johnson.
Brandon Marshall for sure.
Really?
For
Johnson
sure.
was good. Yeah.
Yes, I would for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Dan, I got it queued up. You want to lead into it?
Again, Brandon Marshall at the end of his Bears run, when Carmen DeFalco, because 14 was such a train wreck of a year, the Bears were like 3-2, 4-2, whatever, and then finished 5-11. So there's so much blame to go around. Remember, that's the year that Aaron Cromer, the offensive coordinator, was bad-mouthing Jay to Monday Night Football and then cried about it, literally cried and begged for forgiveness. So all this weird shit's going on. And then Carmen DeFalco is intimating that Bears players are afraid of Brandon because Brandon's a little crazy. And Brandon hears it. He's like, how can you say that just pulling this out of your ass? Like, how am I supposed to take that? And he's like, you're a clown. and I'll beat your ass for running your mouth saying all this shit about me, and I think it's great.
On ESPN 1000.
Very cool. And, you know, I had no problem earlier this year with, just to put it out there, I had no problem earlier this year with Brandon Marshall going off in the locker room. I also had no problem all season long with him hopping on a plane on Tuesday and running up to New York to do a show.
I didn't mind that.
I mean,
I don't know about going off after the Miami game, getting mad at Robbie Gould.
I'm surprised so many people had such a problem with him going to New York to do a show where he said he was back home by 6:30 every Tuesday. I mean, it's your day off. You should be able to do whatever you want to do. If you want to hop on a plane and go to Seattle for the afternoon.
Yeah, I don't think that affected much.
I mean, I don't either. And it amazes me, the people that I thought knew football that complained about it all year long. I still heard complaints about it 2-3 days ago.
I still think the problem with Marshall is they are scared to death of him. And maybe the new regime won't be as scared to death, but that whole dynamic was part of the problem up there this year. And just absolutely scared to death that like any moment he's going to blow.
Right.
And that's, I think, an issue. You should not fear your players.
You know what? I think they're walking around on eggshells for no apparent reason because he's not had any problems in the last 2-3 years. And I don't think going off in the locker room after you're having a terrible game is a problem. I think that's just being a competitor. Every once in a while, some people are going to flip out about not playing well. And it doesn't mean that you have a problem. It just means you're damned upset.
Gary is in Grace Lake on ESPN 1000. Hey, Gary.
Hey, guys. I think I'm all that today. And it's just
the interesting stuff is hired somebody to do the job for them.
You take the crane today. You need time is of the essence.
Sutton would edge him out of a job. Aaron Rodgers basically comes back.
I believe there will be a
first pick. You're going to New York. I said, well, Sylvia. Thank you very much, Freddie. Thanks for doing an update.
In the weeds, waiting for someone to say something bad about me and come right back at you.
And Yurko and Sylvie are in Palos at Trio. We've been there before, Yurko. You remember that place?
The fuck was that, Dan? You're scrolling, finding the thing. It wasn't queued up.
Hang on, let me kill my mic and let me listen. Find out the exact point. Hold on.
Thousands.
Very cool. And
I can do that.
I had no problem.
And I don't. Is that wrong?
Well, a little back, right?
It's not really continuing any conversation. And I said it seemed like things kind of ran amok up there this year. Did they not?
With what?
With what? The whole season. It just kind of went off the rails, and it seemed like there was not a lot of leadership. And I don't. Is that wrong?
Well, hold on here. Then let's ask a legitimate question between you and me.
I still want to handle this guy.
That's fine, but now I'm going to ask you a question.
So it's the Detroit fan that's unboxing. It's Ray Oley.
That was a little crazy. Yeah, how about the Detroit fan? That was a little crazy. How about the Detroit fan that you wanted to fight? I mean, that doesn't serve much of a purpose, does it?
There you go, right there. Like you're saying, like why would I fight that guy? It's Twitter. You got guys like you that takes that to a whole nother level. It's Twitter. I was trying to promote my freaking company, Fitbox.
You have a
company named
Fitbox?
Yeah, I have a freaking facility called Fitbox.
Yeah, but Brandon, come on, you got to admit, whatever people make it to be in the media, you got to admit that doesn't look good when players are like threatening or challenging guys to fight.
They say, hey, let's get in the ring, let's strap them up, get in the ring.
Well, it's like that's threatening, isn't it? You pummel that guy.
It's fun.
How is it fun if the guy got pummeled?
It's fun. What do you mean? He got 10,000 fans. He got free tickets to the game. He was all over the place.
The only thing I would say is respect boxers out there because boxing truly is an art.
Yeah.
So you've got a guy that understands the art of boxing. He is a very formidable individual out there. So I don't know if that guy was a boxer or had a boxing background. In theory, a boxer going up against an athlete who might have some boxing background, it might be an even match. If not, the boxer doesn't have an advantage.
What'd they say when that whole thing happened?
It's all fun, man.
What did the Bears say when all that stuff was going on?
Nothing.
They left you alone? They left you alone?
Nothing.
See, and that stuff doesn't...
If it was serious, but that's what you don't understand. Like,
But wait, but Brandon, I might not understand it, but don't.
I'm gonna tweet it right now. I'm gonna tweet you right now that I'm gonna box you. It's Twitter, bro. You think I take Twitter serious? Are you kidding me? You're a clown. Like I said, you're a clown.
You keep calling names, and that's fine.
It's Twitter. You're right.
But
you're right. And I am calling you a clown.
You got to admit,
calling you a clown because clowns think that like I'm gonna take Twitter serious.
I don't know if you take it serious or not. I have no idea.
I'm telling you that.
And that's fine. And that's fine. But but that's got nothing to do with the ultimate point that doesn't look good.
You're a clown. It does look good. What are you talking about? It's Twitter. It's Twitter. Now, if I was serious about it,
I know you keep saying that, but how does it look good when players from who else is doing that on Twitter in a professional franchise?
Listen, you take life too serious. It's okay to have fun. I've done it. I do it all the time on Twitter. If someone want to act big, I play with them. It's Twitter. I'm never going to see that guy unless I do.
Well, let's see what does that mean?
I'm gonna see you.
Okay, I mean that's not scary. I got to be honest. I don't mean to be. I mean you're not scared? All you're doing is now you're threatening, and you're going to say, "Oh, I'm just playing, and it's fun." But that's threatening stuff, Brandon.
Let me tell you why I'm playing. If I fight you, you sue me.
I won't sue you. Don't worry.
You sue me. I pay you $300,000, and I lose my contract, which is 20-something. What is it? I don't know. A couple $1 million guaranteed. I'm not that dumb, buddy.
I won't sue you.
I'm not
don't
that
worry.
dumb.
I won't sue you. Don't worry.
Not that
Wait
dumb.
a minute, for $300,000, I might want to jump in the ring.
Of course. Listen,
but that's all threatening stuff, though, Brandon. It's like there's no need for it. Really.
If you're serious about that, yes, you're.
No,
right.
I'm not. I know you're not being serious.
If I was serious about that, but if I'm on Twitter saying, "Oh, it's a joke. I was just playing," hey, we're going to do it for charity. Like, come on, man, don't take it any further.
There you go.
I don't know if you played the part because I was trying to find the part where he was like, "How can you say that I'm crazy and people are afraid of me?" That's the part I was talking about. But I get it; it ran long, so I apologize. It wasn't as effective as I should have, but it was impromptu.
It was.
Although, did you make like a real quick graphic video thing for that?
Yeah.
Look at that on the fly.
On the fly.
That's how we roll.
Unfortunately, Dan didn't give me a queued up tape.
Well,
Dan, I'm just playing.
I recorded it 10 years ago, 9 years ago.
I'm just playing. I knew he was going to get upset at me.
No, upset, just explaining. But I recorded that 9 years ago.
All right, Dan, I'm going to put you to the test.
Retro's not in the chat room tonight.
Really? Name me one or two or three great games Brandon Marshall had with the Chicago Bears.
Oh, yeah.
Man, the game that sticks out to me the most when you ask me that, there's two of them. But immediately that Seattle game in 2012, which proved to be Urlacher's last game. And the Bears had a 10-7 lead in the fourth quarter with like 2 minutes to go. They let Russell Wilson go 97 yards down the field. And the Seahawks had the lead 14-10 with like 10 seconds to go. And Jay throws a bomb like 60 yards to Brandon Marshall, who dives out of bounds with like 2 seconds to go to set up Robbie to kick the field goal. So I guess it would have been a 3-point deficit. But it sends it to overtime. And then the Bears lose the toss and the Seahawks go 80 yards straight on another drive. The defense letting us down again. And Seattle wins. And if the Bears would have won that game, they'd have made the playoffs in 2012. Then Lovey's not fired. Let's remember that. But another great game was the one that I always talk about that I threw the remote when the Bears lost to Green Bay in 2013 in Week 17, the Randall Cobb game. But Brandon Marshall made a great catch in the end zone from Cutler when we took the lead. It was 21-20 it was 28-20 when he caught the pass. And he made an adjustment. It was a run play to Forte, but Jay held on to it and just threw it to Marshall. And nobody even knew it was a pass except them two, because that's the kind of chemistry they had. And Brandon made an adjustment on the fly. It was even Joe Buck, who hated the Bears, and Troy Aikman hated being in Chicago all the time. They had no respect for the Bears. Joe Buck was like, "What a catch. What a throw." Like, even they put it over, and they hate the Bears.
This guy's recall is unbelievable, huh?
Yep.
Dude, that season was so much fun because Jefferson was he was on fire too. It was just.
You mean Jeffrey?
I'm sorry, Jeffrey. Alshon Jeffrey was on fire that year. Alfalfa.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at
The two of
Pro
them were
Football
amazing.
Reference. In the 2012 season, Brandon Marshall, game 1 against Indianapolis, they win 41-21. 15 targets, 9 catches, 119 yards, 1 touchdown. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, he goes through a period of getting 17 targets, 10 targets, 14 targets, 10 targets, 13 targets, 17 targets, 14 targets, 19 targets. Would you guys like to see DJ Moore targeted that often?
If he's open,
jump in.
I would say yes, because that was the same season that Alshon had. I mean, that just opens up.
Mm-hmm.
So when now we're going to see if DJ Moore can get that many passes thrown his way in a game or that many receptions in a game, what's that going to do? Open it up for everybody else. That could open up for Claypool. That can open it up for Mooney even more. I mean, have you guys talked about Mooney, how ripped he is? I'm sure you have.
No, we haven't yet.
Did you see where Mooney was talking about, like what David Montgomery said? He was like, I'm so tired of losing. We have no more excuses now. It's win or else.
Yep,
I saw that one too.
See, the problem that I have, though, with him getting that many targets is there's a lot of other good players. And I don't want Fields to be, like Cutler was with Brandon Marshall and other quarterbacks are with their number 1 receivers, so focused on those guys where they're overlooking wide open receivers. A perfect example of that, Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers would fall in love with Devontae Adams, and then here, he's double covered, and there's Robert Tonyan or somebody else wide open down the middle. And as Dan has always said, in big times, Aaron Rodgers was choking because he would get so fixed in on his favorite receiver, he forgot to see the entire field. Michael Jordan's greatest growth when he was a Chicago Bear Bull and they started winning championships was when he saw those secondary and even third type players and got them the ball when they were wide open and started to trust that they were going to make shots. And so I want Justin to spray that ball wide open. I want him, whoever the fuck is open, that's where the ball should go.
Forgive me to reference the Packers, Aldo, but to add to your point, Mike, you remember Mike Holmgren, obviously. He said Brett Favre, at the time they didn't know it, but what made Brett Favre a great quarterback is when Sterling Sharp got hurt and couldn't play anymore because he forced the ball to Sterling Sharp. And when Sterling had to retire, it made him a better quarterback because he had to go with the other players.
Yep. And I've even seen that with Justin Fields in his rookie season. He was so attached to Darnell Mooney that he would overlook guys that were open. And so, I think the mark of a great quarterback, particularly those who win frequently, are guys who can see the field well. And that's the same thing like with a basketball player. You see the court well. You see the open man. You're going to make beautiful passes like Magic Johnson and then, hit the big shot. That's what I want out of my quarterback, to be that Magic Johnson point guard who is spraying the ball all over the fucking field and then hitting big shots himself with his runs when necessary.
So we want him to be Brady, with the exception of the fact he can run. But Brady for years never had, other than when he had Randy Moss, didn't have a number 1 receiver a lot of times in New England, but he still made number 3 receivers look like number 1 receivers. Like Edelman. Edelman's like a 7th round pick and is a Super Bowl MVP because Brady just made him a star. Or like, what was that other white guy's name that played the slot that went to Denver?
Yeah.
Before Edelman.
A little guy. Come on.
He's a coach now, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Come on. His name's coming.
Right there. It's right there. Come on, guys. Help us out.
You sound
DJ
like
Edelman. DJ Edelman? Edelman?
Yes.
Julian Edelman. But
Julian
the other
Edelman.
guy.
Thank you.
There was the other guy. It was comparative to him. That was
Wes Welker.
Wes Welker, exactly. Perfect. That's who I was talking about. These guys aren't stars on by themselves. Like Brady's elevating their game. And that's, I guess, what we'd like to see Justin do.
Well, there has to be that element to it, right? Great quarterbacks do make their receivers better. It's just, it is what it is. So that's how you know Justin Fields, when he can make a player on the team that nobody would expect seem great, then he leaves and goes to another team, that's going to happen. I feel that's going to happen with this kid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's going to happen too. My hopes are really high that this is the season where he flips that switch. Everything starts to connect, and the reason I feel that way is because of the Ohio State tape. You know, he started to get better and better, and I think that the NFL game now is really slowing down for him, not unlike what he thought it was.
Yeah, and that preseason game.
Yes. So
he got that season behind him. That season that he rushed for, almost broke the record, is behind him now. That's helping to build his awareness on the field and how quickly he's seeing things and able to process things in real time in the NFL. He's done it time and time again with an offensive line, which I believe, with the addition of Darnell Wright, is sick. Plus,
people have to respect his ability to run, because he was like giving us his entire body last year when the team sucked so badly, and was like willing to like take big shots and run. He was doing anything he could to help the Bears win. Like he was giving his entire heart and soul to us, and I, as a fan, appreciate that so much, man. The guy was just, but at times was reckless the way you criticized McMahon. Justin was a little bit too at times, but he's like doing what he can for us to win. And now with better receivers, he shouldn't have to put his body on the line so much. But the element of his game is there, so you have to respect it. That makes it more honest for the passing game, you would think.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's why I expect the breakout will happen this year, because of the two combined. Well, now he can. I think he's going to really be able to focus on the passing game with the experience in this offense. Now he's going into year 2 with it. He's learning more and more. He's dedicated. He has that it factor where he is focusing solely on football. He's training right now as we speak. I think he's actually down here in Florida.
Oh, that's right. He is. Yeah.
He's electric, man. He is electric. He's got that charisma, unlike anyone we've seen since Walter with the Bears.
Exactly. He's got the what does Greg always say? He's got the football intelligence. And he has
football
that
IQ,
or football IQ. Yes.
FBI, they call it football. Oh, what do they call it?
FBIQ.
And the other thing is that, you know, they got these pass catchers out of the backfield. They added Robert Tonyan at the tight end position. So the weapons are all there, man. And I just know in my heart, I know that he's going to put it all together and utilize these weapons. And there might be a game where DJ Moore gets 17 targets, because the guy guarding DJ Moore is like a moron. He's always leaving him open. So that's cool. You're taking what the defense gives you. But what I think is probably not a good idea. I mean, if we're winning, then it's a great idea. But to have those steady numbers of double-digit targets when you're loaded with talent might not be the best approach. You want defenses to second and triple guess who the fuck is going to get this ball. Is it going to be DJ again, or Cole Kmet, who scored a touchdown in the last series, or is it going to be Darnell Mooney? You know, that's
what I was going to say earlier. If DJ Moore is getting 19, 12 catches a game, that's going to open up for everybody else, including the tight ends.
Yeah,
I mean, Robert Tonyan with Cole Kmet to me is a threat.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think like you know, the Bears, again, we've talked about it ad nauseum, lost to the Redskins back to back in 86 and 87. That Redskins team, like what made them so difficult, because again, this is the post John Riggins era, is what you were saying about the receivers. They had Art Monk, Gary Clark, and Ricky Sanders. Who are you going to guard? So I'm saying that any of the three could be the number one. So that's what we hope we have now with Claypool and DJ Moore and Darnell Mooney. Like, okay, you want to take one of them away? Well, fuck it. We got the other two. Right. So hopefully that's what we have now, where you just have All three of those guys combined were just like stellar.
It circles back around and leads back to DJ Moore getting more catches. It just
yeah. And then the tight ends, like both of them can catch, So, man, on paper it looks good. It looks good.
And one other thing that I'm hoping for now, we all know Justin had over 1,000 yards rushing last season. I'm hoping he gets a half of that this season because I don't want the offense to be run through his running. But what I do want to see is 3 to 5 or 2 to 4 designed run plays, because that again is going to open things up. And I only want him to scramble and run, as less as possible. Those are the plays where you get injured. Those are the plays because it's not rehearsed. A designed run play, they even teach you this is when you're supposed to go down. This is this is only designed to get 5. After that, put your head on a swivel. Whatever, let's keep him safe with highly designed runs, and then also hopefully he doesn't have to scramble and run for 80-yard touchdowns because he's utilizing those weapons with his passing arm.
Having said that, though, if it's 3rd and 7 and you bring the house, 2 people may have him and think they're going to sack him, and he breaks away and then runs for 10. And he's got that capability, unlike, say, Kyle Orton or Jim Miller. Not trying to pick on them, but previous quarterbacks just like they stood there and that was that. I mean, other than like we had Harbaugh, McMahon, Cutler, and they could run for first downs, but unlike like Justin's to another level. So I mean, like you can think you're okay, you're going to blitz him because maybe our guard or tackle somebody sucks. There's a weak link there, but man, he can get away from you, and that element is just phenomenal to have with these receivers, the tight ends, their backs. I mean. God, if he can stay healthy, it should be good. It should be good.
If everyone's expecting that from him, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, the passing game blows up.
Right.
That'll help the passing game blow up.
Yeah. But I got to tell you, one of the single most greatest times, chills and just in awe, was that game that we went to. Shorty, Dan, myself, Shorty's wife, who was
my cousin,
your cousin?
Steve,
Steve, yes. Mm-hmm. And that run by Justin Fields, how fast he looked, and what a moment that was in Bears history, I want to say, because I'm totally expecting him to go to that next level. But I will look back at that Dolphins game and say that was the moment where I was convinced that this guy is fucking superhuman superstar.
Yeah, I kept screaming at you. I was like, I told you he's the best player on the team. I told you.
Remember the end of the game? You sent the video to us recently, Dan and I, where you like kind of interviewed us. What's gonna happen here? It was like a 4th down.
Yes.
And you were like, should they punt or should they go for it? We're like, go for it.
That was such a great fucking time, and hopefully there's going to be a lot more games like that. Like Dan said, there's barroom games, and the big one is the Raiders game, right? On October 22nd. We're hoping.
Yeah, the 21st is supposed to be our get together, assuming Mrs. Gandia.
Exactly. We're going to make that happen. So just hoping that everybody who watches the show, everybody over at BCP, everybody, wherever you are, Nomad, whoever, to get to that game and then also attend the party that we'll be throwing.
We'll do some audio and say that Mrs. Gandia is your BB. So we want her placated so she knows how appreciated she is.
Well, and she knows that.
Can't do it without her. You can't do it without her. But since she can't be there, still let us do it.
Yeah, she craves these situations to manage a party, for friends and family. She craves those situations. She's in her element there. So I think, the big thing is her getting over the disappointment that she won't be in town for that. But she'll be in fucking Hawaii. So boo.
Well, that's Chris Watts last weekend that he was planning on that being on that.
Yeah, right. And Heidi's already booked her flight from Mexico.
Yeah, so unfortunately we can't change that. Maybe, and I said,
wait, hold on a second. I just heard wife in Hawaii doesn't want you to have that party. Let's just have it at your house. Just
there you go.
We'll get some strippers.
That might be what she's really worried about.
Although this is my cousin Ruben from Skokie. Can he come in?
Yeah.
We'll do the party that Tom Cruise. The party that Tom Cruise had at the end of Risky Business when he brought all the women over and all the friends over.
My cousin Ruben from Skokie. Should send out barflies who are coming to bring a taste of Chicago. We send one guy to like Mr. Beef, another one to like Frank's Pizza.
Beef challenge.
Bring in a taste of the Chicago.
And like you said, John Buffone's coming in from Pennsylvania.
Yep.
I'm coming in from West Virginia.
Look, Aldo's starting to sweat now. He's like, oh shit.
Yeah,
You're right.
Did it stop raining there, Dan?
I got the lawn mowed today. I just don't want it to mow in Ohio. Yeah, but we've got 3 straight days of sunshine. It rained. It's like I was in Seattle for 2 months or something.
Yeah.
It just kept raining. It kept raining.
Yep.
Foster's going to keep me covered. Nothing naughty.
Nothing
Frank
naughty.
Foster. I'm going to rely on him. All right. Before we continue talking some more Bears, I did want to comment on one particular subject that I think everyone should find of interest. And those were the ESPN layoffs that happened last Friday. I mean, some huge fucking names. Max Kellerman, Keyshawn Johnson, Hasselbeck, Susie Colbert, Jalen Rose. Who's that?
Jeff Van Gundy.
Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah, I remember him getting let go.
Who was the beautiful blonde? Yeah, Steve Young was released. Rob Ninkovich. Who's a very attractive blonde? She does Sports Center used to do Sports Center with late at night. She's out on the West Coast. Anyway, she was released. Todd McShay was released.
Those girls should apply for barroom weather girls. They're out of work. We're just hiring.
We're hiring.
We're hiring weather girls.
Stephen A. and the A is for assholes. Stephen A. Smith recently implied that he could be next as well on his show.
Oh, he should be though. Like he flat out said something on a show about a tight end that he tore his ACL last week and the guy retired the year before. Like when he said that, I was like, this guy, he's not even half prepared for his job. Or he's reading the script like Anchorman, right? Like I'm just maybe it wasn't.
I've let Max go a couple of times now. If you recall, Max was the first host of Around the Horn back in the day. Yeah. Before Tony Reale. So Max has been in and out of ESPN numerous times. Susie Colbert was gone at one point too. She was like one of the first faces of ESPN 2. So she's gone. But yeah, I guess I don't like the hassle. I feel like Larry David would say I don't like bald people, but I hate those Hasselbeck boys.
Susie Colbert is one of the first faces of ESPN.
Yeah,
well, I'm just saying when ESPN 2 was launched in '93, she was
made her a big.
Her and Keith Olbermann both were forced to try to put the network, the new ESPN 2, over, and make it something. And then Keith finally got back with Dan Patrick instead. But anyway, the point
is nothing new.
They've let them go before, especially Max. Now Keyshawn was there for a while, and it's surprised. Jalen Rose, kind of surprising, yeah, but. Man, I guess big companies only care about the bottom line, man.
They do this every so often where they just purge all these big names. They did it like 5 or 6 years ago too. What was the one guy, the older dude? He kind of had a big head and glasses, and he was like the dorkiest guy you'd ever see talking about sports. But he was
John Clayton.
John Clayton.
Yes, thank you.
John Clayton died, right?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, just recently.
John Clayton had a ponytail that they hid, by the way, like to the middle of his back.
But he was like a huge staple. Like he when you saw him, it was like that's you was associated with him. Yeah,
yeah. He
got rid of him. Like he was one of those purges recently. So, wow, is all I can say.
Yeah, a lot of this people are blaming Pat McAfee because they signed Pat McAfee to a huge radio contract, and so not that he's
and he
making
just was a
as
blowhard.
Much money Yeah, I don't
just
like
gets Aaron Rodgers on, so they love him for it.
I don't understand why the guy can't wear a long sleeve shirt. What the fuck is that all about?
I mean, and he was a fucking punter, man. They act like he was like, Ray Nitschke or Dick Butkus or something. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't know what his appeal is other than Aaron Rodgers or something. He's on WWE too. I don't like him at all. I'm a hater and I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I don't like him.
Half of these people though on here probably already have like podcast deals set up, and they're like, okay, we can just purge you because you're going to go to do your own thing for some other, whatever, CHGO or insert here.
CHGO, Susie Cobra at CHGO. You never know.
Hey, did you all see that the New York Times got rid of all their sports department and now are outsourcing it to the Athletic?
Well, they own the Athletic, so so that I think they acquired the Athletic a couple of years ago with that in mind as a long-term plan. And you know what? It's not it's not a popular decision, but at the same time, from a business standpoint, I get it. Fuck, you're paying 60 writers over at this other place, and they're all high quality writers. Let them now do the bulk of that and start whittling down your sports department, particularly because people don't fucking buy newspapers anymore. That's just
yeah. The LA Times said they were not going to put schedules or standings in the paper anymore.
Yeah, that's
or box
times
scores
have changed. That time, but will they have? Well, so they won't even have it on the website then.
Well, I don't know about that. I just know they were talking about the paper, the tangible paper, I believe is what they were saying.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, man. It's like the thing. I loved SportsCenter 30 years ago when because you had all the great personalities, but you actually had highlights. Somewhere the millennials just, they didn't give a shit about music videos anymore, and they didn't give a shit about highlights. So it just killed MTV and it killed ESPN. ESPN now is just all Stephen A. Smith and no disrespect to Max because he was on that show, but just them arguing. And like, I just fucking don't want to listen to them argue. Just show me the highlights, man. Like, I don't need to know your opinion.
SportsCenter is all highlights from beginning to end. It's all highlights. So you still have it there, and they, ESPN stands for partly for programming, and so that's what they've developed over the years are these very lucrative talk shows like Pardon the Interruption. It's makes them tons of money. You notice how those two guys are still on the payroll. So if you want to see highlights, watch SportsCenter. It's usually on either ESPN or more likely ESPN2. They play it multiple times there.
Every time I try to watch ESPN, they'll be like, well, let's talk about the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to win the Super Bowl this year. It's just like they say that every year, and they only show like the same couple of highlights. If it's like, I'll just say the Bears. I'm not trying to be like, oh, look at me. We have a victim disposition here, but like, let's say the Bears are playing the Texans or something. They may show one.
Oop. Dan, I lost you. Where'd you go?
Do you hear me?
Now you're back.
Yeah.
I was just saying that, like, if it's a Bears and Texans or something, they may show like a 20, or they show one pass and just be like, oh, it's 23-19 final. But that Cowboys game, the highlight's going to be 4 minutes. It's just that kind of shit I don't like. Like, I liked NFL Primetime with Berman and Tom Jackson. You got detailed highlights then, and they got killed, man.
I was watching Good Morning Football on the NFL Network once, and what's the guy's name? He's very talented. Jesus, the four co-hosts. Well, Kyle Brandt. And that's how my mind's been working lately. I'll come up with the name like about 6 seconds later. But anyways, Kyle Brandt was like throwing a rant. Can we stop talking about the Cowboys now? I mean, every year we're talking about the Cowboys. What have they done? Why do they deserve to be talked about so much? They haven't won a Super Bowl in decades. They are always underachieving. Why are we talking about? I think I sent them a tweet saying, great job, man, because he spoke for all of us when he said that. Fuck the Cowboys. I'm tired of that shit. Let them win a playoff game, then maybe we'll talk about it.
And because of Mike McCarthy, I got to root against him anyway.
Exactly. He's wearing still his Green Bay Packers shorts. Anyway,
one question for you. Was that back when one of the hottest women of all time to ever be on any NFL channel was on with him? What's her name? See, now I'm doing it too. Kay Adams, thank you.
Hey, Adams.
Yeah.
She is gorgeous. Went to Whitney Young High School here in the Chicago area, I hear. And I don't know if she was on at the time, but the woman that's replaced her, she's very talented, knows her stuff, and does a great job of kind of being the lead host.
You know what I thought was hot? Go ahead, Aldo.
Go
my
ahead.
bad.
No, I was just
going to say the woman I'd like to have like done some filthy stuff with, and I say this, and she's probably married and like has 12 kids, and we're like, that's sexist, Stan, but if I could have like fucked an ESPN personality, I liked Linda Cohn. I like their accent for one.
Yeah, but here's what I always had this, and this is Dan and Aldo bare their souls, so I can legally say this right now. I always say this even to my wife about Kay Adams. This is what they designed fuck dolls out of. Somebody somewhere fucking like did like a 3D digital fucking imagery of her and made her into a fuck doll. Because that's what you see on the fuck dolls today. I should know. I have like 4 of them.
Hannah Storm.
I have 5 of them with my wife, and all of them. It's great.
Are all of them androids? Inflatable?
No, they're all androids.
Oh, nice! Look at you.
Remember, and Albert Bell told her to get the fuck out of the locker room, Hannah Storm, because she was a woman.
Yes. Oh my God. So what I was going to say is, out of all of these people here, don't you think they at least should have done something special for Susie Colbert, given her history at the network, and not just, announce that she was being laid off after 19 years at ESPN, and she sends out a tweet. That to me, I thought was really fucking cold.
And Van Gundy, I don't like Van Gundy as a coach at all. Like, I just hate his, like, we're going to try to score 70 and win. Drives me crazy. And I disagree with most of the stuff he said, but he was a very good announcer for playoff games and such, and had been there for a while. I think that's a big loss for them to lose Jeff Van Gundy.
What do you guys think?
I think there's quite a few on that list that are a big loss. Susie Colbert, Steve Young, the guy in the top left corner,
Max Kellerman.
Max is a great boxing announcer, just fabulous.
Even all those 3 guys on the top are that was a mistake. What, Todd McShay, really? Come on.
You remember Max's brother was murdered.
Max, really?
Max Kellerman's brother was murdered. Yeah,
man. I didn't know that.
You gotta look it up. I swear his brother was murdered a few years ago.
Wow.
I don't even who's below Max Kellerman? Is that Spike
That's
Lee?
Jalen Rose.
Oh.
That's Jalen Rose, yeah.
I don't know who's beside Susie.
Not Jalen Rose.
That is Jalen Rose.
Below him is Jalen Rose.
But below Max, beside Van Gundy.
Wait, am I thinking of the wrong Rose?
Kellerman, Jalen Rose, Todd McShay, and then Cornette, Jordan Cornette, I believe his name is, lower left-hand corner. That's
who's the guy beside of Susie? I don't know who that is.
The guy besides, I saw him on Around the Horn many times. I forgot what his name is. He's got a very distinct Asian name. Good guy, good reporter. Loved his work on that show. But yeah.
Can we go back to Jalen Rose? How many roses are there?
How many roses are there?
What Jalen Rose am I thinking that I'm getting?
He's from Michigan, the Fab Five.
You're thinking Derrick Rose?
Okay. Yeah. Well, wow. Does that look like Jalen Rose in college to you? Like, I didn't recognize him. That's all.
Jalen Rose there looks like The Weeknd.
Very handsome, but he looks what?
The artist named The Weeknd. He was on the TV show The Idol on HBO.
He did the Super Bowl halftime show recently.
Yeah.
I just did not recognize him. I'm not saying anything bad about him.
Hey, I'll kick your ass if you do.
He's a handsome dude.
All right.
They won the championship, didn't they? Didn't Michigan beat Seton Hall? The Fab Five, or did Seton Hall win?
No, that was the.
No, in '89. I'm talking about that team. It was Seton Hall and Michigan. I remember Ramil Robinson was one of them that made the game-winning free throw. I can't remember if it was Seton Hall or Michigan. It was the '89 NCAA tournament. I can't remember who.
You mean with like Chris Webber and Jawan?
No, Webber called timeout in '93 against North Carolina. I meant the Fab Five, like with with Jalen Rose and who else was on that team? I was wanting to say, I don't remember the '89 team. They
Rose
played
was on
Seton
the
Hall in
team
the final
with Weber, Howard, Rose. I forget the other dudes.
I thought he was on the '89 team. Let me look.
Weber, Rose, Howard. I can't remember who the other ones were.
Yeah.
The Fab Five.
Weber, Howard,
Rose was
Jalen,
one of the
Rose.
Rose was one of the Fab Five.
Right. And that was a disaster.
They well, it was the Weber game, which I think everybody knows. He called timeout when they didn't have any timeouts.
Yeah.
Ruined their opportunity. All right. Should we move on to our next topic? Let's move on to the next topic. All right. So Alyssa Barberi, who is over at Bears Wire, all the wires companies over at USA Today, she wrote an article about the entitled, what's the title here? Best Bears player to wear every jersey number.
Before you do that, I just want to say I was wrong. The '89 team was Glenn Rice and Ramil Robinson.
Yeah,
not the Fab, but I think they still won. I think they beat Seton Hall that year for the championship.
Yep.
But anyway, go ahead, Aldo. Sorry.
That's all right. So I'm going to. Who do you guys think is number one? It's not Justin Fields. He got an honorable mention.
Or not Paul Ettinger. Number one, we got him from the Raiders. He was a place kicker. God, what was his name?
Jeff Jager.
Jeff Jager is our number one.
Nope. It is none other than Patty Driscoll, the great Patty Driscoll, quarterback.
That's before my time.
What was his number?
One.
Follow along here.
I'm sorry. I was reading chat and I was like, is he going to ask me about this question? Because I'm going to have to ask him to repeat it.
We're going number by number here. The best player to wear each number.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So next is number two. Who do you?
We're
guys
starting
think is
at
number
one,
two?
Shorty.
I'm on vacation, guys. I came out to hang with you on vacation.
Next is
number two, Doug Flutie.
Doug Flutie. Anybody else?
I was joking. Cairo Santos. I don't know, but now it's DJ Moore. So
I'm
gonna go with. I'm gonna go with
Edward Sterneman because that's who it is.
DJ Moore.
My guess is going to be Carson Palmer's little brother.
Is DJ Moore wearing number two?
Yes, Cairo wears 8 now. He gave up the number.
Oh, it's going to get really interesting now with all the number switches.
Yeah, it really is. All right, honorable mention was Paul Ettinger. So
I
number
love
3.
Paul Ettinger.
Any guesses on number 3?
Wait, we just showed it there.
Yeah, number 3's been retired for years.
Yeah, it's
Bronco Nagurski.
Bronco Nagurski. Thank you.
My dad used to always talk about him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he looks like your dad, doesn't he, Tooch?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit.
Honorable mention. Wait a minute. How could the honorable mention be this guy who wore number 2? She had to write it. She should write a line to explain that.
You just can't trust the internet, Aldo.
There's Harbaugh at 4.
I was going to say Harbaugh.
I got a trivia question for everybody then. What number did Harbaugh have initially? Because when Harbaugh came to the Bears, Steve Fuller was number 4, and he had another number, and then he switched to number 4.
Harbaugh,
number 8.
So I was gonna say
14. Jim Harbaugh was 14 in 1987.
Yeah, he played special teams too. He just wanted to get in the game. Wasn't he playing special teams for a while, Harbaugh? Well, making some tackles out there.
Hey, Dan Aguirre, don't you have a DJ Moore jersey yet?
I do not. The only active player I have right now is Justin. I've got 4 of the Justin jerseys.
Oh, I'm going to blow your mind when we get to a certain number. I'm going to blow your mind. Let's keep going.
All right, who? Any guesses on number? Well, the honorable mention, by the way, is Brad Maynard, number 4. Any guesses on number 5? That's a tough one.
Well, it's retired, so who is it? Who's retired at 5?
Is that Red Grange?
The chat room, no. Chat room.
Is that Red Grange 5?
Well, let's find out. You're asking the questions. It is George McAfee. We should know these guys, man. We're diehard Bears fans.
Look at those years.
Is that Pat McAfee's uncle or grandfather or something?
I think there's no relation
I
there.
don't think no relation. Yeah.
Look at those ears.
My dad would own all these guys.
Yeah.
Well, he wouldn't be such a big Aaron Rodgers fan if he was, right?
Correct. All right, you guys know who's number 6, right?
Jay Cutler.
Of course, it has to. No, Kevin Butler.
Oh, did you see it?
No,
it is. Butthead.
That's bullshit. It's got to be Cutler. I just sent you a video of Kevin Butler, who missed a field goal 19 yards against the Raiders and then 30 yards against the Raiders to cost us that same game. Butler missed a lot of kicks, and people don't remember that, man. Like, there's no way he deserves that more than Jay Cutler.
Oh, well, we're gonna have to have Alyssa on to debate that. Well,
I will debate that. I should have all the games that he's blown with missed kicks, but I don't. It's going from my mind, but he was very erratic, like moving forward, like from even in the Doug Flutie playoff game against the Redskins, he missed like 2 or 3 field goals early and we lost by 14. So that could be a different game if he makes those kicks.
I'm going to look up Kevin's numbers because Dan is absolutely right. Kevin Butler missed a lot of motherfucking kicks,
and it could be short. Like he'd make a 55-yarder and then miss the fucking 20-yarder.
But he'd hit that big one to win the game that you remembered him by.
The only one I can really think of him winning the game, like he won in Denver in 90 and he beat Green Bay in 87, and that's when he flipped them off, which was great. I like Butler, don't get me wrong. I do, but I just feel like there are so many people now that just forget all the kicks he missed. He was lucky to be around as long as he was. I mean, look, I like Kevin Butler. I love to hear him talk. He's a Super Bowl champion. He's a fucking man, but he missed a lot of kicks, man. He did. People just don't remember that.
It's true. Check this out. His rookie season was 85. He was
good in 85.
He was 31 for 37. He missed 6 kicks, so that's not chicken salad. 28 for 41 in 86. He missed 15 kicks.
Keep going. The early 90s is when it gets worse. He lost the Dolphins game that year too.
And in 87, he misses 9 kicks. He was 19 for 28. In 88, he missed. In 88 and 89, he only missed 4 kicks, but he only had 19 attempts. Then in 1990, he was 26 for 37. Following year, 19 for 29, misses 10. Following year, which is 92, 19 for 26. In 1993, he was 27 for 37. So really, on average,
he would not be an NFL kicker today.
Nope.
Absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And he's there until 96 is when we cut him. I mean, because he went to Arizona that year. And can you all remember the sorry ass scrub that took his job that made it like 2-3 games and got cut?
I don't remember
his name. The guy that beat him out. Wani gave the job to Carlos Huerta.
Oh, Carlitos.
Carlos Huerta, and then we had Jeff Jager for a couple years. And then we had some scrubs that year too, like Brian Goins, who missed a kick against Seattle in week 2 of 99 to lose the game. Don't forget Chris Boniol from Dallas that we had. We had a couple of scrubs until Edinger came in.
But Aldo, you were going to say his average. I cut you off. You were going to say his average was something.
All right. So this is his best season was his rookie season where he had 83%. Then you're talking 68%, 67%, 78, 70, 65%, 73, 75, 72, 74, 82, and 66. Those last 2 seasons were with Arizona. He only had like 3 or 4 attempts. So yeah, I mean, that kicking percentage right now, as you said, is not capable of making it.
What was his overall percentage?
For his career percentage was 73.4%.
And his long was 55.
That's right. He didn't have a leg.
But he hit a 55. You can't laugh or shake off a 55. I was saying that as a plus. He hit it 55 a couple of times. But man, he missed so many kicks when the game was on the line. It would be short kicks. Like that Dolphins game he lost in 91, because remember, we lost the wild card to Dallas. If he makes that kick against Miami, the Bears are in the second round immediately. They don't even have to play the wild card game. He lost that game against the Raiders in 93, missing kicks. There was a lot of games he missed. See, everyone, I can't agree with you. Well, fuck, I'm not making this up.
Well,
it's not an opinion.
Dan, Mike English here is saying that he has like the 6th most kicks in NFL history. So when you have that many kicks added to your repertoire, eventually your averages are going to get skewered a little bit, right?
Well, I mean, it's because he was with the Bears from 85 through 95. He had 11 seasons where the Bears just kept him. And good, I liked him. I wanted him to be great. I'm not trying to shit on Kevin Butler, but guys, he missed a lot of kicks. That's all I'm saying.
Here's the thing is I have never, ever, ever heard Kevin Butler's name brought up when the topic of best kickers in NFL history have come up. You know, guys like George Blanda, Jan Steneroid, Morton Anderson, Adam Vinatieri. Yeah, Sebastian Janikowski, who Mike North wanted the Bears to draft over Brian Urlacher. That's not one of Mike's better takes, in my opinion. He still defends it to this day.
Janikowski had a great career. His last game was a Seahawk, and in a playoff game against Dallas, he went to kick and tore his hamstring, and I knew it was the end. I felt bad for him. Like he got hurt on his last kick. It was ugly.
Mm.
Okay, so
George
obviously
Dallas is clearly number 7, by the way.
Yeah, clearly, yeah.
But the honorable mention to Bob Avellini. I mean, I love Bob Avellini, but man, he was not a very good quarterback.
Hey,
those were some lean times.
77.
Those teams were terrible, man. We just had Walter.
Hey, Aldo.
Yes, sir.
The Bears haven't had many good quarterbacks. There has to be somebody there.
I got a trivia question for you then.
Yes, sir.
Who was the first quarterback for the Bears added the navy blue road pants? We always yearn for those white ones, but they added the blue ones in 1984. Who was the first quarterback to start a game in the navy blue pants with the white jersey?
What year?
Jim
84.
Jim McMahon.
That's incorrect. McMahon was hurt. The answer is Bob Avellini. Bob Avellini got cut.
We set ourselves up.
It was against Seattle, and Franco Harris was actually a Seahawk that day. And Franco and Walter were both on the cusp of breaking Jim Brown. I don't think Franco ever got there, but Bob Avellini started because McMahon was hurt, and Ditka cut him after the game.
Mm. All right, so we know that George Halas was number 7, and who would have known that Hugh Gallinio, can't even find a picture of the guy, gets the mark at number 8. The honorable mention goes to Rex Grossman. And of course, anyone want to guess on who number 9 is?
Jim McMahon.
Of course he is.
Jaquan Brisker.
Who was number 8 again?
Hugh Gallinio.
Gallinio.
I don't know who that is.
Easy for you to say. Number 10. Any guesses on who number 10 is?
Cordell Stewart.
Bobby Douglas.
Mitch Trubisky.
Mitch Trubisky's honorable mention.
By the way, Robbie Gould gets the honorable mention over Jim McMahon. Do you think that anyone would argue that Robbie Gould deserves the title over Jim McMahon?
No, Jim McMahon won 28 straight starts. I'm tired of people saying bad things about Jim. He was 49 and 15 as the Bears starting quarterback.
Yes.
Like I told you this too, Aldo. It was in the middle of the 86 season. I was watching a game recently, and John Madden says, there are a lot of Bears fans that think they're going to win the Super Bowl again, and they can do it without McMahon. And those Bears fans are crazy. The only way they're winning the Super Bowl again is if he gets healthy. That's from John fucking Madden, man. So
John Madden was senile.
He just won.
Oh, come on. John Madden was, especially in 86, was at the top of his game.
I'm just playing with you. Just playing.
And a great coach. My God, what a great coach. He won 9 straight division titles.
He was. He
has a video game that's going to go on forever.
Exactly.
I've never played Madden. No, I'm just kidding. I've played it many times. All right, number 10, of course, is Mitchell Trubisky.
Wow, I was being sarcastic.
Fuck it, Coach Nagy. He's going deep.
I don't know where that came from, but okay.
Real quick. I don't think you've ever played Madden, Aldo. I think you had to You quickly acknowledged that you've never played it, then you had to lie about it real quick to make sure everyone knew that. Okay, I'm not that old.
I can tell you, man. I spent a lot of hours on Madden. I would do my own fantasy draft. I would draft my own Bears team. I would do dynasty.
The days where you could make your own plays and play with your own plays in the game. Oh.
Yep. I loved it. And then one year I started playing online against people, and it's like
it sucked.
1 o'clock in the morning, not 1 o'clock, about 11 o'clock at night, and I got the headsets on, and I'm communicating with some kid, and then I hear the kid's father come into the room and say, "You should be in bed by now." And I'm thinking to myself, what the fuck am I doing?
I'm telling you, I know that it's 30 plus years ago, but my favorite football game ever was Tecmo Super Bowl on regular Nintendo.
Yeah.
That's a game I never played. Tecmo, never played.
Not the regular
Phil
Tecmo
Jackson
Bowl.
was unstoppable.
Yeah, that's the one in Tecmo Super Bowl. The original one still had McMahon and Willie Gault on it, but they had like fake. It didn't have all the right helmets and shit. The second one was Tecmo Super Bowl. It had a member of the. It was supposed to be Mark Bavaro. It was a fake guy wearing a Giants helmet because they had just won the Super Bowl. That's the game I love. That's the one where Bo was unstoppable. Neil Anderson was good on there too, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I got my ass kicked 63 zips by my cousin, by my friend's 8-year-old, and I was like, I'm done playing Madden online.
Did Tecmo also have a hockey game?
I don't like hockey. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they did, but it wasn't a hit.
Okay, because I remember, I think it's the movie Swingers with Vince Vaughn. They're playing Tecmo hockey, and Wayne Gretzky is scoring like every shot. And I remember watching the movie thinking to myself, man, I wish I had that fucking game. I love hockey video games because they're so easy to play. Get the puck and fucking get up ice and shoot and score. Right. Anyway, all right, number 11. Any guesses?
Roy Williams.
This is pretty hard. Jack Concannon, man.
Yeah.
He was quarterbacking before Bobby Douglas. I want to say
that's before my era.
Yeah, and the honorable mention is Joe Manianci.
Wasn't Vince Evans 11?
He was number 8.
Oh, number 8. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. All right, moving on to number 12. Our guy.
Yeah.
Kramer.
Go ahead, Dan. Wax eloquently about why Eric Kramer deserves this title.
He still owns the single season record set in 1995 for most touchdowns in a single season for the Chicago Bears. Again, Cutler has all the other records, but Jay's most single season touchdown passes were 28, and Eric's was 29 in 1995. No Bears quarterback has ever thrown at least 29 in a season other than Mr. Kramer.
Until this year with Justin Fields.
I hope he shatters it. I hope Justin becomes the first Bears quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards as well.
He's got an extra
It was also, yes, he does. And it was also, he had less interceptions that year too, I think.
Yeah, at one point he had like 6 interceptions. Like,
Cutler was like 29 and 26 that year or something. Wasn't that the year?
Who else did they put honorable mention for 12? I can't read it.
I don't mean any disrespect to actual cocksuckers, but Rodgers is a fucking cocksucker. Ask Kevin.
Allen Robinson. I don't think belongs on this list, but okay.
If it
was, it would have to be McCown. Josh McCown.
Yeah, right.
Josh over him.
Cade McCown.
Cade McCown. Josh
Cade McCown was number 8.
Yeah, look at Joe Steidadar, offensive tackle. That guy looks like I could kick his ass. Well, maybe not, but I'm bigger than him. That's for sure.
He looks like one of the guys that like would have been like Hitler's, like one of the SS guys.
He was. What are you talking about?
God.
Some of these guys, man. We need another good number 13. We need a better 13.
No shit.
Was Johnny Knox 13?
Yeah. He was, right? Dick Plasman, number 14, was an end.
Harbaugh was 14, as I told you.
And Chuck Julius gets the honorable mention. So we need a new number 14.
Santonio Holmes was 14.
There's our guy, Brandon Marshall. Chase
I had
Cole.
no quarrels with that.
Yep.
And the honorable
What
mention
about
goes
Jim
to the great
Miller
Ed
instead
Brown.
of Ed Brown? Jim Miller wore 15, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Was it 15? Okay.
Yeah, he wore 15.
George Musso. Now that's a football face. Look at that motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a football face.
He looks like
Italian
Yurko.
knob face.
He looks like Yurko right there.
He does.
They didn't even wear helmets back then.
Yeah, that guy
I will
walks
bite your
into a
kneecaps,
bar.
face.
That guy walks into a bar and says, "Buy me a beer." I'd say, "Yeah, you want me to suck your dick too?"
He looks like he'd fuck somebody up.
I'll buy you
No
a beer.
shit.
How about that?
Let's see.
Todd Sauerbund was 16,
Oh, Richie Pettibone.
Oh,
who would later coach the Redskins.
Yeah, it's funny that the picture they show of safety Richie Pettibone is him getting beat for a touchdown.
He's the member of the 63 world champions, right?
He's at Wrigley Field, too.
That's right.
Wasn't he on the 63 title team, Aldo?
He was. He was.
I
Indeed,
thought
yes.
so.
Alshon Jeffrey got the honorable mention at 17. Number 18 is Tom Zach. Look at that.
Love me some Tom Zach now.
Yeah.
We have sent him at least 10 invitations. He has yet to respond. We want him on this show.
God damn it, Mike.
We're praising you, Mike. We want you on the show to give us your daily affirmations that you put on Twitter. We want to hear them live, and we want to talk Chicago Bears history and whatever you want to talk. Mike Tomzak, I'm going to send you this video clip.
I always thought he looked like Tom Cruise to me when I was a kid. So tell him that.
A little bit.
He's a Scientologist, according to the other Dan.
He is a
What about
That'll get him.
Ortman?
That'll get him, Aldo.
Wasn't Ortman 18?
Yes, Kyle Orton was also 18. That is
Let's
confirmed.
see if he gets the honorable mention.
Yeah.
And another guy that we don't know, John Siegel, gets number 19. Gary Huff. A lot of high expectations for Gary Huff. When he came in the 1970s, the quarterback, he did not, unfortunately, live up to them. Number 20, any guesses?
Is Gary Huff the quarterback Walter had when he first started?
Yes, sir.
Thought so.
What about the dangerous man?
Mark Carrier.
A dangerous man, Thomas Jones.
Mark Carrier's a great guy.
Thomas Jones was 20, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Yes, he was.
Mark Carrier had what, like 10, 12 picks his rookie year?
He had like 10 interceptions.
Thomas Jones better be honorable mention, though.
Well, let's see. Let's get the suspense over with.
Tom Sanders was also number 20.
Yeah, but no competition to Thomas Jones.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, before we get – go ahead.
I was just going to say, Mark Carrier had that tremendous rookie season, but never really played near that level ever again.
I don't know. He just didn't have picks. He was good. Like, you put him and Sean Gale together, they were fucking stellar back there.
Yeah, but it wasn't that rookie season where he had all those turnovers.
He would still knock your fucking head off, though.
Yeah, I'm not saying he was
if we
bad.
had a guy like him to be an intimidator now, he's the kind of guy that couldn't play in today's league because he would just be getting flags over and over and over. He was a tough hitter.
Before we get to 21, Aldo,
yes, sir.
I'm going to give you my guess.
R.W. McQuarters.
Walter Payton.
Number 21. Okay.
The best player to ever wear the number 21 for the Chicago Bears was Walter Payton.
Because he wore it for one game?
Nope. He wore it for a little bit.
Really?
Yep. I actually told you this before. When he arrived he was assigned number 21 when he arrived as the fourth overall, but he switched to number 34 before the start of the regular season. So he wore it through training camp. It was long enough for him to actually have the number. As far as I'm concerned, they should retire it.
Good guess on Donnell Wolford, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wolford and McQuarters.
Number 21. Let us see. It is Donnell Wolford.
It has to be Donnell Wolford.
Yeah. Who else they put honorable mention?
The Leslie Frazier.
Oh, Les Frazier, yeah.
Leslie. Yep.
See, now that's a tough one there. I might pick Frazier over Wolford. The only thing is
Wolford was good
played
for a long time.
Yeah, he played
Frazier
more
got hurt in
seasons.
the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And he was Wolford, I think, was a higher pick than Frazier, obviously, right? Because he was in the top.
He was.
So he actually panned out more for that pick. So
Will it be Forte or Dewerson?
I'd have to go with Dave Duerson at 22.
I'm gonna go with Forte.
Ooh, Matt Forte and Dave Duerson. That's a tough competition there for 22.
Yeah.
But I would agree with her on this one, Matt Forte, with a slight edge. All right,
a lot of
let's
yards,
move on.
a lot of catches.
Over Kendall Vildor, right?
Devin Hester.
It's got to be Hester.
No clue. It's definitely him.
Yeah, and Sean Gale is the honorable mention.
Yep.
Another good player, Sean
R.W.
Gale.
McQuarters would be next in my mind because he actually wore 23 too.
I thought he was 21.
Roosevelt
He was actually
Taylor.
23.
Again, another picture of a defensive back being beaten badly. He's missing a tackle here, guys.
Yeah,
like much worse than the last one. Like, very badly missing that.
Vesty Jackson.
Good player.
Rosie was a good player, though.
Yeah, Rosie.
Vesty was a good player. I mean, not
Howard,
great,
yeah.
but good.
Jordan Howard, the honorable mention,
good old
and
Jordan
J.C. Caroline. Didn't he?
Yep.
He died.
My dad used to talk about him.
Yeah, didn't he have like an
died.
auto accident? He
Caroline.
died young. So, all right.
Wasn't Robert Green 20? No, he was 22. Oh, who else we have at 25? Was it Montgomery? No, he was 32. We had somebody else at 20. Garrett Wolf was 25. I remember that.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
somebody better than Garrett Wolf, a running back, was 25.
Wasn't it the running back that from,
Brad Muster?
Brad Muster, good player. Just couldn't stay healthy.
The running back that we drafted late round from Northwestern. He was a big deal back in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yeah.
We drafted him. We were like, I think he was 25 too.
Darnell, was it Darnell?
Darnell Autry?
No.
Yes. Darnell Autry.
Darnell Autry wore 24 though.
He became an actor.
Did he?
Yeah.
Didn't know that. All right, number 26. I hear Matsui. Matsui it is.
Who's the honorable mention, though?
The honorable mention is, of course, none other than Benny McRae, who starred in the movie Brian's Song and went on to have a Hollywood career. Number 27 is, of course, Mike Richardson, another Super Bowl.
Hollywood.
Walt Harris is 27. Mike Richardson went to prison, by the way. Drug
Really?
smuggler. I think he was a drug smuggler. Wasn't that what it was? He went to jail.
Something
He might be in jail now.
Well, hold on. Let me check that out. Anthony.
L.A. Mike. You got in trouble,
Mike
man.
Richardson.
Oh, wow. You are right. And guess what? His fucking prison number is 2727.
How long's he in for?
No, I didn't
Till
look
27.
27 years. Walt Harris, you're right,
He was
Dan.
a good ball player, Walt Harris.
Yes, he was.
By the way, Dan, you're right.
Is it 28
RW
is
was
retired,
21.
Right? 28 is retired.
28 is not retired.
No?
Willie,
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Willie Gallimore,
It's
yeah.
retired because he
Willie
was the
Gallimore.
one that died in an accident. Yeah.
Yeah.
Willie Gallimore. He was going to be maybe the best running back in Bears history. That guy was on his way to a great career. Bob Stuber, the honorable mention.
Gentry's 29.
That's a guy named Bill Stuber. He was a
Gentry's
copywriter.
so underrated. Gentry is so underrated, like historically.
I love him. He would get like a first down, like 3rd and 19. He would like draw or shotgun pass, little.
And
pass.
he was explosive as a
Yeah.
kick returner and a punt returner, played running back, played wide receiver.
Yeah.
He's like sort of the Tariq
Pinky.
Cohen kind of player of his era.
Yeah, Pinky. That was his nickname, Pinky.
Yeah, he was solid, man.
Honorable mention, I think, for me is the punt returner that we got him from Green Bay. What the hell was his name?
Glenn Milburn?
Glenn Milburn, thank you. That's my guess for.
He didn't wear 29, did he? I thought Glenn Milburn wore like 25 or something.
Yeah, I don't think he was 29 either, but I could be wrong.
Do you know Glenn Milburn? Excuse me. Lost my thought. God damn it.
Glenn
Fucking
Milburn,
stroke.
he
There's 24 Milburn, I think.
Yeah, that sounds right.
All right. Let's see who the honorable mention is. Ronnie Bull.
Ronnie Bull. To have an autographed picture of Ronnie Bull.
It's on the cover of Sports Illustrated. The guy who had a fabulous season. Everybody thought he was going to be the shit. 20 or number 30, Mike Brown is properly.
Love Mike
Brown.
Brown.
Who's the
Shouldn't
honorable mention? Let me think. There was a
Love
running
Mike
back
Brown.
that played 30, like a fullback or running back. It was 30.
I don't see it.
Tony Carter, wasn't he 30?
Tony Carter, yeah, he was 30. Yep.
But the honor goes to Jimmy Gunn. That's a great football
before
name.
my time.
Yep.
31 is Joe Fortunato, a great linebacker.
They put Nate Vasher over Salome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nathan
Salome had a really good rookie year, except for fumbling, but
Vasher had several good seasons.
The interceptor.
Until he got paid, and then he didn't get any more interceptions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The former interceptor.
Johnny Lujak at 32, one of those quarterbacks that probably sucked, but they had to find somebody to throw. David Montgomery gets the honorable mention.
I think Edgar Bennett was 32 with the Bears.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he was 33. He could have been 32, though.
No,
33 is Charlie Tillman.
Yeah.
Of course, it better be.
Tillman. Yeah. Hell yeah.
Larry Morris, though, at linebacker, huh?
Peanut Tillman.
Obviously,
Walter.
Walter.
34.
Whose honorable mention, though, is the question.
Yeah.
Well, let's guess that.
Let's let the chat room go for that one.
Yeah, chat room, let us know
honorable.
who you think is the honorable mention at number 34 for the Chicago Bears.
Behind Walter.
Nobody, unless they're going to look it up right now to find that answer, because nobody's going to even be.
Yeah,
unless
you
you're
got to answer in the next 5 seconds.
Someone should customize a 34 jersey. Someone that wore it other than Peyton. Could you imagine being at the game and seeing a 34 and it's not Walter?
Oh, let's do that.
Or how about a 20? How about a 21 and it's not Walter?
Wouldn't it be cool if we went to the Bears game, Dan, and I'm wearing number 34 with Gale Sayers' name, and
we have a guess.
40 with
We
Walter
got a guess.
Payton's
Here's the
name?
guess.
And I can go with you and wear a 21, Peyton.
Nobody.
There you go.
Got the guess there. Thank you, Sam
nobody.
J. Sayers.
Yeah, nobody can get that one. That's who the hell knows that? If you know that, like,
Aldo has it somewhere.
you must be Foster because you're like 117 years old.
Yeah.
Joe Marconi, the fullback.
Dan, we need to get Dan Aguirre a 34 Marconi jersey. So he can wear it.
Neil Anderson's 35.
Would that be crazy if like there was some guy that was named like Jim Aguirre?
But who's the runner-up?
By a number 34 with an Aguirre on the back, Dan?
Rick DeSayers, 35.
36 was the great Stu Clarkson. Couldn't find a picture of him either.
Marcus Paul? Wow.
Marcus Paul. Oh, boy. Lean times for 36.
Really?
Tony
37.
Parrish was a guy we gave up on too quickly, I thought.
Yeah, he was.
Guy was a fucking hitter. Man.
Just
we drafted him and just let him go to San Francisco just because, whatever.
He played a season or two with the Bears.
He was he played like the first 4 years and then we let him leave.
Yeah, he went to San Francisco. Yep.
He should have stayed. Should have let him. He and Mike Brown together.
Maurice Douglas gets the honorable mention at 38. It's, of course, Daniel Manning.
The male stripper.
Fastest Bears. Who's the
Or
male
retro.
stripper? Maurice. That's right. Maurice was.
Retro went to one Bears game, and it was the one game that Walter Payton was injured.
It was the last game of 75.
See that?
Retros.
It really messed him up, Aldo. he's messed up in the head now.
Adrian Amos gets the honorable mention at number 38. These are kind of unsexy numbers, right? 38, 36.
Amos was 38. I don't remember that.
Yeah. 39.
Traitor.
Yeah.
There was
Well,
a
Eddie
running back
Jackson's
that was
4 now.
really good, that was decent for us that wore 38, though. Was it
Tim Worley.
Oh, thank you.
It was he really? I was being
40,
sarcastic.
Gale Sayers, number
40 Sayers, no doubt about it.
No doubt.
And
Man, if
the
Sayers wouldn't have gotten injured, man, he would have been one of the greatest all time in yardage.
Don Mullins
Would have played as many seasons as like Walter, or he was.
That guy's look at the picture. The guy's grabbing his cock.
Is that Marilyn Manson making the tackle?
Good one. 41,
Brian Piccolo, the great Brian Piccolo, left us way too early, and the honorable mention goes to the great Jack Matheson, who I have never heard of until this moment.
I was right, Aldo. It all makes sense.
Oh yeah, Sid Luckman. God, how many times do we have to hear about Sid when they badmouth the other Bears quarterbacks?
We were talking about this the other night with them allowing everyone to, like, there's certain numbers that certain players can't use, but when defensive linemen and cornerbacks, wide receivers, running backs, and so on and so forth, if they're allowed to use numbers 0 through 20, are we just going to go back to the original time where now we're going to see a quarterback with 42?
I love it.
Yeah,
but I think we determined that.
That guy looks like he is hard to bring down.
God, what was the guy's name from what was the guy's name that Paul Brown had all those years at the Browns when they were winning championships in another league and stuff? We're number 66 at one point. The quarterback, the big Browns, like in the 50s. You can't remember who it is?
Sammy Ball?
No. Let me look it up.
I was trying to think of that guy too, because I know there was the one guy that played for the Redskins. Is that what you're talking about?
No, the Browns. Like when Paul Brown was with even the 50s.
Cliff's got a guess for 46.
I'm telling you, no honorable mention. No honorable mention for number 42.
Was it retired right after Luckman retired though? Maybe, huh?
Maybe.
Nobody has it. Where?
I don't know.
Did Walter Payton have one, or did it say NA as well?
No, that somebody named Joe Schmo.
Oh, okay.
Joe Marconi. That's why we're getting Dan Aguirre.
Oh, Joe Marconi. Okay,
Marconi.
Gotcha.
We're getting Dan Aguirre Marconi jersey.
All right, we're up to number 43.
Otto Graham's who I was talking about.
Otto Graham, yeah. Didn't he play offensive line too? I think that's why. Sid Luckman was
60. It wasn't 66. It was 60.
Jim Dooley, the wide receiver of the Chicago Bears, who ended up being a head coach and one of the worst head coaches, maybe the worst head coach in Bears history.
What about that Abe guy? Wasn't he the worst?
Abe at least had personality. You know, he was so fucking funny. He was a treat. Jim was a very studious type, wore glasses. And
that's the guy that got the job over.
I was just going to say that.
Which one of these two fuckers got us Walter Payton, though?
We're talking Jim Finks drafted Walter Payton.
But wasn't Dooley his first coach? Dooley was Payton's first coach.
No.
Wasn't it Jack Pardee?
Yes, Jack Pardee was. Yes. Yeah. Michael Green gets the honorable mention at 43. Terry Schmidt, number 44.
Okay, Terry played a long time.
He did. He was one of Mike North's favorites.
Did Ditka replace Jack Pardee or no?
No, Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong, that's right, yeah. Yep.
Dick Duran was after Ditka, right? If I remember right.
Yeah, Ditka was Wani and then Duran.
Okay. Fensick at 45 with the honorable mention going to wide receiver Dick Gordon, who really
made the Pro Bowl.
He could have been a superstar if he would have played with a team that had good quarterbacking. Dick Gordon was an excellent wide receiver.
For years, he was the last wide receiver to have 100 catches before Marty Booker.
That is right.
Yeah.
That is right.
That is sad.
Yes.
A couple of safeties at 46, Doug Plank and Chris Harris with Plank.
But we traded for no reason after the Super Bowl.
What's even sadder is the next guy, Tooch, is after Doug Plank. Doug Plank's a legend.
Johnny Morse, yeah. He had the catches.
He still leads the wide receiver.
He still has the wide receiver catches, right? Doesn't he?
Good broadcaster,
and yards
too.
Yeah.
And yards. Catches and yards.
So, yeah.
Great broadcaster.
Is he still alive, Johnny Morse?
Yes, he
I
is.
think so.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
I don't think he is. I
was like, if he's dead and he still has all the records, that's even sadder.
He was a great broadcaster. We
he was
can't
great.
underplay that.
Yeah.
He was a sportscaster on Channel 2, wasn't he, Aldo, when you were there? Or?
Yep, he was. He did the sports at first. He started at WMEQ, which was Channel 5 in Chicago, and then he went over to Channel 2, and I got to work with him for a couple of years. He was a nice guy, very nice guy, very, very nice. Yeah.
And he and Tim Ryan were solid together on CBS.
Mm-hmm. Yep, they did the pregame show. By the way, I showed that box with Mike North's sound effects. He's got that audio of Ditka going off on him, saying, "I gotta do this fucking show again tonight. What? And I just finished a press conference. You're gonna ask me the same questions." And Johnny's like, "But coach, this is right after the game. The fans want to hear from you. But you're gonna ask me the same shit." He was pissed, man. It was good radio. I'll set it up for next time.
You remember Mike pulled his pants down in front of
were they on the same team too, Morris and Ditka?
Sure.
Yeah. And Ditka had some sensational seasons with the Bears, and a lot of that had to do because of Johnny Morris. Johnny had like 4.3, 4.4 speed, and so he would race downfield, leaving the middle of the field wide open for Ditka, who made some great catches and runs after the catch too.
I want a Mike Ditka Eagles jersey.
Oh, Cowboys jersey. That's
remember he went to Philly before Dallas, though.
He was traded to Philly. He had a bad career there. Everybody thought he was washed up and done. And then Tom Landry called him and said, "I'm going to take a chance on you. I don't know if I should, but I'm going to take a chance on you." And he fucking played well.
He caught a touchdown in Super Bowl VI.
He sure fucking did. Mike Ditka was a good football player. Chris.
No.
Really? Are you serious?
God.
She should not have done that. She should have put on the NA. She should have put
fucking Randall Cobb beating Chris Conti, touchdown. We don't make the playoffs.
This is like a Dan Aguirre sound bites. Like,
oh boy,
like multiple shows.
He went to Tampa. He went to Tampa and got stiff-armed straight to hell on a Monday night game against Pittsburgh and had to retire. He got so shown up and beaten up with the fucking stiff arm. It like he got knocked. He was out for the season after being stiff-armed.
Cliff says Chris fucking Conti.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh. Somebody needs. I'm going to buy a number 47 jersey so that I can become the honorable mention.
Just put Gandia on the back of it. You'll be fine.
Exactly. Alan Ellis at number 48. Now, this guy was really fucking good back in the day. Played alongside Alan Page. Oh, shit. What happened? Reload it. Oh, now I got to scroll all the way down.
Nobody even knows that Page was a Bear now. It's just he was racking up sacks still, too.
Tell us how many sacks he had.
I don't know. I'd say he had like.
You sent me the number the other day.
Yeah, but I don't have it memorized. He had a lot of sacks for the Bears. He probably had like 30 or 40 of his sacks with the Bears.
Wait, who?
Alan Page.
Alan Page.
Oh, yeah.
You know who Alan Page is, Shorty?
He's like third on the list.
People eaters.
Yeah, Alan Page
for the Bears.
Alan Page and Lawrence Taylor are the only two people in the modern era to be defensive players to win the NFL MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Alan Page at 71, LT in 86.
Yeah, he's up there on the list of defensive ends for the Bears for sure.
So let me ask you guys this. Trivia question. Which of the 4 purple people eaters was the player that ran the wrong way?
Jim Marshall.
Jesus Christ. Could have.
And that play is probably the reason he doesn't make the Hall of Fame.
Can we get multiple choice?
Yeah.
No, it's Jim Marshall. And Jim had such a stellar career and should be in the Hall of Fame. It's a crime that he's not in the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
My guess, Aldo, is Jim Marshall.
That's pretty good, man.
49. We need some better players.
Yep, 48 and 49, not too good. Alan Ellis, though, was a good cornerback. Beatty Feathers was actually a well-known and well-respected running back. 49, David Tate. I don't remember David Tate. Do you?
I do, yes.
Safety.
David Tate around, the late 80s, early 90s?
Jeez, I forgot about him.
Sam Acho?
Damn. 90s. Tate was 90s, I think. played at Colorado.
Wait a
I
second.
thought he came in '88, but yeah.
Sam Acho is honorable mention?
Yeah, that's terrible.
He wasn't that bad.
That's not even
He
honorable
doesn't
mentioning.
deserve to be on this list.
Yeah. That's
All right. 50 was
Gotta
Singletary,
be
of course.
Singletary. People try to say he's overrated now. Singletary was great.
Wait, let me guess the honorable mention.
Shea McClellan.
Shea McClellan. Yeah.
Can't be, please, no. Mike Pyle. Now, this guy was a long-time center for the Bears.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
Very,
Homer
very
Pyle?
no relation.
Mike Pyle.
And of
Dick
course, my
Butkus.
man, Dick
Jim
Butkus.
Morrissey.
It's a great
Jim
picture.
Morrissey's
Jim
51.
Morrissey. Yeah.
Look at that fucking official behind him. Guy looks like Grandpa.
He looks like he was inserted from the future. He's like his jersey is really clean and much more white. Like he looks like he was like digitally inserted into that picture.
Butkus looks larger than everybody else.
He does.
Like massive.
Yeah, back
all
then
right, so-
that like were officials that fat. Like it looks like they inserted a modern day fat official into that picture.
I'm going with Jim Morrissey's the other 51.
Honorable mention.
It is Ken Kavanaugh.
He's in the Supreme Court. We've got Brett Kavanaugh on here.
No relation.
I love beer.
Khalil Mack at 52.
Boo.
Yeah, 52.
How about
And,
Brian
I don't-
Cox?
I think Dan Neal should get it over Khalil Mack.
Of course, and Brian Cox should too.
All right, Warwick Holman.
He just loves his last name.
Warwick
Holman and Roosevelt Colvin with Urlacher were stellar, man, and we just broke it up.
Yep.
Love
Yeah.
that trio.
What's this tattoo say?
Fuck the world.
There you go. Nick Roach.
Oh,
we
God.
we need some 53s, guys. All right,
He was
54.
a good special teams player for a while, so I could see that.
Who else was 54 besides Lack?
Tom Hicks, another linebacker.
Ricardo McDonald was 54.
Really?
He was the last Bear to wear.
Lance Briggs is 55. No?
Well, Ricardo was the last 54 before Urlacher.
All right. Well, let's see what 55 is. It is no other than double nickels. Lance Briggs. And the honorable mention, Doug Buffon. I'm picking Doug Buffon over. I'm sorry. I'm picking Doug Buffon over Lance.
And that's just because of John.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I'm going to give Alyssa. Alyssa co-hosts a show with John Buffon, Doug Buffon's nephew, and so I'm going to give
Lance Briggs over Dougie.
Yeah, I'm going to give her some shit on that show. Oh, I got to remember that. That is priceless. All right, 56.
I can't think of a 56, man.
This number has been retired. Bill Hewitt. And the honorable mention is not available because it hasn't been available. 57 is Olin. No doubt about that. Tom Thayer, a nice second place.
Olin will kick your ass if you think otherwise.
Yeah. She put Olin over Tom because she's afraid to get her ass kicked by Olin.
What about other honorable mentions, though, besides Tom Thayer? There's been a few.
Right. Who do you got?
I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm dyslexic. Never mind.
You thought somebody... all right. 58 is, of course, Wilbur Marshall, not Roquan Smith.
Yeah.
And
Roquan favorite,
Wilbur Smith. We should have had on 55 was Otis Wilson.
Yeah.
Otis Wilson was another 55.
Yeah, 55 should have been Otis.
Oh,
who else? Who was it again?
Lance.
It was Lance and Doug Buffon.
Yeah, okay, it should have been Buffon with an honorable mention of Otis Wilson over Lance. Yeah. I love Lance, but Otis was better than Lance.
I agree with you. I agree.
Otis is to me is borderline Hall of Famer.
Longevity, though.
Otis was with the Bears like 9 seasons. It's not like he wasn't here.
Yeah. Played a while.
Odie was good, man.
He was benched. The story is that he went into Ditka's office and said, "You're benching me in favor of Ron Rivera? Are you serious?" And it was because Briggs lost. It wasn't Briggs. Excuse me.
Marshall.
Otis.
Otis was
Otis.
was pissed off that he lost his job because he was injured, and he really let Ditka have it.
He intimated it was racially motivated in his book.
He sure fucking did. Bill Hubert at 56, no honorable mention. Kreutz at 57. Tom Thayer, the honorable mention. Of course, Wilbur Marshall at 58 with Roquan, the honorable mention. And then 59, there's your guy. And
Rosie.
Yeah. I liked Roosevelt, man. He again, we gave up on these guys too quickly. He and Warwick Holdman.
He was traded to the Patriots.
And they both could have been stars with Urlacher, too. Like, but don't get me wrong, Lance was great. But
he wasn't traded, though. He left as a free agent, I thought, right?
I think so, too. Holdman was around like one more year than Colvin, and then he was gone, too.
But then he won like 2 Super Bowls, so he's happy he did that.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a good trio that we could have done something with, I really believe.
Doug Buffon's 3 keys to winning games. Was it run the ball, run the ball, run the ball? Or was run the ball, stop the run.
Stop the run, pressure the quarterback.
Yeah, I think those were his 3 keys. My bad on that. I wrote that. All right, back to our list. 59 honorable mention is, of course, Chico, Ron Rivera. At 60, we got Wallace Chambers.
Wallace Chambers.
Wasn't he traded to Tampa?
Yeah.
He was indeed. He was indeed. Toward the tail end of his career. I think he played 6-7 seasons, if I remember correctly.
Like was that massive dude, too?
Was the Chambers pick, didn't that lead to Dan Hampton? The trade?
I believe you're right. I believe you are right there, Mr. Dan Aguirre. And let's see who the honorable mention is. Roger Davis. Of course, we've all forgotten Roger, but God bless him anyway. Bill George, 61. He was
a great middle linebacker, right? Like in the 50s?
Yep. He is credited for inventing the middle linebacker position.
Bill George.
He lined up in that middle of the linebacker spot, and it was all of a sudden he was credited with inventing the position because he played it at such a high level, and it was kind of newly used in defenses. So Bill George.
8 Pro Bowls for Bill George.
Wow, look at that. How do you like those helmets from back then?
Foster says Wally Chambers had 16.5 sacks and 75 or 76.
Yeah.
That's before they even recorded them.
The thing I don't like about that helmet that I like better today, I like that they started painting the face mask navy instead of that ugly fucking silver or whatever that was, that gray.
Everyone had that gray.
Yeah, everybody. You're right.
Yeah.
I love those helmets, though. Glenn Holloway of the guard gets the honorable mention. And at 62, we go over to Mark Bortz.
Iowa Hawkeyes.
He had a horseshoe bald spot.
Yeah, that's right. he was. I want to say that he was converted to the offensive line from defense, if I remember right. I'm sure Foster
he was the last of the Bears offensive linemen. You know, the 5 we had forever that won the Super Bowl. He was the last one we had. Which was the one that lasted the longest.
He played for a long time for the Bears, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Dan Jiggins.
Mike Norris, radio partner, gets the honorable mention. 63, of course, everyone knew this. Jay Hilgenberg.
Yeah.
What a stud, man. Look at him. Looking for pussy.
You know who his uncle was?
No.
Wally. He played for the Vikings. Wally Hilgenberg. Linebacker.
And wasn't there a third one?
His brother was the Saints center, Joel Hilgenberg.
Yeah, the story is that when they would play catch, they would all have their asses pointing at each other.
That's the way to do it.
Yep.
Another one that could be in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion.
Yep, totally agree. Roberto
Garza is a solid player.
He might be a guest on the Greg Gabriel show. We're trying to get a hold of him.
He had no ACL in one knee, right? He had no ACL.
That's right. And played at a good level, too.
Yeah.
64, Teddy Albrecht. Couldn't find a better picture. He was good. Andy Heck.
Andy Heck was definitely
That was Wani's left tackle, buddy. He brought Andy Heck in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's got a son that's playing in the NFL now. Oh, look at this. 65. One of your favorite players.
He played forever. He played 3 plays a game for
For 19 seasons.
One of Heidi's hotties, right?
I think he's so bad doing the post game. I'm glad that they lost it. You put him and Mike Mulligan together, I'm just like, God, this is painful to listen to.
Longsnapper.com. That's his website.
God.
Nice 10 Bears hotties.
One of
They had him in the Bears all-time top 100.
Wow.
And they didn't have Curtis Conway, just as an example.
Wow.
That's a joke.
Wow.
That's a fucking joke.
They had Khalil Mack, number 60, in the Bears' all-time top 100 players. It's just like, man, no one had their dick sucked more than Khalil Mack when he was here. He and Julius Peppers both.
I feel you, Cliff.
God.
Long snappers are important, just like kickers are important, but come on.
You don't think Hilgenberg could have snapped long if he needed to? Sure, he could have.
Yeah, maybe that. Not
Krutz, you don't think Olin could? If you don't think so, he'll fuck you up.
Of course, Olin can do anything. Buddha gets the honorable mention at 65. Blocked at the left guard position for Walter Payton for many years.
Yep.
And Mike did get cut him before the 84 season.
Yeah, he was not happy with Buddha's work ethic.
He went to Tampa, I believe, after that.
I think you're right.
Next
and at
guy,
66, we got Bulldog Turner.
that number's retired too, I think.
Yep, you're right. We should unretire it just because the guy's so fucking ugly. He's wearing 55. What's going on? They should have at least cropped the picture.
Right there, yeah.
If we keep Blazing Game on the team, the fullback, his nickname should be Bulldog.
I agree.
Bulldog Blazing Game.
Jerry Fontenot, number 67, the center and offensive guard.
Wasn't that the guy? That's who Olin took his job, right?
Yes, he did. Yep. He had some good games, and then he had some.
Or was it
really
Casey
bad.
Wegman that Olin took? It was one of the other.
It was Casey Wegman. Yeah, they had them
yeah.
both on the roster for a season. Best center tandem in the league. Fontenot's honorable mention goes to George Seals. Don't remember him. Jimmy Osborne at defensive tackle, number 68. Yes.
And he retired after 84. It's like, why couldn't he hang around one more year and get the ring?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, that is Doug Buffon making the tackle there.
Yeah.
And Jamie Osborne looking on, taking pictures.
He's taking a selfie.
That's right.
Dan Hampton always tells a story when they won the division in 84 in Minnesota that Jim Osborne cried after the game. And he was like, what the fuck are you crying about? He's like, dude, I've been here 13 years and we've never won the division. He's like, leave me alone.
Jesus, I would be crying too, right?
Yeah.
James Daniels gets the honorable mention.
God, no.
Jesus.
He does not deserve to be on the.
Really sad.
No way.
69 Reeve Sori. He had a couple
Isn't
of good
he
years
the
with
guy
Walter.
that lost a testicle in the game?
Shit.
We had this on one of our shows. It was a Bears player.
Testicle?
Can I just say that honorable
Bring
mention
forth
is
the testicle. No, we talked about it on one of the shows. I want to say it was him or some cornerback. Someone lost a testicle in a Bears game.
I don't think it was Reeve though. I never heard that.
No.
So anybody do
I
some
hope
research
it was
on
Chris
that?
Conti.
Can I just say that honorable mention is a girl I dated in high school?
Oh! But the honorable mention really goes to Henry Melton. I think Henry Melton, in my opinion, was
one-year
above
wonder.
Reeve. Well, yeah, you're right. He was one.
Virgil Livers, that was the other guy.
He built up to the 1 year, though, Dan. He built up to it.
Virgil Livers had a testicle injury in a game.
God.
Lost
Oh, that's a bad injury.
That sounds right. Yes, it was Virgil Livers.
Yeah, Virgil Livers.
Yep.
He had a
Crushed
ruptured
testicle?
testicle. God damn.
So your name's Virgil and you have one ball. Damn.
Herman Lee. I don't remember Herman Lee, the offensive tackle, one number 70. Dennis Lick, of course, I remember him. I would say I would have guessed Dennis Lick should, but I don't know anything about Herman Lee, so I'm not going to disparage.
I don't know Herman Lee, yeah.
George Connor, 71. Heard a lot about him back in the day.
I
Of
love
course,
Big Cat Williams.
Big Cat is a great guy.
yeah.
Love to have him on the show, man.
Love Big Cat.
He would be a great interview.
To convert from defensive line to become a really good right tackle.
Indeed. Really good.
Yep.
Scary.
Oh, God, he was awesome. He's
6'7", 6'8", something like that. Wow.
Yeah, he was good, man. Ditka drafted him. Fridge, of course, 72. Don't have Charles Leno here.
One
please.
of the Vikings. Was it Chris Dolman? Chris Dolman said the toughest guy to go against was Big Cat Williams.
Wow, that's a compliment.
I just couldn't get around him. He was so big.
Wow.
Yeah.
One of my buddies is a coach, and we were talking about. He was saying, why don't they convert more safety or wide receivers into cornerbacks? So we kind of got onto the subject of why don't NFL teams do more converting of. And then it came down to Big Cat, and we were like, "It's a great example." And then we realized, well, they actually do it a lot more than we think. They convert players in the NFL from different positions, like Big Cat from defensive tackle to the right tackle.
God, that guy we tried that a few years ago with Coward.
He was a good ball player.
Coward was terrible.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I hope he's well wherever he's at, but I'm glad it's not here.
Jimbo Covert got to be the next one, though.
Who's the backup for Perry?
Charles Leno!
Oh,
man, shit.
Aldo's happy about that one. You lead his fan club, man.
Unfairly criticized. Yeah, one bad season. The rest he was better than average. 73 goes to Mike Hartenstein.
Mike Hartenstein.
He was there forever.
He was awesome.
He's in the same draft with Walter.
Yeah, that's right. He was a second rounder, I want to say. It was a first rounder.
Coach Ditka said he was like the strongest man he ever knew. It's like
that's
the most
the story
weights.
on Hartenstein. Right.
Mark Hartenstein was like the strong man.
He looks like a tough motherfucker too. Man. The honorable mention goes to Bill Bishop, who nobody's ever heard of until this moment. And then we go to Jimbo, of course, recent Hall of Fame inductee. So
but who's the honorable mention? 74.
Well, let's see. It is, of course, Bob Kitchelelli.
Kilcullen.
Kilcullen. It's a good football name. Kilcullen on the tackle.
Or it could just be Kilcullen.
It could be that. That's a good football name, too.
Call the Culligan man.
Freddie Williams at 75 over Kyle Long. Can you believe that? I don't get that.
I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't get that either.
Should I call
Kyle was good for a long time, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Do you know Fred Williams, Dan Aguirre?
I don't know Fred Williams.
No.
It's not Fred Williams from the movies, right?
I was thinking that's the Hammer, right?
Fred the Hammer
Williamson.
Williamson.
Yeah. I've never met him either.
76, Steve McMichael.
Mongo.
God bless you, Steve. Hope you're well, man. Hope
the
you're
fucking
better.
man.
Oh. Look at that.
He's not well, but he's great, man. John Tate was solid too.
Yeah, Tate.
Not as good as Mongo, but yeah.
There's again on that Mike North drop machine. There's one of Steve McMichael saying, "I've learned for a long time now that when you're getting screwed, you just bend over and take it like a man." Like, what the fuck? What the hell happened?
You remember he got kicked out of Wrigley Field once?
Oh yeah, he was drunk and singing the 7-second stretch. Take me out to the ball. starts yelling at the umpire, start making some better calls. The umpire turns around and just stares at him like he was going to kick his ass. Yeah, right, umpire.
Let me also point out that he was in the Four Horsemen with the Nature Boy Ric Flair and a former WCW United States Heavyweight Champion, Steve Mongo McMichael, whose wife would later marry Stone Cold Steve Austin.
That's right. His wife, who was won some beauty pageant. She was a beautiful blonde and so forth. Deborah McMichael. And then after his football days, I guess their marriage started to dissolve, and she ended up marrying one of the guys he wrestled against.
Yeah, and when like Benoit died,
galloping ghost.
They had all this talk about steroids when Benoit killed his family. And Deborah went on TV and said that Steve Austin would be so fucked up on just from his steroids that he would be wigging out and beating her in character, like going like, "What? what? Doing the Stone Cold TV shit while he was beating her. Wow. I don't know if that's true. I'm not besmirching Stone Cold Steve Austin. I'm just saying allegedly he was beating her in character. That's what she said.
Well,
yeah,
that's interesting. All right, let's move on. 77, the Red Grange, of course.
Yep, the Galloping
Contrary to popular opinion, I never saw him play.
Come on, Foster. I know you have, though.
So.
None of us.
Foster was the doctor that gave him birth.
They didn't even wear
yes, exactly.
They didn't even wear helmets back then, man.
A story a couple years ago, just a random story where a dude like was a doctor and delivered a baby and then later like married the baby that he delivered when she was a woman. That's so wrong.
Yeah. Was that a news story or a movie or something you saw?
Yeah, it was just a random news story, but like he was fucking the girl he delivered. It's just like, God.
That is wild. Holy shit. No way, man. That should be illegal in some states.
Yeah, it should be.
Not all states.
Some states.
Let's move over to number 78. This is, of course, the great Stan Jones. Now, a lot of people don't know Stan Jones, but they really need to. This guy was so special. Take it away, Dan.
I thought you were talking Stan Thomas at first. I was like, no. Actually, this is above my time. Like I said, my era of the Bears, being able to watch even stuff before I was born starts in like 77. So,
oh man,
unfortunately, all those older games are just not accessible, and I wish they were.
I know.
Yeah, I'd love to see Sayers and Butkus. I mean, love.
His number is retired, by the way.
Yeah, Stan Jones.
I love
right?
Keith Van Horn. Van Horn, 78.
Yeah, I mean, that's how good Stan Jones was, that he's above Keith Van Horn. And Van Horn was pretty good offensive tackle, a huge guy
for a long time. Yeah,
he was like 6'9", wasn't Keith?
He used to fill in at WXRT, Keith Van Horn.
I didn't know.
Did you guys know that? Yeah, he used to DJ like late nights when they needed somebody.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I wonder if he's still around. I'd like to talk to him.
We should have him on the show.
Yeah, Kurt Becker. I'm surprised you couldn't find a picture of Kurt Becker.
Yeah, Becker was like, there's a picture
for a long time.
There's a picture of Becker that's like iconic where he's pointing at somebody and it's about to start a fight. Like whenever they always talk about the Bears, the 85 Bears, the attitude, they always show Becker pointing at somebody. Like that's an iconic picture.
I have to correct myself. Stan Jones his number is not retired. He's in the Hall of Fame. That's what I meant to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. By the way, somebody
my pleasure
sent me a picture of Virgil Liver's testicle. I am not going to share that with him.
I'm glad they gave Conway some love here. I love Curtis Conway. Other good number 80s, Bernard Berrien, Des White.
Ooh, yes. What number was Devin Aroma should do?
19, I think.
Yeah. No, it's in the teens. Yep, 19.
Well,
Conway, I love Conway, man. He's so underrated. So underrated.
Yep, 7th overall pick, right? Wasn't he 7th overall?
He went to San Diego. He just said he couldn't stay in the cold anymore. Earl Bennett?
He went to USC, I thought. Didn't he go to USC?
Earl Bennett?
No, Curtis Conway went to USC.
Curtis Conway, USC, yep. Yeah.
So he came from California to
Earl Bennett was at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, Conway, I just love Conway. But Earl Bennett, I would have like Bernard Berrien or Des White over Earl Bennett.
Didn't Earl Bennett wear 85 later?
No.
I don't think so.
No. I like how that. No.
Atkins
wear 85.
I believe Atkins' number is retired, right? No, it can't be because Bobby Ingram wore it afterwards. But Atkins is in the Hall.
I heard Doug like the second half of his life was like living in a trailer and barely had any money at all. It's just a real sad story.
Oh, really? Doug
that he was broke and was broke down physically and broke and couldn't work because he couldn't do anything. His body was so beat up.
Bobby Ingram gets the honorable mention.
82, Alan Page.
And see, that's not right. Alan Page he gets the honorable mention.
He gets the honorable mention. Okay.
But Man, Ray Bray, I don't know him.
Who the fuck is Ray Bray?
I thought he was a middle reliever for the Cincinnati Reds. That was Bill Bray. Sorry.
He's number 82, so he's on this offense. It looks like he's the right guard.
What the fuck is a DG? A defensive guard?
Yeah, he would play both ways. He was bisexual.
No, he was bigardual.
I can't even tell what stadium. That doesn't look like Wrigley Field to me. Holy shit. That's a great picture, though, but Ray Bray, never heard of you. 83, of course, it's Willie Gault. You had to hold him in order to guard him.
That's the Super Bowl right there.
Yep.
Yes. He was a bad motherfucker.
Who did they put
Martellus Bennett.
Oh.
Yeah, we got 2 first-round picks for Willie, but still, that was still probably a bad trade, even though you got 2 first-round picks for, like, he was such a loss when he's gone.
Just throw the ball as far as he can. He'd catch it.
Yep. Just
he was our Rice.
Yeah, McMahon said that, like, Willie always wanted to go to L.A. because he wanted to be an actor, and it's just like he got so tired of Willie, like, not really wanting to be there. So when he got traded, he's like, fuck him, good, let him go. Because apparently Willie was always trying to get traded.
I want to be an actor.
Yeah.
He did do it. He has some acting credits.
He did.
Yeah. He would have been better staying off on that team, though. That would have helped his career out better. Retire, then go be an actor.
Then we move on to number 84, Brian Bashnickel, who would go on to have a long football career.
God damn, he took one of the nastiest hits I've ever seen in 79 against the Dolphins when he's returning a kick.
Knocked his helmet off, right?
Oh my God. It looked like he would have been paralyzed from it. It's a wrestling move. It literally is a spine buster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's running 47.
He returned kicks, and he was more of a backup defensive back. He didn't start a lot of games in his career, as I remember. But
he's a wide receiver.
Oh, okay. That's what I meant. He didn't start a lot of games.
He returned punts too.
Who did they have other than Bashnickel at 84? Ron Morris hurt a lot, but he could have been really good.
Wore those like red construction gloves.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
All right. At 85, we got a Silky D, Dennis McKinnon.
I love Dennis McKinnon. Yeah, Dennis McKinnon, solid, undrafted, and still managed to be in the league like 10 years.
Yeah, and one of the best blocking wide receivers in the NFL.
What number did Kozlowski wear? Is he
88?
88.
You know, the thing about Dennis McKinnon, too, he missed all of 86 because he had a bad knee. And it's that's a big loss in 86 because McKinnon's out for the year, and they cut what's his name, the white guy, there's the surfer type that McMahon loves so much. McMahon's first touch.
Kenny Marjoram.
Yeah, Marjoram. So then you have Willie
82.
But I'm just saying, in 86, the season 86, they cut Kenny in the middle of the year, and McKinnon's out for the year. So other than Willie Gault, they had him playing with Keith Ortego.
Yeah,
that's right.
Which is a terrible move. I mean, and then that's when they moved Gentry to wide receiver because Ortego couldn't play. I mean, come on.
Mm-hmm. All right. Willie Holman gets the honorable mention, excellent defensive end, and 86 goes to Marty Booker.
How about Cat Bozo? There's the white on white. That's what we like right there.
That's it right there. We need that uniform. Game one. At home against the Packers. That'd be sweet. Marty Booker had hands the size of suitcases, according to one.
I've asked this on air before, but I'll ask everyone again in case the Bears traded Marty for Adewale Ogunleye. Is that a good trade or a bad trade in hindsight?
I think as much as I loved Marty Booker, I think that was a good trade.
Good trade.
Me too.
They needed that pass rush.
Yeah, Wale gave us some pass rush.
Yep. He didn't play absolutely great as I wanted. He never matched that sack total he had with the Miami Dolphins, but he still helped that defensive line a lot. And
I remember where I was when that happened too. It was just, and then I remember thinking the same thing as we are right now. I was like, I think it's worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. And Marty, played over the middle. That guy took punishment, man. And I don't know what he did at Miami or Tampa Bay afterwards,
Miami.
but was it Miami? Okay.
And he came back to the Bears in 2008, but
that's right.
He wasn't the same guy.
Yeah, he wasn't the same guy. He took a lot of punishment, but damn good player. Love you, Marty. And the tight end and punter, Bob Parsons from the 1970s.
Do you know what happened to Bob Parsons?
Well,
it's a classic Mike Ditka story. He was flirting with because the USFL had come around, and he was talking to the USFL in mid-season about going to become a coach after his career. And Ditka said, "Fuck him. He's not loyal. Cut him. Cut him on the spot." He had been there like 10 years. Ditka cut him because he was talking to the USFL about wanting to be a coach.
That's not right. Mike Ditka, come on.
He said he's not loyal to the Bears. God damn it.
He's like, get the fuck out of here.
OB.
I love it. I hope Ed's on the radio with Dan Hampton again this fall.
Yeah.
Me too.
There's nobody who has a better football voice than Ed O'Bradovich.
Yeah.
Those deep pipes and, man, when he talks.
Does too.
Goes on the rants.
Big Cat Williams, James Williams. He's got
he does.
Yeah.
But O'Bradovich, to me, he's my guy, man.
He's awesome, man. He's a kind of mean-spirited now at his age, but yeah.
I sent him a text asking him if he'd come on the show, and he responded and said, "No, I'm sorry, I can't." And then I replied saying, "I just want you to know that there's a lot of fans who still remember and love you." And then he wrote back saying, "Thank you. I really appreciate that." But he still isn't here. He still isn't on our show after I buttered him up.
I'd love for you to
It was a good butter up, though. It just didn't work. Good for you, though.
Exactly. Gave it to you, college, right?
Maybe we can get Dan Hampton then. I love Dan Hampton.
Dan would be great. Emery Moorhead gets the honorable mention.
Why do you hate Jim so much?
No, you ask him.
Emery Moorhead, good player for a long time.
Not Tom Waddle?
Yeah.
Oh, Tom Waddle's another. He said Muhsin Muhammad.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
A lot of good 87s.
87, yeah.
It should be Tom Waddle. Come on.
Hey. All right, who we got here? Desmond Clark, number 88.
Good player for a long time.
Yep.
I sat across him on a flight.
Wasn't Greg Latta 88 as well?
Yes, he was.
I want to go.
I sat across Desmond Clark on a flight, and he was like trying to sleep, and so I didn't want to bother him, but I just was dying to ask him a question, but didn't happen.
Did you ask him anything?
No, he looked like
I didn't have the heart.
he was not interested in conversation, and he was flying in coach. He's just a huge man. He was not comfortable in that chair, and he's trying to sleep, so I just left him alone. Marcus Robinson had that one fucking rookie
99.
season with the Bears. Oh my gosh, was he a stud?
Yeah, we had sent him to
1401,
NFL.
1400
We had
yards.
sent him to NFL Europe before that, and like he was stellar over there. And then he had that one good year. They kept throwing that little bubble screen, and it worked the whole season. And then after that, it never worked again. It still hasn't worked.
That's right. I remember the first year I was playing fantasy football, I picked him up on waivers in week 3 or 4. I started winning every fucking game because that guy was hot every fucking week, man. It was great.
Yeah.
Marcus Robinson.
Yeah.
Who left us for the Vikings?
Oh my gosh, look at this great picture she chose from Ditka. That is a great fucking picture. What a player he was, man.
Mm-hmm. What a personality.
Oh yeah. What the fuck's wrong with this?
To this
website?
day.
James Scott. James Scott was a good wide receiver. He's another guy
Didn't
that probably
he
would
go
have
to jail for drugs too?
You might be right. Let's see. Let's do a quick search.
It seems like he got in some shit at the end as well.
James Scott.
I think Dan's right because I remember a headline.
Yeah,
being,
a former Bears
goes
receiver
scot-free.
accused of shooting a man.
God,
Former NFL player shot another motorist during a rush hour confrontation. James Scott, former wide receiver with the Chicago Bears. Blah blah blah.
The headline was, "Will James go scot-free?" in one of the sports papers. I remember I was a kid, and then because my 7th grade teacher had like clipped out the names of like Bears players, sports players, Cubs, whatever, And instead of James Scott, it was Will James. Like Will James goes scot-free. So she had kept out Will James. And I was like, no, it's James Scott. And I was like,
That's funny.
I think I was like 12 years old.
That's funny. All right, moving on to number 90. Good old Al Harris misses the
They didn't put Peppers there.
contract holdout.
Oh, yeah. He was mean, man. He was good.
Is Al still alive?
Al
Is he with
Harris.
us?
Yeah, Al's alive.
Well, I knew Todd Bell died, so I wasn't sure if maybe Al was not with us either. But
Just because they both held out the same season doesn't mean they died the same year.
well, he might. They should have died in '86. I'm joking. I'm just saying. I'm saying, man, you have to be looking at each other like, this is the year we held out. Man.
Really? No
Micah English says Alonzo Spellman and Julius Peppers before you pull this up. So I'm wondering who the honorable mention is.
Don't be Peppers. Don't be Peppers.
It has to be Peppers.
Alonzo Spellman?
What?
How about that? Spellman was the guy we were supposed to be the next Richard Dent. It didn't pan out.
Oh, yeah. He was a fucking freak of a specimen.
Didn't he like break out of like a mental hospital too? One time they found him on the
Yeah,
side
and
of
was
the
like
road,
walking around on the road like in his
like
underwear.
half naked. Yeah, in his
Yes.
underwear.
You know the actor that played Lois Lane in the Christopher Reeve Superman films with Margot Kidder? There was a time where someone found her in someone's like wherever you keep coal, whatever you call that, wherever the coal's kept, like your what do you call that? Like your coal stash.
Yeah.
Whatever. She was
The
like
coal chute.
she was laying in someone's coal place, whatever the fuck you call it, and didn't know who she was, had amnesia. It was just like covered in coal and naked.
Who is this?
Wow.
Margot Kidder. She played Lois Lane in the Superman film
I
in
remember
the first
this.
Amityville. She was in the first Amityville horror. And she had like amnesia and was naked in someone's coal.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
so like they used to have the coal bins on the house. Did she like slide in the coal bin door and like slide down the coal bin into the coal? And
I don't know what the fuck you call it, but if she was like somewhere in somebody else's coal, it was completely random.
she was somebody with somebody else's coal.
She never worked again because people were angry she was wearing blackface.
Oh,
All right. Alonzo Spellman sighting.
Yeah.
There he is. Holy
He was
shit.
a
Goes on.
man.
Specimen.
Man.
I'm glad she didn't put Peppers on there. I'm glad.
He was so big he was pulling apart the numbers on his jersey. Look at him getting stretched.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was something. But yeah, he had mental health issues. Too bad for him. All right, moving on to number 91, Tommy Harris, of course.
Yeah, Tommy Harris.
What could have been?
What does it say on his nose patch? PSALMER? I don't know.
Psalms, maybe?
Oh, yeah, Psalms. Look at that. For being an atheist, Dan Aguirre, you know your religious vernacular.
I won't say that. I just knew Tommy was really religious. So
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see who's the honorable mention
Like his head is steaming there.
Fuck, I did it again.
Look at that. Did you see that?
Yeah. The heat was. I accidentally hit the wrong button,
my
guys.
fucking
So
dick
now I
is
gotta,
steaming. I need to piss so badly.
Me too. I'm like,
I'm not
Go,
missing
guys.
the rest of this list. I am not missing the rest of the list.
me
go.
either.
I'll start it when
Finish
you
it.
guys come back.
Okay, I'm going to pee. I'll be gone like 3 minutes or so. It's on the other side of the building. Hold on.
3 minutes to piss. Go ahead,
gonna take me
Shorty. Go
5.
piss. Go ahead, Shorty. Go piss. Tooch and I are gonna fucking talk about our sex lives. All right, Tooch. Let us talk about some of the greatest films that you've appeared in over the years.
Yeah.
What was your
That
favorite?
hair. Hot and saucy pizza girls.
How many girls did you give the pepperoni to?
Countless. No.
Cliff says we pee a lot. That's the first pee break on show. What are we talking about?
Oh, we've been on the air for 3 hours and 15 minutes.
I know. Retro says 3 minutes to piss, 2 minutes to find his penis. Just sit down like I do. Oh,
You can't
that's
sit down
funny.
too long, though. You're going to end up with hemorrhoids. Retro.
Well, we've gone through so many of these numbers. I gotta tell you, man, it does seem like we've got a lot of work to do to start fucking getting some talent to wear some of these obscure numbers.
Yeah, this is tiring though. You know, it's like mental exercise. I'm trying to remember all these numbers. It's like, shit.
Oh man, I can't fucking remember my last name. Foster asked, "Did you guys see Tooch does Texas?" Well, I never saw that one. You did Texas? What'd you do? Like the whole Cowboys team or something?
I did the whole state.
Oh, I snorted. Hey, that was a good one.
Trying to get to Friday. I have a day off Friday. Took a summer day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
So,
we get 7 summer days.
7?
Yeah.
7. That's the first one you're using?
No, I think I've used a couple. I gotta schedule the rest of mine. You know, get them on the schedule. But I've been so busy at work. It's always something.
Yeah, no
I got a shit ton of magazines right now.
Oh, really? What? Anything? Working on anything that I would be interested in?
Can you believe they gave me a magazine called USA Today Sports Betting Tips? They're trying to tell me something.
No shit. So what's the cover look like? I'll look.
I haven't seen the cover yet, and it's not in yet. But you know, a lot of it's kind of cheesy. It's a lot of like graphics, like cheesy people graphics. You know, and there's some shots at casinos and stuff, and the history, old casinos. You know, it's pretty cool so far. So I haven't seen the whole book. You know, it just came in. But that'll be on newsstands probably in August.
I'll look for it along with my fantasy football magazine.
I did that ESPN fantasy football mags recently.
I pissed like Mike Myers with Austin Powers. Sorry.
You had a nice long piss there?
Austin Powers. Where you remember he was like...
He came out being frozen. He was like peed for like an hour.
That's the way I just pissed. But go ahead with your magazine talk. Sorry, Beth.
All right. What number are we on?
We are on number 91. The honorable mention is Eddie Goldman.
Yeah.
He's never been the same.
Right? Look, scroll back a little bit on Tommy. His head's like there's smoke coming off his head.
Wow.
Look at that. That is cool. What a great shot.
That is a great shot. Guy was a beast, man. He could not be blocked. And so people started going after his knees, some bullshit.
He was amazing. The play where he just ran right, he just burst right through the line and got to the running back before he could even the quarterback could even hand the ball off. Did you guys talk about that play? That's Tommy Harris.
Yeah, that was against Minnesota in week 3 of 06 when we came back and they criticized Rex for cussing too much on the field. But ironically, against Minnesota later in the year in Chicago, when the Bears clinched the division, is when Tommy got hurt. He blew his knee out and tore his hamstring on the same day, and he was never the same after that.
Wow. All right, let us see who is at number 92.
Hunter Hillenmeyer.
The great linebacker, Barry Minter.
Barry Minter.
Wasn't Ted Washington 92?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Hunter Hillenmeyer.
Was Hillenmeyer any good?
Wait, Barry Minter, the fill-in for Brian Urlacher?
That's
Minter?
Oh, he started before Urlacher, but he was with the Bears before Brian.
Yeah, he was in between Singletary and Urlacher.
Mm-hmm.
Minter.
He was. Never mind. Trace Armstrong.
Oh yeah.
Mike North has his story about Trace Armstrong.
Rusher.
He was one of the guys we got as a result of Willie Galt's trade.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we had Janelle Wolford and Trace Armstrong. Weren't those our first 2 picks that year?
I believe you are right.
Yes. So.
Mike says this story that he would criticize Trace Armstrong a lot, and so they had him on as a guest, and Trace says, "You know what? I ought to come down to that studio and kick your ass." And Mike's response is, "I'd hire a blocker, and you'd never get to me."
God, that's great.
That is
fan fucking tastic.
All right, there's your guy. Agunlie gets the honorable mention for number 93, and we move on to number 94, and it is none other than Robert Quinn, the
had one of Dan's favorite sacks.
The mighty Quinn.
Yep,
Yeah.
one season he
One
did
season
it.
sack record.
That's right, and we gave him how many millions for that one season?
Man.
It's like that song from the Mamas and the Papas. All the leaves are brown. It's like that's the one song.
No fucking way. Mamas and the Papas have had a lot of great hits.
Okay, a bad example, but you know what I'm talking about. There's like that
Absolutely.
one, like what is it, the Zombies or something?
I love the zombie time of the season.
Yeah,
but there's like a couple. There's
perfect
like
pop
one.
song.
There's that one song from that era I'm thinking of. That is it's just one song, and that was it. That was him.
One hit wonders. All right.
Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla Ice.
There you go. Thank you, Dan.
So,
Leonard Floyd?
Leonard Floyd gets the honorable
Leonard
mention.
Floyd. No.
What would Phil say about that?
I don't know. What would he?
He hated Leonard Floyd.
Richard Dent, 95. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, of course. Yep.
Jeez, look how young he looks there.
Honorable mention Robert Dent.
You want to know something funny? Look at the coach. He's holding a cigarette.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It's a cigarette.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I watched a Monday night game from '71 recently between the Giants and Dallas. It was on YouTube randomly, and the Giants coach was smoking cigarettes on the sideline.
Wow.
On Monday Night Football.
We should all take a moment here to like decipher what's happening in this picture. What the fuck is going on there? Why does he have to look at the other side of his wrist while he's holding a cigarette? He's not wearing like a sleeve that has the plays on it. Like, what's going on there? Is he like, hey, coach, you have a tick on your arm?
He's like, I got this bitch's number from the crowd, Jack.
Yeah, that's what.
Richard's like, oh, is that the girl?
Hey.
I told you to get it for me.
Yeah, Richard, she wrote her number down right here.
She's gonna blow you after the game.
Hyatt
You can see Richard trying to memorize it too. He's like 8675-309. I got it. 8675-309. I got it.
Isn't that a
Speaking
song?
of one-hit wonders, yeah. Here's a one-hit wonder.
Speaking of one-hit wonders, yes.
I think that what's going on there is the coach is saying, Ditka isn't talking to you, so he wrote a message on my wrist for you.
No, he's like, hey, take a look at this. And he's like, what? He's like, wrap this shit up.
Yeah.
We're winning by 30. Let's get the fuck out of here.
That could be correct. All right, let's move on now. The honorable mention is Anthony Adams, the defensive tackle.
Spice Adams.
Terrible videos from Spice Adams.
I hate to admit it, but I don't find his stuff too funny.
I love Spice Adams.
Alex Brown at 996. Who can argue with that?
For hours one day.
I know.
He came Skybox and leave.
Love
Drink
Alex
all
Brown.
of our liquor.
Me too.
So do I.
We showed up.
He is
Tooch and I and Joe Mandel, a couple others. We show up at Soldier Field like around 10 a.m. I think the draft game was starting at 11.
He's already drunk.
Yeah, he was already wasted.
He was already drunk.
No.
Alex,
was that the Trubisky day? Aldo, was that the Trubisky draft?
No, we were we rented a Sky booth to have our fantasy football draft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, moving on. Who is the honorable mention? Is Hakeem Hicks.
Hakeem, yeah.
That's good. That's a good
dream.
one.
Yep.
That's a great one. All right, and then we move on.
He broke Heidi's heart.
Chris Zorich.
Zorich, yeah.
Zorich.
Zorich, I always remembered him being pretty good too, but like Yurko always, anytime he's brought up on the radio, he's like, yeah, the Bears were losing because they had players like Chris Zorich, and he was like always on his tippy toes, and he was terrible. I don't remember Zorich being that bad.
He was little, though. He
was undersized. Yeah, he was blown away too often. He had a great career at Notre Dame, and Ditka fell in love with him and his attitude. This was a Ditka pick, and he never
was
really
a good
panned
kid.
out.
It's a great story.
Mm-hmm.
But he was okay for the Bears, though. I don't remember him being as bad as Yurko makes him out to be.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, his rookie year, I think he was pretty good. After that, he wasn't any good.
Mark Anderson is the honorable mention.
Oh, yeah.
How many sacks?
10 his rookie year, and didn't have 10 the rest of the way.
I thought he had
11, right?
rookie year, but
I thought it was 10, but either way, he didn't have 10 the rest of his career altogether.
So you're saying 10, I'm saying 11, Tucci's saying 12?
I thought it
The
was
late
12.
Brian Robinson. The late Brian Robinson. The
Yeah,
man who blocked
yep.
on Walter's the weekend
Walter's
the weekend at
last
Walter
game. I mean,
the weekend that Walter
One
died.
at a time.
I'm trying to say the weekend that Walter died and they had his funeral, we beat Green Bay because Brian Robinson blocked a field goal.
I thought you were trying to say the weekend at Bernie's.
No.
Yeah, Walter had just died.
Yeah.
It was against the Packers, right, Danny?
Yes.
And Bilal Nichols.
Come on. Really? Don't we have any other? He only played like 3 seasons for us.
I know. Yeah, one good season.
Wait, what number was Ted Washington?
92.
92.
Oh, that should have been an honorable mention then.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
Hunter Hillenmeyer got it over.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's.
I always wanted him to be nicknamed Double H, and no one ever picked it up.
All right. We move on to After Zorich is number 98. Brian Robinson, of course, famous for blocking the punt in Green Bay, the famous Walter Payton game. Brian Robinson was a heck of a guy. And what? 98 is Bilal Nichols? Oh, okay. So we did do so. Okay.
Yeah, 99's got to be Dan Hampton.
Yep. 99.
Wait, so what number was Keith Traylor?
That I don't remember.
94.
Okay.
Really? 94, yep.
That's an honorable mention there, too.
Big ugly. He intercepted a pass, and he was running down the sidelines.
Against Jacksonville.
Wait, what was number, who was the honorable mention for 99?
Jim Flanagan.
Oh, so who's 100?
That's to be determined.
We don't have a guy
Double
that
zero.
wears 100.
You're going to
I'm
get a
telling
Mr.
you,
Shorty double zero
we're gonna get
jersey.
We're going to get 3-digit numbers someday soon.
Yeah.
It'd be a quarterback wearing it, too.
Or my idea, a letter and a number.
What's Gervon Dexter wearing this year?
I think he's 90
something.
Hopefully he's like 97. He can give us a 97 better than the ones we got.
I think he's 96.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's take a look at the roster. Current Bears and their
Got
numbers.
some potential there, maybe, although. So I was thinking.
It seems like whenever somebody wears 17 or 8, they're really bad for the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Other than
we got a couple. We got 17s. We got Ryan Anderson, a punter, and Tyson Badgett, a quarterback. There's no chance.
I just don't like 13 for the Bears. Maybe it's because of the Johnny Knoxville injury, but it just and the Cade McNown fiasco.
McNown was 8.
And the I'm sorry, the Rick Meyer fiasco
was 13.
Yeah.
So Gervon Dexter's wearing 98. Got a chance to take over the Bilal Nichols spot at least.
So what is the other rookie wearing?
97s is a friend of the barroom, Andrew Billings.
So let me take you through this website here. So
our
number
first
one
round pick's 58. I knew that, the rookie, the first round pick from West Virginia, or Tennessee, but he's 58. I know that.
Mm-hmm. So stop me when you see a guy who is going to become the greatest number. Justin Fields. Stop me. Go ahead. Stop me.
Yeah, he's going to
stop right there. Yep.
Yep.
He's definitely. DJ Moore is definitely going to become the greatest number 2.
Yep.
We hope.
Eddie Jackson is already.
No chance.
Eddie Jackson's already number. Wasn't he on the?
He was 39.
39. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
He's not going to eclipse Jim Harbaugh. God damn it.
Kyler Gordon is going to be number 6. He's taking that over.
He's not taking over Jay Cutler at 6.
Yes,
or maybe Kevin Butler, but not Cutler.
Yes, he is. Yes,
Santos, no way at number 8.
Nope.
Come on.
Brisker over McMahon, no way.
Brisker is going to take over McMahon.
No way.
Let's lay a friendly bet.
No way.
If he becomes a Hall of Famer, he will.
Fucking A.
I hope so, but I just
can Chase Claypool overtake Trubisky?
Yes, he could.
Mooney at 11.
Demir Bird overtook Trubisky.
No way on Bayless Jones over Eric Kramer.
Yeah,
no way.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate. 13. We got a new 13 in the house.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yes. Tyler Scott, man.
Peterman's not going to make the team.
See, that scares me, though. With Tyler Scott taking 13, I'm like, why would you take number 13? Johnny Knox and Rick Meyer and what's his name? The Kevin White. Like, don't take 13 as a Bear.
Yeah.
Bad
or
number.
number 8, Grossman and McNown and who else was 8 recently? I mean, Vince Evans back in the day we talked about earlier, but somebody else wore number 8 that didn't work out for the Bears at quarterback. Mike Glennon, maybe? Yeah, Mike Glennon was 8.
Mike Glennon.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Cade McNown.
By the way, Zach Pickens is 96. So he
Who's
took
96?
over.
Yeah.
Zach Pickens. The other defensive tackle, rookie.
Hey, man, 49.
PJ Walker is a sneaky good acquisition, by the way. In case Justin gets hurt, he's the same kind of player. I like that as our backup.
Smaller.
That Trenton Gill, I wouldn't be surprised if the other guy beats him out. I was not impressed with Mr. Gill last year.
All right. So anyway, Peterman, he's not going to bypass Brandon Marshall.
He's not going to make the team, I don't think. I mean, Walker's going to be the backup. If Peterman's there, he's going to be inactive.
All right. Trenton Gill, 16. No. Ryan Anderson, Tyson Pageant. You know, we haven't talked much about this kid. You guys know his story?
I don't.
It's like really tiny school.
His father is a arm wrestling champion.
Yeah, that's right.
And I mean, this guy, nobody fucking beats his dad. He is tremendous, and
he is Stallone and over the top.
Yeah, better than Stallone and over the top. And he kind of mentally trains Tyson, and so this kid he could surprise some people. He's got great size, 6'3", 213. He looked good at the combine. There's some really good traits about this guy. I'm not saying, he's going to come in this season and win a job. He'll be a practice squad guy. But down the line, this guy could develop into a really good backup quarterback and maybe make some great emergency starts. Keep an eye on this kid.
I think we're going to see some fun stuff of him in preseason.
Stupid little things that I
playing
can
against four stringers.
Yeah. And like stupid little things that I can pontificate to that would be like I knew a guy who he was in his late 20s. I was in my early 30s. And I have never met anyone that could arm wrestle like this guy. His strength from his arm into the way he would just, with his wrist strength, just immediately get your hand in the angle and just bend it the wrong way. And bam, there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, this guy could throw a snowball 75 yards. So if Tyson Bagent was learning from his, what do you do as a father, right? You're like, let's arm wrestle, kid. He could be learning things as a quarterback that you might need, like wrist strength and those certain muscles in your arm that help you to. When you watch him in his, just in the limited tape I've seen of him in college, he throws a nice ball, and it looks like it comes from those muscle movements that he might have learned from that. So when you said that, it kind of perfectly put it together for me because it's all of those actions right here. More than it is this. It's more of this. It's those two combined, but you need this.
That's how Aaron Rodgers throws the ball.
Thank you. I didn't want to say it.
Aaron, his from holding dicks is the big strength he got.
You guys fucking woke Chris Watts up, guys.
Robert Tonyan is not going to overtake Mike Tomczak, unfortunately.
I can't. Tight ends with an 18 number. Come on.
Yeah, he should be like 80.
Switch with a wide receiver.
I like it. What do you guys think about Deontay Foreman? Could he become a really, really good Chicago Bear guy and overtake Donnell Wolford or even Leslie Frazier, the honorable mention? Nah.
He could be, but I view him as maybe a power back. And man, I wish a power back would have like 44 or something. Like 21 seems like a little scat back to me.
He'll never be the best running back to wear number 21, though.
Nope, that's for sure. Sweetness. 22, Kendall Vilder. Come on, Matt Forte, watch your back, brother. Here comes
God.
Kendall.
Hey, speaking of sweetness, is Jared Payton still going to come on with us?
Yeah, he is. I just got to reach out to him.
Oh, jeez. Send me a random invite.
Who was the top 24 player? I forgot.
Top 24 was Mr. Rosie Taylor, safety. And then Jordan Howard got the honorable mention.
Yep. Khalil Herbert.
So, Khalil Herbert could bypass Jordan Howard, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
What would Phil say about that?
Well, I don't know.
he loved Jordan Howard.
Yeah, I did too, man.
So did I.
Jordan Howard had
I had his jersey.
All right, cornerback Tyreek Stevenson at number 29. He's got a chance to be somebody special. He could overtake Dennis Gentry, or at least get the honorable mention over Ronnie.
Honorable mention, yeah.
I think Dennis is very underrated, but I have high hopes for our corner here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If he's a day one starter, he could overtake that number. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What about Roshan Johnson over Mike Brown?
No way.
Oh, that's gonna take some work.
It's got a long.
I would not say no way. Only because Mike Brown. How many seasons did Mike Brown play?
He was with the Bears from 2000 to 2008. He played in Kansas City in 2009. I think that was the end of it. He played 10 seasons, I believe.
Yeah. Did he miss any of those seasons? Didn't he have a couple seasons?
04, he was out from week 2 on. Got hurt in Green Bay. 05, he got hurt with a calf and missed the rest of the season, but came back for the playoff loss against Carolina. 06, he got hurt in the Arizona game where we came back to win after he scored a touchdown, just like he scored a touchdown in 04 and got hurt. 07, he got hurt opening day against San Diego, missed the whole season and cried in the press conference because he has so much fucking heart and he cared. He played all of 08. I think he missed the last game of 08, but he played 15 games.
Wow. Well, I got a feeling that Roshan Johnson could give him a run for his money.
I think you're right.
From 2001 alone, the games against San Francisco and Cleveland, he never touches Mike Brown because of those interceptions for touchdowns, man. That's magic.
What are you saying? He never touches. What if the guy goes off for 250 yards and 3 touchdowns?
Mike Brown's fucking career is mythical because of those picks, man. He's got to be a Hall of Famer to surpass Mike Brown at number 30.
I'm not ruling Roshan Johnson.
If Mike Brown is in that Super Bowl, we win it.
I agree, and Tommy Harris too. If Tommy plays,
well, if you had to pick one of the two, though, Dan, if Mike Brown is in that game, we win it over Tommy Harris being in that game. I believe that.
Well, it's hard for me to discount Tommy considering he could have hit Peyton Manning all day, and I fucking hate that motherfucker. But
but the first touchdown of the game was on a play that was broken. It was destroyed by a rookie safety.
Daniel Manning, with the wrong coverage, and Reggie Wayne.
That's Mike Brown going, I got this shit. That's a pick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to see Peyton sacked 11 times that day the way we did his dad in 84.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just going to say Roshan Johnson's going to give Mike Brown a run for his money. You watch.
I hope you're right.
We'll talk in a few years.
You might be right.
Terrell Smith at number 32. Could he potentially? Nah, Johnny Lujack, David Montgomery. Nah, I don't see that. But all right, next up,
Jalen Johnson's not touching Charles Tillman. I'm sorry.
You know what?
No fucking way.
No way.
Peanut's a Hall of Famer in my mind, so no.
Agree.
There's Bulldog Blazing Game, his new nickname.
Bulldog.
He's not touching Neil Anderson.
No, he's not. Elijah Hicks. Oh,
Kendall
we have a
Williams,
guy named.
He can overtake Marcus Paul.
Yeah.
Tyreek Pitts. I hope he takes over Danielle Manning.
Isn't Danielle a woman's name?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I thought.
Yes. So. My name is Daniel. I know how it's spelled.
Me too. I'm also Daniel.
Right. Exactly.
We're the two Dans.
I forgot that for a second.
Coming to a podcast near you, maybe.
49, right
crazy
there.
Because The two Dans had to go pee at the same
All he's
time.
gonna
What were we
beat out
doing
is
together, huh?
David Tate. Jermaine Edmonds will take over David
Oh,
Tate.
Edmonds could definitely be the best 49 the Bears have ever had.
By a mile.
Yeah.
Sterling Weatherford needs to go eat a dick. Seriously, get that 50 off of your chest.
Yeah, you don't deserve 50.
Yeah, what the hell?
What the fuck, Sterling? Come on, dude. That's some balls, bro. You should be wearing 49, and Tremaine has to buy it from you.
30 and 2. I understand that you guys have to hit the road.
Yeah, I gotta get up early, man. I'm training on new software, and it's just it's been a little bit of a pain in the ass lately. So, but I loved hanging out with you guys, and I hate to leave you guys right now, but it's 1 o'clock for me, so I do have to go.
Run through the numbers quick, and we'll see. And then
Let's pawn it down. And
All right.
pawn it down.
Jermaine Edmonds has a chance to of being
Thumbs up,
legendary.
yeah.
Right? Sanborn, could he? And maybe
not better than Cruz.
Nolan, no.
Nobody's. Yeah.
No.
Darnell Wright not going to be better than Wilbur.
Nope. Dieter's got a chance though if he does something.
Yeah, if he plays.
Dieter has a chance.
He's 27 years old, guys.
Yeah, it's getting
He's
old.
not going to.
6'4", 320 though. Yeah,
Big Dieter fan over here though.
Jeez. Cody Whitehair, 65. Who was 65?
Yeah, Patrick
before?
Manley.
Yeah, but
Oh,
still,
yes.
Cody.
No, he's not taking his legacy from him.
Cody's not that good, guys.
I know.
I will say this about Cody Whitehair. I think he's even better looking than Patrick Manley. All right. Scrolling. 67. No. Doug Kramer. No. Braxton Jones at 70. We've got a winner because he is definitely going to overtake Herman Lee, whoever the fuck that is.
Fuck that guy. He's definitely taking that number.
That's a chance. Alysa's going to have to come back to this list next year.
That's exactly. Leatherwood. Bye-bye, Leatherwood. Pack them back.
Does Leatherwood even make the team? I don't even know.
No,
Larry Borum's gone too.
I don't think he does.
Yeah. Now, here's an interesting one. 76. Tevin Jenkins.
Not taking Mongo. No way.
No? Absolutely not.
No way. Unequivocally.
All right.
No.
What about John Tate?
In fact, 76 should be on the list for retirement numbers.
Yeah, it should be.
They're not going to retire another number, but if they were, well, let's put these numbers on the list. 76 is one of them. 54 could be one, right? But we're not going to do it. But they're like 50. They're numbers that, hey, come on.
99 for Dan Hampton.
Right. Let's just be cautious of what number you're picking here, guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I agree.
79 Kurt Becker? No.
Gabriel Hood? No, he's a rookie out of Iowa, right? Or Iowa State?
Who the hell's Joe Reed?
He's number 80. He's a wide receiver.
Yeah, but who is he?
He's just a guy.
Okay.
He's just a guy. He serves sandwiches in between workouts.
Nope.
Nobody here. Oh, Cole Kmet at 85. Can he
85.
contend? Can he contend?
Yes.
Anybody?
I think so.
Anybody think that he can contend over?
He's got a chance.
It took Dan a while, but I think he's getting there.
Who was the 85 on the list again?
McKinnon and Holman. Willie Holman.
No, he's not going to outdo Dennis McKinnon.
He won't outdo Soapy D, but
dude, Dan, he's 24.
Dennis McKinnon was with the Bears for 7 seasons.
He was awesome. He was always open.
If Cole Kmet at 24, progressing on the pace that he's at, comparatively speaking or contrastively speaking to tight ends before him at his age, who have done things similar to him in his progression at this point, he's on the trajectory to be better than some of those. So if he plays longer than that for the Bears and has a better career than most of those tight ends or all of them, easily.
Was it Pettis 18 last year?
He was.
Yeah.
He stole Tanyan's number. Tanya should have 86.
Pettis should be cut. God. How many passes can that man drop before we get rid of him?
He knows how to get open, but he drops passes, but he knows how to get open.
If Tanyan wants that number, he'll have it soon.
87, no cost. No.
Dominic
Chase Allen,
Robinson.
though.
Could Dominic Robinson
overtake
become a
Tommy
player?
Harris?
Possibly, but I doubt it.
Doubt it. But yeah, he could, but
highly
only because of longevity.
93. I think Dan Aguirre has already stated how much he dislikes Justin Jones.
Hey, no, he had a great comment about the Packers, so I'm starting to like him.
There you go.
True.
All right, Zach Pickens at 96.
There you go.
Who was
He's
on
got a
that
chance.
list?
Alex
He's got a
Brown was the
chance.
top guy, 96.
Alex Brown was good and was with us a long time, man.
Yeah, and Hakeem Hicks too. That's going to be tough for Zach Pickens.
Even his right.
Yeah, true.
Billings
Andrew
is here.
Billings.
Billings can
He's
be
on a 1 year
storage.
deal. He's already
Yeah.
28. I don't know.
Yeah.
Jervon, though.
Irvine,
Jervon,
yep,
come
he's got
on.
it. Over Brian Robin. This dude's a
Yeah.
beast.
He
Yeah.
can do it, but
21. Wow.
Gibson has no shot at Dan Hampton. None.
No shit.
Of course.
Gervon Dexter, watch out for that kid, man. He's a beast.
Gibson has no shot at who wore 99 after Dan Hampton recently.
Jim Flanagan.
Yes, he has no shot at Jim Flanagan.
Dan Hampton was so good. He could have been Hall of Fame if he played defensive end his whole career and defensive tackle his whole career. He could have been Hall of Fame at either one. And he just played both over and over, but he was great at both. He's like Ronnie Lott, who was great at corner and safety.
Yeah.
He just fucking do whatever the fuck he wants, man.
Yep.
All right, you guys, get on out of here.
Yeah.
Dan and I are going to wrap things up. We're going to go another 15 minutes or so. I really
All right.
appreciate you stopping by, Shorty. Tooch, love you.
Yeah. See you
Send me
guys
some
next week.
French kisses. Tooch is the only
All
guy
right.
I know that sends me French kisses via text. You want
From
to
his
reveal
porn
how you
days.
do that?
What does that look like? Is that what emoji is that?
I don't know.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him. You guys are great.
All
Thanks a
right.
lot, man. We'll talk
Good
to you
night.
soon.
Guys, thanks for having me on tonight. It's been a lot of fun. It's been like so much fun hanging out with you guys tonight. I had a lot of other shit that I wanted to do. But when I was on, I was like, I'm going to listen to you guys. And you're like, you want to come on? I was like, yeah, I would love to. So
Glad you did, brother.
excellent to hang out with you guys again. We'll see you guys soon.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good
Good night,
night,
guys.
fellas.
Be well.
There they are, Johnny Santucci and Dan Shorty, Mr. Shorty. Where are you, Dan Aguirre? Oh, there you are.
I'm saying right there's the picture of me at the Miami game.
Do you see who that is behind you?
That's you.
Yeah, but then behind me. Let me see if I can get rid of
Oh,
it.
it's Dan. Yeah, I see Dan. Yeah.
It is.
I was looking at the gray-haired person. I was like, who is that? It's like, is that Greg Gabriel? No.
That's Mr. Shorty.
No, but the guy behind him with the gray hair and the beard. I was like, who is that? But I wasn't looking at Dan.
Yeah, it looks like John Moon Mullen back there.
Yeah, there you go. Moon Mullen. Who he passed away, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah, he was a good guy. Oh, by all accounts, I never met him myself. Actually, he was at the Bears camp sitting with the fans. He wasn't with all the reporters. He was up at Bourbonnais, sitting at the top of the stands along with the fans, talking with them. And that just was so cool. You know, all the other reporters are off in their little cliques with, you know, each other. And here's John Moon Mullen hanging out with us fans. That was very cool.
That is cool.
Mr. Dan, let's get 20 minutes in here and talk about some of the movies and TV shows that you have been watching and want to share thoughts with. What's at the top of your list here?
Well, I've spoken to you about it privately, but that film from '77 that had Weaver in it. God, why am I forgetting his name? Fritz Weaver.
Fritz Weaver, yeah.
Yeah, and that what was the girl's name again? Fuck, why am I forgetting? I'm blanking out on this.
You've become me.
Yeah, I forget the names of movies for some reason, unless it's something I've seen over and over and over. But you said you started to watch it, right?
The Demon Seed?
Demon Seed. Yeah, what a fucking good movie that was. Did you watch it?
No, I never got back to it. I fell asleep about maybe, I would say 5 minutes in. I was so tired, but so I didn't get a chance to see it. But you really, really love this. It's a 1977 horror movie, right?
It's like sci-fi, but it's kind of like Alexa, and it's so far ahead of its time. Like this guy builds this computer that does everything in the house, like open the door. I forget what the computer's name is or whatever. And it's voiced by Robert Vaughn, who's got a sinister voice, anyway. But eventually the computer's like locks Fritz Weaver's woman, like in what's her name? Julie Christie?
Yes, Julie Christie.
Yeah, she shows her boobage in it. And he locks the computer locks her up and won't let her go. And he's like, listen, I've got plans for you. I want to have a baby with you. And like, I don't want to like, the fucking computer finds a way to impregnate her. I'll just leave it at that. And so then it's like,
did it make you horny?
It did not. It wasn't. It's so funny that the computer, like I said, the computer like turns dark, but he's like, what I want to knock you up. It's like, if I were the computer, that's what I would have said. But yeah, it felt like it could have been, because Fritz Weaver was in so many Twilight Zone episodes. It felt like something that could have been Rod Serling's work. And it's like, if you like Twilight Zone, and I know you do, it's good. It's so good. Like, I can't imagine you not liking this movie.
Yeah, I really gotta check it out. I've been, working so hard, and then I try to watch a movie at night, and I'm out before the fucking beginning credits are done. What else?
That other one I told you about was really good too, and I'll fucking forget the name of it too. But it's from 1986, and it had Tommy Lee Jones and Linda Hamilton in it. Linda Hamilton of The Terminator. She, played Sarah Connor. It's like terrible Arnold impression, but whatever. She played Sarah Connor, but she was the opposite of Tommy Lee Jones in this film. I had never even heard of it. From 86, that was so good. It wasn't as good as like the Demon Seed, but I got to look this up now because it's going to drive me crazy.
Indeed.
All right, but this movie was very. How do I word it? It's very 80s in some ways, but very good though. It was very good. The score is very 80s, but I like 80s scores in a lot of times.
Oh, absolutely. Me too.
Yeah, I just thought it was so good. I'm surprised I never heard of this film, and I'm surprised I can't remember the name of this movie, but I'm looking it up right now, and it is Black Moon Rising. It's written by John Carpenter. He did not direct it, but the score kind of sounds like John Carpenter a little bit. But yeah, Linda Hamilton's it. Robert Vaughn, ironically, was in this one too. It says the plot revolves around the theft of a prototype vehicle called the Black Moon. It was more than that, though. I mean, it's really good, and Linda Hamilton shows her boobage in it like that. But I enjoyed it, man. I really enjoyed this movie.
I for some reason I just got the itch to see American Beauty again.
Good film, great film.
I think it's a fucking excellent film, and that movie had some detractors, some critics, saying because it's a young girl and porn fans.
But they don't fuck those. That makes it so much more realistic.
Exactly. To me, it's a really smart, well done movie, beautifully directed, excellently written, very in my mind, a very deep story about life and midlife crisis, exactly. And every character in that movie is beautifully delineated, and each of them goes through their own changes, like his daughter, Kevin Spacey's daughter, who, by the way, has a topless scene that is pretty fucking incredible for her, if you remember it. And she goes through her changes. His wife, played by Annette Bening, she goes through her changes.
Beautiful woman.
Yeah, another beautiful woman. Just a great cast, and I just really, really, if you have not seen American Beauty, do yourself.
Did it win Best Picture?
I think it did.
I think so too.
It did. Yeah, and I remember years ago I saw it on DVD. I bought the DVD and listened to the commentary that I think it was Alan Ball who did the commentary, and he said there's this shot of Kevin Spacey at his cubicle, and there's a little sign there that says "Look closer,"
And they purposely put that sign there because they wanted the audience to know that this is not a surface level movie, that there's some themes going on here that are deep, and just really pay attention to this movie because it could open up a Pandora's box in your mind about, midlife crisis and relationships and so forth.
And the homophobia.
And homophobia, yeah. Chris Cooper plays the neighbor who had repressed homosexual tendencies and lets those out in a super surprising scene. Spoiler alert, by the way.
And it's so ironic that Kevin Spacey actually is homosexual. Is playing the heterosexual who gets murdered by a homosexual because he won't have homosexual sex.
Yeah, and that's not a giveaway. Actually, it is a bit of a spoiler, but the movie starts
24
off,
years old. Come on.
Yeah, but also the movie starts out with him talking from the afterlife.
Oh, I'd forgotten that, but yeah.
Yeah, so
solid film. It's so good. It's just hard to. I was in high school, but 12th grade year is 99. So for that to be almost a quarter century ago, it's just like Jesus, man. Time really flies.
Some people in the chat room have complaining that there's been no weather report yet, and I apologize. I forgot to put together, but we'll say hi to the beautiful weather girl, and Dan.
God, look at her.
Sheer type.
What guy would say she's not their type?
Retro
mind. Retro saying all that wretched shit to me because I think he wants to fuck me. He's gay. That's what it is. It's like grade school when kids are mean to the other kids when they really like them.
Yes. All right. What else have you seen? Anything? Oh, let's talk about The Idol, the final episode.
All right, I was real quick. Just point out how bad. I told you this before. That Cuban movie was so bad. I thought the subject matter was cool. Apparently, allegedly, the U.S. government was still trying to kill Castro even after the Bay of Pigs. And this movie came out in 80. It was supposed to be based on something that happened in 78. And it was called Cuba Crossing, and it was fucking terrible. I mean, it was awful. It was badly shot. Characters weren't defined or established. Nothing about this movie was good.
I told you that it was done by a studio named Trauma Studios, and they're famous for schlock movies. Titles like Clown Comp Massacre, Decapitated, get it? Return to Nukem High, The First Turn On, It's Always the Wildest, Rebel Grannies. See, we have to watch Rebel Grannies.
I need to watch that.
Yes. Oh my God. Let me see if I can find the trailer.
Or are we talking like Confederacy? Does it mean like rebel? Like they're stars and bars, baby. Rebel Grannies.
I actually got the title wrong. It's Rabid Grannies. So
it's even better. They're zombies, maybe?
Yes, I think so. Let's hope there's a trailer on YouTube. Oh,
grandmothers.
Yes!
They're so rabid. They eat pussy and your brains.
I love this. Coming at you right now. Rabid Grannies, a Trauma team release.
Oh man,
I'm gonna put the audio up on this because this has to be good.
Grandma, what big teeth you have. What a big mouth you have. Oh, goody, goody. We're taking a trip to Granny's house. She and her sister are having a birthday party. Isn't that nice?
Perhaps it is time to open up our presents.
But be careful, because someone has sent these two sweet old ladies a very nasty present.
Smashing!
And now, these grannies have gone berserk. So you better not eat your chicken soup.
At least they're enjoying themselves this year.
Rabid grannies.
They don't exist.
What do you think, Barry Aguirre?
I'm going to see if this is on something streaming.
Yes, Retro. Trauma Studios did make Toxic Avenger. That's probably their most famous movie, which was filmed in your backyard. All right, Toxic Avenger, Jersey City in the 1980s. Yeah, Trauma Studios, man, Rabid Grannies.
It's on Tubi, so I can watch Rabid Grannies from '88.
You have to report not next week, but later tonight after you see it. I want to know how it goes.
I may watch it tonight. I'm on vacation, so
I know you got. He's not working at 911. That's awesome, dude.
Ooh, yeah, what a break I needed. The last call I took, I told you, a motherfucker got hit by a train, Jack. I mean, like a train.
Who called that in?
The Norfolk Southern, like the conductor. Apparently, they were just doing their railroad thing, and he's like, "I know this sounds weird, but I think I see a dead body on the side of the fucking tracks." And so, their dispatcher from Georgia called us, and I don't know who hit him or whatever. Like the person at the train that hit him just kept going, I guess. But we sent law enforcement, the firefighters, and EMS all out, and one of the EMS guys found his body, and of course, he was gone.
I don't know how you can do it, man, listening to those calls. All right, Mr. Mayhem wants to know, I hope the Idol gets canceled, and so I'm assuming he wants to know our opinion on the Idol. You want to go first?
I think it is going to get canceled because of all the things, like it had so much negative press behind it early on about gratuitous nudity and all that. And then, like you said, this changing of the directors, and then it had 6 episodes and now it's only got 5. And the reviews, like you made a great point too. It had so much outrage early that you just thought the finale would be like something that would be ripped to shreds too. But it was like, by the time episode 5 aired, it was like that no one was even bitching about it anymore. They just ignored it.
All right.
And so I don't know what the rating ended up being, but I assume it probably wasn't that good of a number. And like, I don't think there's any hope in hell this show gets brought back.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, they had so many troubles during production. I mean, they filmed 8 episodes with a female director, and then all of a sudden they decided to scrap everything because it wasn't going according to the vision of the artist known as The Weeknd. And so they did a complete rewrite. The guy from Euphoria took over. He was involved in the production before as an executive producer, but he took a bigger role and directed some episodes, and they rewrote scripts, rewrote scenes, and basically refilmed the whole thing, which is why there were only 5 episodes. They probably ran out of money, didn't have enough money to do the 8, 9, 10 episodes that these series usually run. And the story felt truncated as a result of that, didn't it?
Yes.
But I think that they were onto an idea. I think you could just sort of sense the chaos and the production, the way things felt choppy and, not an HBO quality, not HBO standards. But there were some good ideas. I thought some of the acting was really good. Johnny Depp's daughter, what's her name again, Dan? Do you remember?
No, I just know her as Johnny Depp's daughter.
Yeah, we should pay her more respect than that. But so I gotta Google Johnny Depp's daughter to find out her name. Johnny Depp's daughter. Let's see, Lily Rose Depp. I will never forget your name again, Lily Rose. I thought she was an excellent actress, didn't you?
She was okay. I wasn't blown away
Really?
by it.
I thought, those scenes where she cries on cue and she was able to change emotions. She was fearless, how she allowed herself to, basically walk around naked for most of the series.
Yeah, she definitely was naked, which made me feel uncomfortable. Because like I said, I grew up with Johnny, man. I saw Nightmare on Elm Street when I was 5. And so I feel like it's like Johnny's like my uncle or something. I'm like looking at his daughter naked. Like, I don't know. The biggest point that I think you made that I agree with more than any is, like you said, the truncated. Like, it felt like I kept telling you, I didn't feel like it was plausible that she would be in love with him and that overtaken by him. But maybe if there's an episode of 2 of that building, maybe I believe it. And then on the flip side, it's so quick, the turnaround for her to not be in love and for her to bring him back, everything is rushed.
Exactly. And it was all basically shot inside the mansion. You know, they didn't spend a lot of money on locations. They definitely ran out of money. Even the big finale, which it takes place at Soho Stadium. All of the scenes there are filmed in an empty Soho Stadium. And then when the concert starts, you can tell they're cheating it. You know, you never really see the audience. You know, it's some green screen technique to make it seem like she's at Soho.
Like it's like just baseball during 2020 or something like that.
Yeah. So it's too bad because they, you know, and I would love to have seen what this other woman was going for. I guess I'm forgetting the direction that she went to, as opposed to the direction that The Weeknd and what's this guy's name, Levinson?
Yeah, I want to say Barry, but it's not Barry, right?
No, it's not Barry. Skip or Steve or some shit like that. But in any case, I would say that if you've got 5 hours to kill and you want to give it a shot on a binge weekend, on a rainy weekend, there's worse things to see, in my opinion.
I thought early on the whole appeal of the show was so desperate to scare us, or not scare us, but like startle us with the nudity and stuff. It was so desperate to be shocking that it lacked in some substance in that regard. It picked up, it got better as the show went on, but all in all, I give it, I never know if like the standard should be 4 stars or 5 whenever it's supposed to be the best, because it's certain sites or certain things use 4 and some use 5, but well, let's just say we're going with 5 then. I'm giving this like 2.5 stars. It's okay.
That's what I would give it.
It's okay. It's not great. It's not terrible, but there were times like I thought maybe I'm going to quit watching it, but I stayed with it. But I thought maybe I should just stop, but I continued, and I'm glad I did, I guess. But I don't know if I'll ever watch it again. But it was okay. It was all right.
Yeah, I'm with you. I agree with every word you just said. Chris Watts, by the way, wants to know, what was the strangest call you ever dealt with when at the 911 job?
I don't know.
And no names. You're not mentioning names or anything.
No. I don't know about strangest, but God, I just popped him. I mean, it's funny as shit. I mean, the guy calls and says, "My dad's really mad at me." And he's not a kid. He's not a kid. He's an adult. He's 30 years old or something. He's like, my dad's really mad at me. Yeah, and he was acting like he didn't know why. And then as the call progresses, he's like, yeah, so he's really mad at me because I was jacking off and I came on his shirt. And now they're about to fight, and he wanted the police to save him from getting his ass kicked from his dad. Again, I don't know if that's strange, but it's just like I never would could have scripted that, or a guy saying it with straight face that I came on my dad's shirt. I can't understand why he's so mad about it.
What? Where was he masturbating at?
I don't know, but the way he talked, it was just like it was insane for anyone to be mad about you coming on their shirt. I was like, can you believe it? I mean, I just came on his shirt. It's not really that big of a deal.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's almost like it's a prank call, but it wasn't. God, I'll give you another one, man.
By the way, did you send the police unit over to investigate?
Yeah, the police went. I mean, the breakup is a domestic because it's a father and a son, and they were about to fight. I don't remember anyone getting arrested or anything beyond that. But another call, and this isn't funny because it's somebody's grandma or whatever, but I'm sorry to tell you, I laughed at this shit. I just couldn't help it, no pun intended. The woman is like, first she starts out non-vulgar, because you could tell she's like, I'm a lady and I don't cuss or whatever. But she's like, I haven't been able to defecate. I can't go to the bathroom. She's speaking in euphemisms, And then eventually she said, I haven't shit in days and I couldn't take it. I reached up there with my bare hand and I ripped that turd out, but now my ass is bleeding and I need an ambulance.
Oh my God.
She said, I reached up and grabbed that turd with my bare hand. I know every one of us that was working there, this is circa 14, 15-ish, listened to that call probably 30 times.
Jeez.
I mean, when a woman says I ripped a turd on my bare hands, I'm sorry, that's funny.
You know what's even funnier is that it's 6:30 a.m. in England, and Chris is listening to this as he is smoking a joint. He is in for a strange day. Way to go, Chris.
God, I've got so many
Picture
stories.
that in your head.
I've got good ones, bad ones. Like, I'll tell you a couple more real quick. One that's really bad, and again, I am fucking quoting because I remember this. I did not take this call. My friend Brian did. The guy calls again, casually throwback as hell. There's no, just cavalier as shit. Like, there's nothing strange about what I'm saying. You know, he calls in, he goes, "Yeah, man. So there are two girls in this house. There's one that's, 19 and one that's 4. And I woke up, I was getting my dick sucked, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't the 19-year-old. So there's a pause, and Brian says, "What? Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure." He's like, "Okay, sir, I'll be sending the police, so no problem." So we followed that story. That dude got convicted of that, obviously, because that's what 4-year-olds do. They're looking for an unsuspecting male to be asleep, and they start blowing them. Clearly a child molester. Just
sick.
The guy was arrested. Clearly, and one I took, and I thought that this was legit, man. The woman tells me, "Oh my God, there's this home invasion, and I've locked the doors, and I'm in the attic. Oh my God, I've heard shots fired. I think they've killed my mother." So you hear this shit, and she's playing the part, she's crying, and you're like, "Oh my God," And then eventually she starts telling me shit like, "Yeah, my mom fired this guy at work this week. I think that's who it must have been. He had the motive." So I'm almost like, I called the place. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get connected to it, but I remember the location. I called. I said, "Did you all have a guy named blah, blah, blah? And was he dismissed this week?" And they said, yes. So I was preparing. I looked this guy's license up, had his height, his weight, his eye color. I was giving this to the police to set him up as a suspect based upon what she said. So the police get there, and an hour into it, I'm like, "Do you want me to send the police to this guy's house?" And they're like, "No, don't worry about it." And I was like, "Don't worry about it." Suffice to say, the girl I was talking to killed her own mother. And they said the motive was she was 26 years old and she wanted her boyfriend to move in. And her mom was like, "No, I'm not letting him move in with us." So she fucking shot her mom and then acted like it was a home invasion, but she killed her own mother.
That's a Dateline episode.
Yeah. And she was convicted. I saw it. In the paper, she was convicted. I followed on that one too.
Jeez.
So, there've been crazy ones, man. I'll give you one more. Okay. And I felt so bad, and I'm going to go lie. Some of the officers, some of the people I work with, and certainly some of the EMS people, I'm not better than them, but they were all like, "Well, if you're a prostitute," I'm like, "Dude, man, it doesn't matter if she's a prostitute. If a woman doesn't want to get fucked in the ass, she shouldn't get fucked in the ass." So she calls me and she's immediately demeaning herself, saying, "I'm so sorry for wasting your time. I'm trash. I'm a whore. I'm a prostitute. I don't deserve anything, but I'm really hurt." So long story short, she says the guy picks her up. He takes her out of city limits. They go and do whatever. And he wants to fuck her in her ass. And she says no. So he shoves it in her ass anyway, without any lube, when he busts her ass open. And then he brings her back toward town. Now, she said it was only 10 miles per hour, but it's still 10 miles per hour. He threw her out of the car while the car was moving at 10 miles per hour. So he fucked her in her ass, busted her ass open, and then scraped her fucking legs all to shit when she landed on the cement when he threw her out. So she's crying, telling me she's trash and doesn't deserve help. But she's like, "I can't walk. My legs are bleeding. My ass is bleeding. I'm just so fucked up." And everybody's like, "Well, if you're a prostitute, fuck that, man. Yeah, so she's a whore. Okay. But does that mean you can't have some empathy for her in some way?"
Exactly.
Yeah, that one bothered me. I'm not gonna lie, that one bothered me.
Oh man. Now, Chris is before you share those last two stories. Chris asked, "What's the most violent call you took?"
I'll give you one to give us maybe into a transition, but it's violent. But I talked to this dude, and he was telling me that actually, I've got a better one than this. If I'm going to give you one more, I was going to say I talked to a guy. He said he was going to kill his girl, and goddamn it, he did it. I talked to him before he did. He said, "I'm going to go to the club and shoot her," and he did. But here is another good story, though. So it's involving 3 counties, because this guy is allegedly police are after him because he's supposedly going to try to kill his wife. So it's crossing over state lines because, again, I live on the West Virginia line. He's going from Virginia to West Virginia and across county lines. Eventually, we get him on the phone. And we had just hired a girl, I won't say her name, but her voice is very much like a sex operator. And that's what people said about her when she was first starting. Like, she was like trying to seduce officers. That was what people were joking about. I don't know if that's true. But she has a very sex operator-ish 911, 1990s kind of like, oh, are you going to come? You know, that kind of voice. And so I said, blah, 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 her name. I said, give him your sex voice. Because she took the second call. I talked to him for like a half hour. I said, give him your sex voice. So she talks to him, talks this guy down with her sex voice, and he doesn't do anything. And we're like, oh, thank God. You know, he's gonna relent. He's not after his wife. Come back to work the next week. They're like, well, yeah, actually, the guy that you were dealing with, she did talk him down, but about 3 days later, he went and killed his wife anyway. But for at least 2 days, though, she talked dirty to her, not dirty, but in that voice, and he was excited enough to not do it, but it wore off.
Jeez.
He stopped his pursuit of her until he decided not to.
I think it would be really cool if I could find like a 911 operator from the Chicago area, another one from another part of the country, and you know, 2 or 3 of you guys share stories. That would be fascinating. It's an interesting topic. I'm surprised nobody's done like a reality show or a documentary or
the 2 911 movies I've seen are just dog shit. The one with Halle Berry's horrible, just horrible. And
but
then,
she looks fucking great in it.
It's terrible. And Christopher from The Sopranos is in it. It's still terrible. But the Jake Gyllenhaal movie is a little bit more realistic, but not because, again, you can't just get on the phone and cuss callers and shit like he was doing. Like that's just, again, not true. It's not the way it goes. You know what I mean? So, but it was better than that Halle Berry movie.
But the Halle Berry movie, there were close-ups on her, and her fucking complexion has to be like the best complexion I've ever seen on a human being. It looked baby smooth. And I can tell, you know, I've been around movie sets and know a little bit. And there's nothing going on here that they did any tricks. Her skin, I was watching on this fucking 30-foot wide screen. I don't know why I went to see it in movie theaters, but she just is so fucking beautiful. Halle Berry, man, unbelievable.
But it's like Draft Day. It's just not real, though. So especially if you work there and you know how like the Draft Day was so fake and not believable with those trades. Like, oh, I'm going to trade that quarterback to you, but I want all the 3 first-round picks back and your punt return. You're like, come on. That's the way the 911 movie is. It's so fucking fake. It's just bullshit. Anyone that's ever worked that it would be like, oh God, what a horrible movie, I think.
Yeah, but you know, and some of that wouldn't bother me. You know, you can take some creative license. This is not a manual for how the job is done. But the problem with the movie is that there was no suspense. You know, the last half of the movie where she's helping the woman escape from the dungeon that she was in and stuff. It didn't work, and so that's the bad part about it.
It's a terrible movie. It's a terrible movie.
Retro says, although here's the Chicago 911 operator call. Okay, a shooting? You don't say. Click. That's probably how it works, Retro.
Well, I think that's about anywhere now.
Yeah. Jake Gyllenhaal is a good actor. There's no doubt about it.
I agree.
Yeah, he's been in some good movies. There's no doubt about it. He is good. His sister is pretty good too.
His sister's hot.
She was in the movie called The Secretary. You saw that, right?
Yeah, where James Spader, before he went bald, is fucking her.
Yeah.
And she has that really, really thick landing strip in it. It's just amazing.
Yeah, she was great in The Secretary. She plays a woman who's into Spader too is into bondage.
BDSM.
What is it called?
Yeah. BDSM.
BDSM. Bondage,
yeah, so.
Domination, SM. What would that? Sadomasochism.
Yeah.
Masochism. Yeah. Not into it myself, but hell,
no.
If I had the opportunity to have sex with her, I'll do whatever she says.
She was in a show on HBO that had a lot of nudity in it, where it was supposed to be like the dawn of the porn era.
Oh yeah,
6 years ago. But I don't think she ever got naked in that one. But I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I saw previews for it. Was it any good? Worth watching?
I think it lasted 2 seasons, and the first season I watched and I liked it okay, but I didn't watch the second season.
Okay.
And then it got canceled, I think. So it was
all right.
right.
I guess it's time, Dan, to pull the plug on this one. We've been on the air for 4 hours and 22 minutes. And
Well, let's bring it full circle.
Yes, sir.
Full circle is I'm glad that I didn't have to work tonight, so we could do a long show. We haven't done that in a long time. But again, I thank everybody that listened, and Tooch and the other Dan, and even seeing Nomad in the chat room was cool. But we got this thing with Mike North. It's going to drop hopefully Wednesday, and then once a week after that.
Correct.
So we got the Mike North stuff. Hopefully that'll get the film out of turnaround, and they'll make a movie, and we'll have some part of that morally thinking we helped make a movie, even if we didn't, Yeah. And then we've got a Bears ticket maybe to somehow give away as well for the Bears Packers game, and hopefully Mrs. Gundia won't have a problem with you going to Denver and week 4 and Las Vegas in week 7. That's scary when I hear that there's opposition, because I worry about things like that.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, well, I don't want her to hate me as a result. Like, God damn it. Why does he keep taking you to games, Aldo?
She's just worried for my health. That is
no, I understand. And worst case scenario, we could always Uber too if we had to.
Exactly. Chris Watts says, great show. The Chicago trip is getting closer. Yes, Chris, you're getting a big couple hugs here from.
Definitely want to take a picture with Chris, man, and Heidi. No offense, Chris. Heidi, the picture might be better with me and I, but I'm a big fan of yours, Chris, for real, and not just placating.
Well, if you're going to take a picture with Heidi and Chris, I suggest you do the three of you do it sitting down, because you're 6'4", 6'5".
6'5",
and Heidi is like a little under about 5'1", I believe she told me once, and Chris looks like he's around 5'7".
I don't know why, but it's a line from Cheech Marin just popped in my head. It's so Heidi. I'm not really meaning this, but it's just I forget which film it was, but Cheech was joking that like there was no place to sit, and he's like, "Oh, I got it for you," and he rubs his face. He's like, "There's a place for the girl to sit on his face." So you can say, if Heidi needs a place to sit, I'll just rub my face. But no.
Are you gonna make the same offer to Chris?
No offense, Chris. I don't think Chris would want that anyway. Hey, speaking of Cheech, I recently watched a film. I know we're wrapping this up, but I watched a film as a kid that I liked. This Post Chong, that I liked in like 1990, and I watched it again yesterday on Monday. It's awful. I don't know what I thought. I haven't seen it in like 30 years, but it's called The Shrimp on the Barbie. God, it was awful.
I've heard that title. Cheech is in it. Who else?
Yeah, it's Cheech, Emma Stone or somebody. I don't know. It's set in Australia. The whole thing's in Australia. I don't know if what the deal was with that, but even the location they filmed in Australia. Yeah,
that's pretty.
But he opens up. He ends up working for a restaurant, Mexican restaurant in Australia. It's just it's dreadful.
You've watched a couple clunkers recently with the Mafia one and that one, huh?
The Evil Dead Rising, I thought was bad too. I
like
told you we've talked about it on there. I didn't like that at all.
I like that movie. People watching this show, watch it and let us know your thoughts on it. Be the tiebreaker.
Well, we need to figure out what we're going to do for that week 1 ticket, though. That's kind of exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting.
It's like a radio giveaway. We've got free concert tickets. Well, by God, the tape never lies. It's not sending you to the Packers game.
Well, let's think of a concept, and then we'll cut a promo for it. You can cut one of your famous promos, and if you do this, I don't know. I don't want people to sing songs or anything like that. But
no, I don't want to embarrass anybody.
Yeah, just tell us a story. Put on video. Tell us a story of why you want to go to a game with Dan Aguirre, why you want to go see the Packers and Bears, Soldier Field, week 1. And we'll pick from those videos, we'll pick one person to go with you. That would be fun.
Yeah, that's cool. That's
a starter idea. And maybe we'll get some better ones. By the way, Retro says, I love Cheech and Chong. I never saw that movie. It's a play on Paul Hogan's and Australia's tourism slogan, visit Australia. We'll throw a shrimp on the Barbie for you.
Yeah, it was PG-13 too. It's kind of like Cheech and Chong's last movie together. That was PG-13, the Corsican Brothers. That wasn't really good. They had some really good ones though. Like I love Cheech and Chong's next movie. I love Nice Dreams. I love Things Are Tough All Over. Born in East LA's Cheech only. Chong's not in that one.
Oh, that's right.
And of course, Up in Smoke.
Hilarious.
I think my favorite might be Things Are Tough All Over when they're playing like Persians as well. They're playing Cheech and Chong and they're playing Middle Eastern characters too.
Did they break up? Cheech and Chong, did they break up? Like,
yeah.
Was it a nasty breakup?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't like they started doing stand up together somewhere around the Obama years, but for like 20 plus years, they like their last movie together was 84.
Wow.
So they didn't do anything again until like 2010. Like they were like had to
25 years, huh?
I don't know what the big thing was, but yeah, they made the Corsican Brothers, which had nothing to do with weed. And then, like you said, Cheech did Born in East LA in 87. Chong did Far Out Man in 1990, and then he was on That 70s Show. But that's like all I really remember him on. And then, Cheech was on the Golden Girls reboot called The Golden Palace. He's made appearances here and there. Yeah, but Paul Rubens was in Nice Dreams, and he kept saying, hamburger! And he was playing himself. He was playing Pee Wee Herman in the next movie at one point because they were heckling him and doing his stand-up. Yeah, some of those are fun, man. But you couldn't make those movies today.
No, it's funny that doing this Mike North stuff, some of the sound drops, some of the humor was definitely something you could not do today. I won't even repeat it. I'll see if he wants to talk about it in his podcast series, but there were some jokes that, back in the day, you and I would have laughed our ass off. Now we hear and go, oh, I don't know about that one. That doesn't sound like we should be saying that anymore. So.
It's funny how when culture changes like that, it doesn't, it can move quickly is what I'm saying. You can think about it, like, I'm going to say one thing politically, just as an example. In like 2004, when the gay marriage issue came up, it was like you were saying that 2 men, that's on par with fucking a dog. Like there's no way we're going to have legal gay marriage. And then in like 10 years, it's like everybody's like, yeah, why not? That doesn't bother me. And it's just that sometimes culture can shift quickly is what I'm saying. So something you laughed at, like you said, in 1995 seems like, oh God, how did I laugh at that now? But it's your culture. It's like when I was going to see Andrew Dice Clay, I was like, Dice has all these things from the early 90s that people would just say is so horrible now, but his whole stand-up changed. It went with the times. He's not doing the same shit. Yeah. He's not saying the same stuff that would be considered sexist and racist now, which wasn't then.
Did you like his show? The new show?
Yeah, it was a little bit tamed, like in so many ways. Like I say, especially compared to that, I thought the woman was almost better than he was. That Ellen or Elaine Kerrigan or whatever her name was, Kagan. She was so good and funny, man. And but Dice was good. It was like seeing. And
you saw her at the bar, right?
Yeah, I met her at the bar because she opened for him. Right. And Dice did a set, and then they cleared out. And everyone, got to half price drinks at the bar and stuff like that. So everybody went to the bar. And then the second show started later, and she was the headliner the second time. And they had a couple of local people do sets before her on the second time. And she did a full set the second show. But I saw her in between her 2 gigs. Yeah, I mean, it was only like 2 minutes, but she was nice. She asked if we liked it, and we said yes, of course. It's funny. She's funny. She's funny as shit, man. Yeah. She was giving this guy a hell up front. Like I said, he had some American flag shit on, and it was right. He's in the first. He's like right in front of the stage, and she's like, "Man, look at you." Where'd you get that shit? Just come from a fucking NASCAR race? And then she's like, "Are those the same clothes you wore when you stormed the Capitol on January 6th?"
That's a good
and the guy took it, man. The guy took like he never
Good
seemed
for
to
him.
get mad. Yeah, he took
for
it.
him.
But even Dice was on him. It was like all night. He wasn't there for the second set, but the first set he got annihilated. Man.
That's funny. Vintage
Yeah.
British comedy. A lot of jokes you can do today. You know, who's the Benny Hill? Man, I
Yeah.
used to watch Benny Hill, all those cute girls walking around, running around in short skirts and in their underwear and stuff. Yeah, that kind of humor, it's shunned upon nowadays. And Chris, who was the comedian who would do these British comedian who would these filmed episodes? Like he had one that I just fucking, my wife and I always laugh at it when I bring it up. It was Women Know Your Place. And here's a simple scene of a woman at the dinner table after she served a meal. Now the men are talking about politics. And then there's the shot of the woman and she decides to jump in. And all the men in the room like, what the fuck? She started talking about politics, and the voiceover narrator, the big British accent, says, "Women know your place." It's hilarious. Much funnier than how I'm sitting here right now. But that guy, I think we've talked about, yeah, there it is. Harry Enfield. So fucking funny. I should find
I don't know
one of
him.
those.
I don't know his stuff.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm going to find one of Harry Enfield's things, and we're going to get shut down by Twitter, but or YouTube, but what a way to go. Because this guy is fucking great.
I know one thing that's British that everybody loves that I just didn't like, it didn't get into, was that Monty Python shit. I just couldn't get into that.
There's some stuff that I liked and some that I didn't. But here I got.
What decade is this from?
It's not the 80s.
Okay, yeah, I've never heard of it. I'm surprised.
Look at the way they laugh. They're delightful. But now the conversation turns to more serious matters.
I wonder if the government should return to the gold standard.
I think it should.
Good. Then we're all agreed.
But oh dear, what's this? One of the women is about to embarrass us all.
I think the government should stay off the gold standard so that the pound can reach a level that will keep our exports competitive.
The lady has foolishly attempted to join the conversation with a wild and dangerous opinion of her own. What half-baked drivel. See how the men look at her with utter contempt.
We're going home.
Women, know your limits. Look at the effect of education on a man and a woman's mind. Education passes into the mind of a man. See how the information is evenly and tidily stored. Now see the same thing on a woman. At first we see a similar result. But now look, still at a reasonably low level of education, her brain suddenly overloads. She cannot take in complicated information. She becomes frantically and absurdly deranged.
Oh man, it's hilarious. I love that shit. I can watch it all day long.
But like you said, you can't make that joke today because you'd be like, "Oh, you're a fucking, you're sexist," you know?
Yeah, which is, you know, that's not what he's trying to do there. It's satire, and it's really what he's trying to say is the opposite thing. So I don't know if people. Really
But there's no sense of. But there's no gray area, or there's no, what's the word I'm looking for? Nuance. Like nuance is not really allowed anymore.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's actually conveying the opposite, saying that it's insane to think that women can't have the same intellectual capacity as a man, and showing like how hypocritical it is. But everyone would see it today and be like, "Oh, look at all the shit they're talking about women." Yeah, it would be canceled immediately.
Yeah. You know, I had an idea. I pitched it to Mike North. I said, I got an idea of you and a bunch of other former radio personalities who are in their 70s now, and you guys do a show called The Septuagenarians. And so all of you guys are in your 70s and you're just bitching about stuff, how much better it was back in the day and stuff. And Mike actually liked the idea. He says, hey, you might be onto something there.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I will try watching the Fast Show. Very funny. I've actually, it's on my bucket list to just look this guy up and learn more about his videos and what he's done in Enfield, because he looks to me like he's a genius. Retro says comedy is subjective. Some get it, some get offended by it. Oh, what are you trying to say there, Retro? All right, I gotta go. I got a 10 a.m. meeting tomorrow, and I still got a little cleanup work here to do. Dan, it's been great.
Quickly,
you bet.
Is tomorrow when we need to work on the Mike North thing then? You said there was something else I needed to cut, right?
Oh, fuck.
You want me to do it tonight?
No, we can do it tomorrow.
We can do it. Okay.
We can do it tomorrow because I got to write it. Here's the thing. Remember how we did, in chapter 1, he does this, chapter 2. I forgot fucking chapter 5.
Oh, wow.
I forgot a whole fucking paragraph.
Neither one of us picked up on it.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll give you a call tomorrow. We'll knock it out tomorrow night.
All right. No problem.
All right, brother. You are the absolute best. Everyone in the chat room, you guys are fantastic too. Hope you enjoyed the show. And for Mr. Shorty, Johnny Santucci, for Mr. Dan Aguirre, I'm Aldo Gandia. We'll see you next time here on Barroom Network. Take care.
Be well.
Thank you.